Keep moving on. Keep moving on.
G'day Poggers and welcome to the very first episode of 2026. It is season 7. Can you believe that we have already made it 7 seasons and we're still here? That's more than a lot of really good TV shows, guys. I think we've done
bad TV shows
and a lot of really bad like Hawaii Five-0 I think is still going, and that started in like the 50s. We could probably match that. And I'll get back to the intro. So I'm here, I'm Atlas, still around. This is Dagon, still around. Wolf, still around. Dan is still around as well. The Chronicler's gone. We're not going to talk about him this year because he's not here. Dang it. Well, this is the last time. Last time. Okay?
Definitely.
But I'm going to mention Chronicler. All right. How have we been doing, guys? We've had, there's been a lot of developments over this off-season. Let's start with Dagon. You've had a pretty eventful last couple of months.
Yeah, it was a nice break away from covering everything, but I got engaged.
Yeah.
Proposed to my now fiance in Hawaii.
Looked very pretty.
Yeah, brought a friend of mine to the island to do the photography, and the photos turned out great. It
Was he like hiding in the trees?
Yes.
Oh my god, yeah. Like
I'm sure the conversation was like pretty interesting when you were like, yeah, we're going to Hawaii. I planned out the whole trip, and it's like, okay, why are there 3 tickets?
So the beaches on Hawaii are all free. It's public and free.
Wait, you can pay for beaches?
So
Yes.
the property
heck?
off the shoreline is not. So we had to go early on the free area and then take photos, but then we put our stuff down on the not free stuff, and then the people that work the place came afterwards and were like, hey, you can't be here except on the shoreline. So we had to take our stuff and put it on the shoreline. It was really
Believe it or not,
a little pay.
Hawaii part of America.
But it was great, and I don't know if we can edit this, but you can see the photos here. We'll place it here.
Yeah.
Hopefully we have the photos that we can put in post right here.
Yeah.
All right.
I really hope it does.
Please.
Wolf, what have you been up to?
My daughter is 6 months old now, so getting through the middle point of the first year, and so she's eating solid food, and she's being great. So that's been a majority of what I've been doing during the off season. Trying to play video games every now and then. I'm like halfway through Dark Souls 3.
Nice.
Tried to disconnect from the internet a little bit and not be on social media, and that's been nice.
Daniel?
Yeah, I was traveling a lot back to Europe to see family. So I was in Munich briefly doing the Red Bull League of Its Own event.
League of Its
yeah.
Own.
That was
That's
fun.
right.
You got the first glimpse of Haze on T1.
Yeah, and it was fun. It was like everyone was doing off-roll stuff when T1 played against Foster Tones. That was really fun. And then went to France to see my fiance's family, and then went to UK to see my family. It was really busy because seeing family and stuff, which was great, but it was a long month, but a lot of great food.
Yeah.
So it was nice, and now, it's weird because it's like, it'd been like over a month since we've been in Korea.
Yeah, that would be really strange.
And then came back and was like, oh yeah, we're back in our apartment. And then it was that was 3 days ago that we got back, so it was literally like,
Oh wow, so you're still getting used to it.
yeah.
Okay.
Max, how are you? How was your off season?
Well, I learned to appreciate sleep
Mm.
because I haven't had any for a long time. But Chester is doing really well. My son, who was born the 13th of November, so I got back from Worlds, and it was like a week and a half, and then my son arrived, and so that has been all I have been doing until now.
You can see it in his eyes, a little bit more crazy than last time.
Did you see that? That's all I've been doing.
Yeah, but it has been fantastic. I've learned how to have a routine in my life, though. I don't think I'm going to be that late to work this season. That's what I'm feeling.
I mean, how is this guy the guy who goes, That was like for me or Dan to say, like not for you. I looked at you guys do like maybe Chronicler like in the comments or something.
Yeah, Chronicler in the comments should probably say that. Yeah, so it's been good, but I just haven't been doing very much sleeping. But that's okay. Sleep is for the weak, as they say.
Yes.
And I would really like to sleep for a week.
You know, Max, I'm going to think of you tonight when I take a long, nice sleep.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate you. All right, let's move on to the first thing on the docket. This is not just us rambling about the things that we have been doing outside of League of Legends. This is about the LCK. Why are you laughing? Look, I was transitioning like so hard into the next.
Yeah, I
topic.
know. That's why I was quiet. You guys are like
You were giggling.
You guys are in like mid-season form. I feel so out of my depths right now. Warming up.
Warming up. You just came from Hawaii.
Warming up. Yeah, it was easy to warm up there. It's freezing here.
I know. We've been here in the fridge.
Yeah.
And it's probably going to snow today.
Yeah,
See,
today's
I was
actually one of the warmer
transitioning,
days.
so now it's kind of ruined. Okay, but there's been a lot of changes,
Yes.
and this is one of my favorite times for the Pog State, where we get to mainly talk about stuff that we have no idea about, like how teams are going to do with new rosters. And we were optimistic and pessimistic at the beginning of last year, and a lot of us were very wrong. And so let's be very wrong again.
Oh, yeah.
And talk about what's changed. So there have been some really big ones and there's been some more subtle ones, but basically every team has changed outside of like
Being KPRX.
being KPRX and Gen G.
Genji, yeah.
And so I think we can probably still assume that Gen G are going to be pretty good.
Oh, bold statement.
I know, it's kind of crazy. But the one change, and I think it's actually kind of big for Gen G, and I think we'll get them out of the way, is Ryu moving in as head coach. And I think that is really, really cool, because I liked what he'd done for B&K during last year. What we didn't get was anything out of him during the Casper Cup. That's because they kind of they loitered pretty strong.
This is the one topic I wish Valdez was here for, because
He was
Valdez
the
is,
Ryu hater.
well, I mean, Valdez and I are a little bit aligned in that some of Ryu's drafting I thought was a bit ambitious at times for his players. But by the end of the season, he ended up having a really strong identity for them, which is why they had a big comeback at the end of the year, which is, I think, why there's been almost feels like revisionist history about Ryu for this past year, where everyone's like, he was the best coach of the year, clearly. I'm like, well,
No.
but he did solve it at the end. I do think that he's going to have a ton more agency now that he has some of the strongest players that have ever played the game on his roster, and players like Chovy and Keen who don't really have identity, like they can play literally anything, so you can build different styles and drafts around them. And I think he's going to be really good and fearless. So I don't think Coach Kim was an issue, but Coach Kim obviously has had international incidents in the past, and some of the drafting we've seen there.
International
line up.
incident sounds very foreboding.
Well, I mean, it was, you know,
I didn't.
there were incidents at international events
Yeah,
where
yeah.
there was some weak drafting, and the players underperformed. Maybe Ryu will be the one who, you know, pushes them over the line to get a Worlds trophy if he has a year of working with these players. But I kind of feel like Ryu will have a very different experience with Genji, because on B&K, I think they probably didn't really necessarily know what they were going to do, except like, I don't want to play this, I'm not good at playing this, and now he has to work with a team that's like going to push back on it. And when he's like, let's draft this, and Chovy's like, no, I don't want to do that. And he's going to have to he's going to have to learn how to deal with, like, I don't want to say egos, but players who are literally champions, right, who have done so much and accomplished so much, that will probably push back on his decisions a little bit. So I'm curious to see how that dynamic works. I think it might be a little bit rocky at the beginning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think one thing for me for Rio is there was also that time in 2024 where the team really gained a lot of momentum when it was like Raptor and Duro came into the roster. They started playing like the Vi, Ari, Zeri.
Yep.
It was working really well for them. Like I feel like finding the team's identity and playing it, that was good. And I feel like Gen G, like for me, one of the weaknesses has been draft, right?
Yeah.
Because ultimately, it kind of felt like they were getting away with weaker drafts because they were so good, and then it got to a point where, like, well, at internationals in these higher state games, potentially, you know, when you don't have as much of an edge or players underperform, that's when the weaknesses really get exposed. But I think, you know, a misconception I see so often online is so many people when they think coach equals draft,
Yeah.
and that's all it boils down to. And I think head coach, all you do is draft, and draft is only done by the head coach. And the thing is, there's so much more to the role. And also, draft is often so much dictated as well by players. It depends on the roster, honestly, but players often have a big say in draft, not just like, I want to play this, but there's a lot of rosters where like players have more of a say in the draft dynamic than a coach necessarily does. And I do think Rio is going to come in and expect to have a big say in draft, but like Wolf was saying, you know, players will have opinions as well and will have a lot of say, and navigating that is a whole different dynamic.
Yeah, I think it's like adding the tools, right? Like, so like he's got a certain set of tools that he gets to work with now, and we don't necessarily know what those are, like where the players have been pushing.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's going from Vikla to Chovy, so that's a pretty big upgrade. I think for me, it's the conversation that we had last year of when we look at the makeup of our coaches in the LCK, it's established head coach who wasn't a former player but has been like kind of like that general manager type, and now Ryu, who's a former player, well known, well respected, but also uniquely compared to like Dandy or whatever, has been in an organization for such a long time that I think he's kind of a hybrid. Like, yes, he's the former pro player, but he's not just a former pro player who's now getting an opportunity to coach, kind of like Bengi.
Compare him to Score. Like,
Yeah, that's what I was
Score
thinking,
came into Gen G as I'm learning how to be a coach right now.
Right.
And Ryu is like, I've been doing that for a while. So I think that's a really good point.
Okay, so we did have a little bit of a audio issue that we have resolved now, but perhaps things are going to be a little bit rocky to begin with. But what would be the start of the season without a couple of hiccups? That was not a good hiccup.
That was not.
There we go, much better. We can edit that one into the first one because the first one was just terrible. Let's get into T1. Let's talk about T1. We can talk about the swapperoo, where the switch around of 80 carries, as we had Pays moving into T1 and Gumiushi moving over to Humble Life Esports, and finally, getting out of the nest, as it were, having been with T1 for so incredibly long.
And Viper leaving.
Yeah,
LCK.
and Viper just leaving forever and just gone.
That was the exciting one to me because
Why is that
that's
exciting?
exciting to you. The whole offseason was waiting on Viper's decision. Like the whole offseason.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, true.
Like LPL was waiting to make moves. LTA, well, LCS. Yeah, LCS was waiting to make moves.
And Guma's leverage was significantly hindered because of Viper not making a decision as quickly as a lot of other teams made. So he obviously wanted to go to HLE more than anyone else. He wasn't going to take Ruler's spot, right? So it's like, ooh, am I going to end up on like KT, or am I leaving Korea, or is Viper going to leave so I can actually take this spot and completely change my identity and still be on a top team? That must have been like incredibly stressful for Guma. This was a totally different situation this year with Guma leaving leaving T1 and going to HLE than Zeus, like last possible second kind of transfer. And it seemed very clearly planned. Everyone has come out and said basically Guma has already made the decision to leave the team before Worlds even concluded. So like, this is a very, very different scenario, but like how he was bold enough to make that decision without even knowing necessarily he had a spot, I think is pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah. I mean, same thing with Smash behind him, who ended up on a LCK
Yeah.
roster as well. So the fact that it was all hindering on one move and all these dominoes were ready to go, and it felt like everyone had to wait a little bit, was very interesting. Viper leaving itself sucks. This hurts.
Yeah. Although, if that's what he wants, he's already been to the LPL before, so he's obviously going back to an environment that he's aware of. And so maybe he just kind of liked life in China and was just having a good time. So maybe that's what it was. Kind of hoping that it's something like that and not just couldn't find an LCK roster that fit. Doesn't really make sense, though, because he's so good.
Yeah, I think it's...
I think there's probably a lot of reasons, right?
Yeah. I think there's a lot of reasons.
And we can be optimistic about it, though, can we not? No?
Clearly as a player who's played in the LPL
for a long time, right? Been very successful there, and then now choosing to go back. I think clearly part of it is that like he enjoyed his time there.
Won an LCK title, like did that in 2024 summer, right? With Hanwha Life. So like achieved goals here, but ultimately didn't win worlds with Hanwha Life Esports. So who knows? But at least knocked that notch off the belt.
Yeah. It is sad to see him go though.
I think
Again.
that like if Guma is going to find a spot, like where does Viper go? If Pays doesn't come in, he could have gone to T1, right? And we've been kind of talking about this for a while. Like if Guma leaves, does Viper go to T1? Like it's been discussed so much, but ultimately didn't happen.
What about
And
KT Viper?
KT Viper could have also happened, but I don't think KT has the funds required to get.
What will give you
Viper.
that
See,
idea? It's weird.
This is the thing as well, is that like from what I heard, Pays was pretty happy to go for like a lower contract for T1. So I think it also worked out. Pays going for T1 because I think the Viper's expensive, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, yeah.
expensive. So I think Pays was happy to go for a lower contract to play on such a prestigious org that has done so successful. So I think that worked out really well for T1. Whereas if they'd gone for Viper, they already have such an expensive roster with Faker, right?
Yeah. I also think that Pays is a really good fit. Let's talk about like the players that are still in the LCK instead of talking about, a BLG player. Who cares about the LPL? This is an LCK podcast. Okay. I'm not salty about Viper leaving again because we've done that before and it hurt last time. So obviously I'm healed now. It's
yes.
just like the scar tissue is just like it's soaking up all the damage and it's fine.
Soaking.
I'm totally fine. Everything's fine.
You're fine.
But Pays, from Wolf and I's experience at the Casper Cup, looked really, really, really good really good.
He was by far, in my opinion, the best individual player of the entire tournament and was the best laning AD carry by a country mile. And obviously has Keria with him, and it's always been a strong lane with Keria in any meta where it's a pushing lane where you're trying to get advantages. I think this has big implications for patch 26, where we're going to be moving into LCK Cup coming up soon, where it seems like bottom lane is incredibly important and the strongest lane right now to
Giving
play through.
Pays way more money sounds scary.
Yeah, because Pays was a player, I think, on Gen G who was often considered one of those late game AD carry guys who's a little bit more passive, doesn't make a lot of plays, but the LPL changed him, right? Like he is a mid game two item power spike guy. He's also a Lucian guy. He's the type of player who can showcase a wide variety of playstyles, and if he gets a lead through lane, he translates that onto the map in an incredible way through skirmishes. He just looks like a completely different player. He was always a strong late game AD carry, but now he's got the laning down. Now he's got the skirmishes down. His, fights on, for example, even like Rift Herald and early game fights before he even has his first item completed sometimes, like if he's able to rotate over to Grubs, he just knows exactly how to play it. And I was really impressed with him. I was honestly kind of expecting him to be his old Gen G self. I'd seen him in the LPL, and it didn't seem like what I saw in the LPL is what I saw at Kespa Cup. The Kespa Cup looked completely different. He looked insane, and I think he's the player right now I'm most excited for, and why I put T1 very highly coming into this tournament.
The thing that I found like really, really cool about watching T1 with Pays was how the rest of the team functioned. Like I felt like he slotted in a way that made no sense. Like they were so used to sort of like putting Guma on an island in a lot of these compositions. There's a reason why he was so good at like Jhin and Varus, because they were largely like follow-up type AD carries rather than the main character in a lot of the comps that they were putting together. And it was like a lot of agency on the rest of the team. But what T1 were doing, they were playing around Pays like he was a weapon they were wielding rather than having like someone in the background. So
But I feel like
I felt it was really, really
it
cool.
makes sense when you think about what they tried to do earlier last year when they tried to put Smash in,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And they were trying to play around him heavily, and obviously didn't fully work out in the LCK Cup. They ended up putting Guma back in, and that was a different style. But like it seems like that style they were trying with Smash, that is the style they are doing with Pays. So it feels like they're just fitting him into that. I also think like in terms of Pays' evolution, when we saw him playing with Gen G, he was obviously great, but he was still early days. And I think we always thought like, where could this player be given time? And it's why when, it was understandable that Gen G prioritized getting Ruler back, but it was still kind of sad to see Pays go so early into that career and us not get to see that trajectory. But it's cool to see him now come back, and he's obviously grown so much in the LPL, and we're now seeing like the evolution because he
It's
was
like the hyperbolic JDG time chamber.
Yeah.
That's what they do. Like you put your AD carry there for a bit and then they come back stronger or something.
Yeah, and now he has the opportunity to go up against Ruler here, who he replaced on JDG. But I think for me, what I'm most interested in is to get the opportunity to see Smash on D plus Kia. Like,
Yeah.
I want to see how his growth will go. Unfortunately, he's going to be the one leading that bot lane because Career is joining him there. And there were moments where he looks pretty good during LCK Cup as well. Career looked like a rookie. He was making some kind of oopsies and kind of delaying the lead that they had. However, it felt like D Plus had another lane to play through that wasn't just waiting until later
Korea
on.
did have some like good games though. I feel like he was the classic like rookie in the Kesper Cup, where it was sometimes he'd pop off and other times he'd make horrific mistakes.
Yeah,
like that's just kind of what you
He
get.
kind of gave us like a budget barrel experience at times. With,
Oh yeah, baby.
He did.
I love that. First barrel is coming in very quickly. This in this POG
He
state,
did
even though he
really-
has retired. I love that.
He did really showcase a lot on engaged supports specifically, and showcase that he was not afraid to go in, almost as if the coaching staff had told him, like, you're way too passive. I need you to press R on Leona in every team fight. And sometimes he did that, and the rest of the team was not around or wasn't there. He's like, I have this perfect engage angle on the 80 carry, and the rest of the team's like in the fountain. But like, I think he's quite promising. Like, I think he has a lot of potential. He kind of reminds me of like if Moham like actually was able to play engage supports, you know, like where you're like, okay, this player is not known. Nobody really knows who he is outside the people who follow challengers very closely. Play a very brief stint in the spotlight and plays at Kespa Cup, and then it's like, okay, this guy's pretty good enough, I think, for this team. My thing with D Plus is because Smash is so good. And Showmaker, by the way, was the best mid laner at
He was
Kesper
playing
Cup.
out of his mind. Early season Showmaker is so good.
Such
man.
a tease.
I'm not
I
gonna,
know,
I'm not
so
gonna bet it
good.
again.
He's
But
like, you just won a
after
world
watching-
championship? I'm just going to solo kill you in mid lane, figure. I was like, oh my God.
After watching so much D Plus over the last few years, where the early part of the year, especially the most recent year, 2025, was very promising, and then it fell off. I'm not going to. I've already done. Chronicle got the Felford Award. I was the guy who was pushing D Plus super hard last year. I know there will be shot calling problems, and the rest of the teams kind of synergize with their roster a little bit. But if Showmaker can maintain his form, I think Smash does a lot more for this team and their playstyle than Aiming did, and I feel like it's a huge upgrade for them. And I think it's losing Barrel's shot calling doesn't necessarily matter, because by the end of last year, we weren't really sure if it was a good thing anyways. So it feels like a side grade.
To each their own. I'm waiting for like the Rammus support meta to really kick off and give everyone the I told you so. Okay. I might be waiting a while, but I'm still waiting.
You know,
okay?
if you're too early, you're just wrong.
Shut up, Dan.
Mid-season 4? That was
Yeah. I don't actually have much of a response to that because it's entirely right, and I don't think it was very good. But that's okay. He's my boy, and now he can play as much Genshin Impact as he wants, and it's just beautiful. So we've spoken about Pays and his impact on T1, but now let's talk about something that's a little bit more nebulous, a little bit more up in the air, and that is Guma's impact on Life Esports. It has been cute watching him and Zayas playing together. Like, that's kind of fun, like them sort of reunited on the same team. But Kesper Cup was a bit of a wacky ride for HLE. Let's just say that.
There were so many games with Guma in Kespa Cup where he's popping off. You're like, oh, this is a different Guma. You're like, this looks different. Then you're like, that was Team Japan. That's right. Yeah, like, let's refocus expectations. There were so many games though of Kespa Cup where Guma popped off and had incredible control over the entire game. And you look at how the bracket shakes out and everything, and you're like, wait, did Guma basically just only play against bad teams and then hits like two good teams for the whole tournament, so it's impossible to judge his skill? Yeah, I think that's kind of what happened.
Maybe.
For me, with the eye test, I could see, obviously, when Pays was playing against the weaker teams, it was just the same as Guma, right? And he was popping off, and it looked like, it was tool assisted. That one Ezreal game he played was absolutely insane.
Absurd.
In the eye test, though, if I compare, like, in my brain, like, images of what I saw for both players, Pays just looked much stronger. But, like, it was such a small tournament. Obviously, there were a lot of games played, but for most of the games that Guma and Pays were playing, like, there wasn't a lot of effort required until we got to the end. We got to the finals, and then Pays outclassed him. I don't want to judge Guma too harshly, because in the good games, again, with a lot of asterisks, he looked really good there. But I don't feel like I gained that much data yet. And I think that he and Delight are still figuring things out. And
I think as far as the development cycle for both teams, if you compare T1 and HLE, I feel like T1 was sort of thrown into the furnace far more quickly, right? With the amount of travel that they were doing and the amount of performing that they already needed to do. And HLE were probably a little bit more off-season at that point in time. So maybe there's like some catch-up required for as far as like bottom lane synergy and stuff like that is concerned.
You can go both ways on that, right? Either T1's burnt out or T1's in form. Same thing. Hanwha Life, they're a little bit out of season shape, or they're rested and ready to go. I mean, I don't
horses
know.
for
I
courses.
felt like T1 looked a lot more prepared in the tournament. Like they clearly knew what they wanted to do, and Hanwha Life kind of showed up like, well, these 5 players are pretty good. Let's figure it out.
Also, T1 wasn't done. Like after Kespa Cup, they
went
to
to
Vietnam,
Vietnam.
for
Yeah.
like that massive event. So like I think it's actually they were in super form. They're like, we're not done yet. We're almost done.
Yeah,
Let's
keep
knock
going, keep
this
going,
out."
keep
Yeah,
going.
Yeah. I think it's more of that.
And today is the day of the season opening as well. You guys will have already seen it, but maybe we'll get a little bit more tape as to whether or not T1 have finally got some rest. So if it's not necessarily a great day for T1 today, then maybe we should be positively thinking about that, because that means that perhaps they've been able to see their family or something like that.
I think for me, for HLE, I think obviously losing Viper, sucks. But I think Guma, had a great Worlds, great finals. It's a good replacement you can get. I think Kanavi, good pick up in the jungle. I think when we look at the underperformers on HLE, it was over the course of the year really mid jungle. And I think Kanavi, other than Worlds' performance, which was kind of rough in that final series, he domestically was really strong.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good pickup. My big concern though for this roster is still the mid lane. I think Zeka's been struggling in Fearless.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to change. 'cause
Zeka
we
and
still
Kanavi did look kind of
Fearless.
better together.
Well,
maybe.
Didn't Owner not look great during Kespa Cup? I feel like compared to
know,
what he was doing before.
As much as it's nice to have some data, I don't know how much I'm going to read into like
Oh,
the
no.
Kespa Cup.
Kespa Cup is the tournament.
Well,
okay?
I think the
Bros
reason
won 2024. I mean,
Exactly.
whoever won last year, they had a mountain to climb.
But like just
Mhm.
to round on my point, like I feel like Zeus, especially with like the level 20 top lane thing we've had in the new patch, I think that's great for him. Like top lane seems super strong with that. Lane swap seemingly out of the picture as well. I think Kanavi was a good pickup. I think Guma Delight, if they can, if they have good synergy together, I think they'll look good. It's just that mid lane. That's the one role that I'm really concerned with still in this roster.
Yeah.
If Zeka can figure out champion pool issues, and again, because that's what's really been tested with Fearless, and he's always been more of that mid lane sort of melee champion with a few mages in the pool. If he can get back into form, then I think HLE, I have a lot more hope, but that's still my concern, I think.
Like, the thing about Kanavi's playstyle too is, and what I've been thinking about a lot over these past few days, is that jungle seems to be one of the roles that didn't really get that, like, didn't get that much out of the quest system moving into the new patch. Like, jungle is often a facilitating role that snowballs the game, and so like a lot of the impact you're making is before that quest hits anyways. And I don't know if Kanavi's playstyle is necessarily going to like really hit or gel with that just yet. But obviously he's got a multifaceted playstyle. He's really creative. He plays new picks before everyone else, so maybe he'll have his own take on the meta, and I'm looking forward to that. I thought he had a great tournament, but it wasn't enough because the tournament was so bottom lane focused. And like I felt like Zeko was pretty forgettable for me in the tournament. He didn't have a bad tournament, but it wasn't about him. It was about Zeus, and it was about Guma trying to get stuff done with Delight to me. And so we'll see what happens. I think Hanwha Life to me feels like a pretty clear third team, which is kind of how we've been looking at them a lot of the time, especially last year. But there's a world where maybe they end up getting it together and beating out T1 or beating out Gen G, or maybe even D Plus is better than them and beats them out. But I think Hanwha Life Esports need to show a lot more synergy than what we saw in Kespa Cup before I'm excited for this roster. I think they're a really strong roster. I'm looking forward to all of their games, but I don't think this team has shown me enough right now to where I go, I'm putting them above Gen G.
Yeah, the thing that I was scared about was losing Peanut would lose everything from this team, just because it felt like so much of what made HLE who they are was Peanut and the way that he plays the game. So I think Kanavi sort of fits in that way, but he is still such a coin flip a lot of the time. It was hilarious, like reading through like the Kespa Cup Reddit threads and stuff like that, where like a game one would happen and Kanavi would basically run it down, and everyone's like, yes, here he is, the worst player ever. And then game two, you like get a new thread, and like he's just completely dominated the whole game, and everyone's like, yes, Kanavi in the LCK for the
We're
first
the
time.
game
Look at how
one
good he
thread
is.
haters
Yeah,
now.
yeah, exactly. It's so incredibly funny, like just how divisive like he is as a player, and that is not Peanut. Peanut was too stable a lot of the time.
Well, I will say, because obviously we had Peanut, who was one of his big issues was internationals, struggling there. And then we just had Kanavi, just came off a Worlds where so it's like they've kept that. Right?
Yeah, sometimes it's good to like hold on to your brand, you know, the identity. So I think Kanavi fits.
I was able to watch some of the content and the Hanwha Life content, and they are gelling well. Like I think it's like what you said. How much of the essence of the team would you losing a leader like that? And Kanavi, I think when he was selecting his jersey number, said I wanted to pick something because I'm replacing Peanut. I think Peanut was like number 1, so he picked 11.
Yeah.
So it was something like that.
It's
and
like an homage, but different.
Yeah,
That's
and
really
so
cool.
he understood the situation that he's going into, and they've like they are making a new culture while not having to rebuild from scratch. And so I think they'll be a fun team to watch because of Guma, but then sneakily because of Kanavi as well, who's coming in as, you know, with all that experience, obviously on Team Korea as well during Asian Games. So it's not a guy that's coming on in. This is a pretty good caliber replacement that you could be getting.
Yeah, I mean, I also think back to that JDG roster.
They were
and the
pretty
run-
good.
The run they had.
Yeah, they were pretty good.
They were pretty good.
They're pretty good. They're pretty good.
And the MSI run in particular, I feel like Kanavi was just a level above.
Yeah,
everyone
he was the
else.
best jungler like in the world that year. I think until it depends. You know, there's been a lot of discussion about how important Worlds is as far as judging a player throughout the year, this year or last year. But I think that like that year, Kanavi really was pretty impressive. So I think I'd be happy to give it to him because I do tend to think that play throughout the year is you know still worthwhile. But that's a can of worms I probably shouldn't have opened. My bad. I'm just gonna screw the metaphorical lid back on that one. The lid is back on.
It's gonna be a really fun LCK Cup. I'm sure no one will exaggerate the results of the tournament.
Well, no. But the results don't mean anything until the very end of the year, Wolf. Anyway, so it's absolutely fine. No. Let's do a few honorable mentions. We'll go around the table for the rest of the teams. I don't think that we necessarily have too much that we're like. Do we want to talk about Ghost playing as support? Probably not until it's happened. I have no real thoughts about how that one's going to go. Or Polly's just going to be playing.
DN Supers with a name change and also
true.
pretty solid upgrades. Maybe not going
I was actually
winless
kind
for
of
ages.
interested in what the Dan freaks are going to look, or the Dan Supers, I should
DN
say.
Automotive Supers. That just does not work. As
You
well
know,
as the DN Automotive
I'm just gonna say,
Can we just call them the Super Troopers from now on?
I'm down-
and
I'm
just
down
say
to fight it.
shenanigans
I
over and over
think I
again?
literally made this joke like maybe 4 or 5 times when I was casting them. They should rename to the Supers because
Yeah, I think
they renamed Afrika to Soup, right?
Yeah.
But that was a joke. That was not actually supposed to be a real thing.
you know, I feel like obviously Doctam and Peter had like the performances they had, like the fact they made it so deep at Worlds, crazy, right? So and Closer as well, I think has had some great.
They did take like some of the best of the rest
Yeah,
players,
100%.
which is really cool.
my only thing is is that they've stuck with Pioshik, right? And I just think back to all of the losses they had, which were on him. Right?
Yeah.
And you know, we've definitely seen Pioshik have some great moments. He won Worlds, but also everyone here watched last year.
Okay, there were also
Yeah, he's
those.
got an 11-sided coin, and there's not a lot of
there
heads.
were a lot of games where we were like, oh, get Berserker a team. But by the end of the year, there were, for me, a lot of games where I was like, get Pioshik a team. Like, sometimes he was the best player on the team. Like, there were multiple games where he was the only
That's
one making
Pioshik.
decisions.
That's who he is. He's
Yeah.
like sometimes the best player on the team.
I think anything is an upgrade from that last roster, because that last roster was never going to work. I think the players, even towards the midpoint of the year, were like, this isn't going to work. Like,
Yeah.
they could never figure out, like, objectives, shot calling, moving around the map at all. Blow it up and start over is kind of like the thing we were all saying, and we were kind of hoping maybe it'd happen a little bit earlier.
They
But
had
hey,
to,
we got
they
it
had
now.
to soup up their roster. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Guys?
it's definitely gonna be better.
Yeah.
I'm just Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully,
It can't be
Kyoshik's-
worse.
It can't be worse.
It's true.
Well, who are you going to get?
It
Because
could be
the
Shanghai
new
Dragons,
guys
you know.
into the league, other than Kanabi coming on in, were Willer and Vincenzo.
Vincenzo is really exciting. I actually think that player is really good.
But Willer's going to be starting probably.
I hope he's not.
Remember
I think-
Willer? We were like, free Willer. Who's this Raptor guy? And then he was my third team. All proof.
Why? Maybe Willer just like
Disappeared
makes
into
the
the
other
BNK
player
PRX.
better by being behind the scenes.
So Vincenzo's
didn't-
gonna get that.
yeah.
jersey.
It did not
Vincenzo's
seem
gonna
to
be
make
great.
Johan or Arthur better on Monolife Esports, but you know.
Oh, my boy Arthur. That's O's talent right there. All right, so let's get into like just a few things because we do have to move on. Nongshim, how do we feel?
I was
who wants to do it?
so excited for Scout coming back to Korea. I did. I was the one. I feel like I should mention this because I was the one
You were
who
the one.
said in Worlds 2023, this guy's the best mid laner at Worlds.
Say you didn't watch enough LPL last year without saying you didn't watch enough LPL last year.
Predicted
LG,
him
man.
for the winning against T1 and that prediction that went down in history, and even the former SK Telecom T1 Wolf player still gets flack for it today, even though he didn't predict that. It was me.
Yeah.
I knew that Scout didn't have the greatest year 2025, but I thought, he's coming back to Korea. He's on a Korean roster. He has incredible mechanics. There were a lot of decision-making errors, I thought, for me in the games I watched of him that I wasn't impressed with. But then he just was kind of mid at LCK Cup. Or sorry, at
he is
Kespa
a
Cup.
mid.
Yeah, I knew someone was going to say it. Thanks, Dan. He just wasn't bad. He had a few games he carried. I think there was this one Talia game you and I cast where
Yeah.
it was like an unwinnable game, and he was like, I will carry this game on Talia so hard, and barely got them across the line. But Lehens is not looking great. And Nongshim were, to me, before Kespa Cup, like the most interesting roster when you look at like the whole not like they're going to win, but like there's so many question marks. Like, could
Taeyun's
this
back?
roster be good?
Yeah.
Taeyun is back. Like, Taeyun had a great year in the LPL. Did not have a great Kespa
Taeyun
Cup at
on
all.
Korean soil is just a different
There's a meme
player.
about Taeyun. You guys know Boo from Mario?
Yeah.
So if you look at Boo, he disappears, right? But if you look away, he appears. There's a Korean meme that when Koreans are watching Taeyun, he doesn't do anything. But when Koreans aren't watching Taeyun, he does a lot. It's the Boo meme. If you're looking at Taeyun, he disappears. But if you're not paying attention, people keep telling you Taeyun's doing well. But you don't watch it. You're like, yeah, I heard he's doing really well. I didn't see that though. He disappeared. We looked at him and he disappeared before our eyes.
Yeah, I was because I was very skeptical of I was one of the people that didn't necessarily think that he was all that good when he was in the LCK. And when he went over and started performing, I was like, maybe I should, like, maybe this is me, I need to put away all of my preconceptions about this player and, just look at that WE Ezreal clip, where he like popped off and like that was really cool. Yeah. And I'll go in with fresh eyes to the Kespa Cup. Never doing that again. I'm just going to go with my gut from now on because like that seems to be the way. It's just wasn't. Really
I just felt like we had to acknowledge Nongshim here.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that like
Teddy's back on Jin Air, guys. And by Jin Air I mean Brion, baby. So that's cool.
we're a 3.5 team region again. All right, let's move on.
Hey, I mean, you never know. You never know. We might have some. We might have some impressive ones. We'll just have to see.
everyone, and welcome to the newly named Chichijik LOL Park at the center of League of Legends esports. It is the LCK with the LCK Cup opening day. I'm Digon, joined by Wolf and Wadid for the 2026 season, and we're so excited to have y'all. Wolf, how you feeling, man? It's a new year.
I'm feeling good. It's 2026. We have such a new setup here, new patch. Lots of players returning from the LPL, some big roster moves. Couldn't really ask for more.
I mean, it was so dark last year because of the Noxian tema, but right now, with the bright color, and you'll also have bright color as well with the new hair, yeah? So I'm good, yeah, it's good to go, yeah?
We're just representing Demacia, the region that we're in, by the way. And very important to cover because there's going to be a lot of changes to the game, a little bit of a lore, as well as how things are going to work out in the 2026 LCK season. It all kicks off with the LCK Cup, where we have two seeds, going to first stand. Then we go into LCK proper with Road to MSI, into MSI being hosted here in Daejeon, Korea, then back to finish off the LCK season into the World Championship. So our LCK Cup overview kicks off with the group battles, then the play-ins, then the playoffs, all culminating to the finals on March 1st. All hard fearless, it's back with some key changes in the cup. No more awkward kind of seeding if you snuck in because your group was the better group. No. If you're the third place team, you still got to go back down to the play-ins and earn it. Will you be able to do that? We'll find out after all those matches. But a lot of those format snafus from last year being fixed. Here are the draft results from Group Baron and Group Elder, starting with our two finalists from the LCK finals last year, Genji and Hanwha. Genji selected T1, Nongshim, DNS, the DN Automotive Supers, by the way, new title for them, and the Bros on Team Elder, Hanwha Life Esports, D+, KT, BNK Fearex, and DRX. Wolf, when you take a look at these groups, what jumps out at you?
I mean, Group Baron is definitely the stronger group. You know, unfortunately, because Hanwha's not as strong as T1 necessarily, it feels like they have the double whammy of having the strongest team in Genji from last year into getting T1, which has massively changed coming into this season, looking great so far based on Kespa Cup. And we had a group of death last year. It's the same this year here in Baron.
I mean, the thing is, you never know. You know who won the last first, I mean, the LCK Cup?
Yeah, it was Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, wasn't exactly sure if that was going to happen at the beginning of it, so we'll see what happens. You know, what else is new? Here on the desk, we have new guests joining us. We'll have our first global analyst guest joining us on Saturday's desk, so you want to stay tuned.
Wait, that's me, no?
Looks a little familiar. Is that?
Yeah, I think that's me.
Are we letting Wadid know now he's just going to be a guest?
Am I a new guest?
Relegated to guest.
Desk guest.
Desk guest. Guest.
Yeah, make sure to stick around for that. We've got a lot of new cool stuff coming your way. Now, new thing across the whole LoL esports landscape is the idea and implementation of the right of first selection.
Yeah, so basically now, instead of choosing blue side or red side, denoting that you're going to be either first pick or the R5 counter pick, you now have the opportunity to choose blue or red instead, and then your opponent will have the opportunity to choose first or second pick or vice versa. So if you choose first pick, what will likely happen, I think this is going to be the most common since it's the way that teams have operated for so long throughout League of Legends. If you pick first pick, for example, the enemy team will likely choose blue side, and you'll have first pick then on red side, which has never been a thing before in League of Legends history. So it changes the dynamic quite significantly, and how it's given is still the same as before. So instead of having side selection, now you have right of first selection if you're the home team during the matchup assignment.
Yeah, we also have to consider that the field list draft is still here. So if you want to do some counter picks in the late game, then I think you have to consider if you want to play blue side for the better natural setup, or do you want to counter pick on the red side.
Yeah, a lot of learnings there. Speaking of more changes for the LCK Cup only here in the first couple of rounds, it'll be coach voice. That's right. Coaches will be able to speak to their team 3 times per match for 45 seconds each time. There are designated coaches in specific rooms where they're watching, per game, excuse me. They're watching their team's vision without the other team's vision, and it's different than
the head coaches who are in a different room that have the regular spectator client.
Yeah, I don't think it's impactful for top tier teams, for example, because they already have a good shot caller, they have great plan. But I think for the lower tier teams, someone has like many rookies, then I think if you are struggling on the decision making, then coaching staff definitely can help during the game. So I think that's going to be really interesting to see that.
All right. Well, now that we've gone through the structure changes, let's take a look at the new faces in new places with roster moves, starting with the coaches. What jumps out at you here, Wolf?
I'm really excited for Ohm coming back to Korea. He's moving from Top Esports to Hanwha Life Esports. He's been a big mainstay coach in the LPL for a really long time. We have some other big changes, you know, with Song moving over to Bro, right? Edo replacing Ryu, went over to Genji. I think that's the coach that most people are talking about right now.
And now for the players, we got many LPL players back to LCK. I'm really surprised for Pace because he's replacing World's Finals MVP AD carry Gumayushi. So I'm not sure if he can actually replace that crown.
Yeah, long time LPL players, Kanavi and Scout returning, and Taeyun, who went there, freshened up, came back. Let's see what he's got. And it's not just them. Ghost, who was most recently playing for Isurus Gaming in LATAM, returns not as a World Championship bot laner, but now as a support. The role swap being made here, Wolf.
Yeah, I think that, you can look at what Core JJ has been able to accomplish with a similar swap barrel as well. We have 2 world champions there. Ghost, on the other hand, a little bit inactive recently, but he has been grinding super hard. A lot of people giving him mad respect. It's been reported that BDD specifically asked for Ghost. He wanted him really badly to be on the team. So we'll see how he does. Expectations for me are a little bit mixed. I think we'll have to see what it looks like on the Rift.
Yeah, from my perspective as a bot laner, I don't think there's any good rookie support players right now. It's really hard to pick up some players. So I feel like this is one of the great choice that you can actually do because he's veteran. He knows a lot for the bot laner. So I think he can be good support.
Yeah, we have Core JJ and Beryl there as examples in the LCK where it's gone well, but there's also some examples where maybe it's still flourishing. We can think of one, maybe Pleta, if we come to the front of our head. Yeah, yeah, that's right. There's a Pleta enjoyer.
Very easy.
He didn't quite get the World Championship yet, but I'm sure Ox is right, and he'll get it one day.
Yeah.
Maybe one day.
All right, so Ghost will make his change here in the LCK Cup. Here's some of those big changes, starting off with Gumayushi. That was the big one that Wadid talked about earlier. Closer, the year of Closer, close the chapter on that, moves on over to the DN Supers. What else do you see here, Wolf?
I mean, for me, I can't believe Ducktom and Peter didn't actually stay with KT. I cannot believe KT couldn't keep them. They were such a huge part of that run to the World's Finals, and now they're on DNS.
Yeah, during the offseason, all the LCK teams were like really proactive, to seek the players. But what happened to Bros, man? I didn't get the news at all, Bro, are you okay? What happened, Digon? Are you happy with this roster? Did you plan to have this roster?
The spirit of Bro lives on, even though the team had to change their whole roster and have 6 players and a substitute mid laner. Figure it out. We get to see it.
Are you still Bro Leaver?
Games. Yes, I'm still a Bro Leaver.
Okay.
Bro Leavers, where are we at, bros? You're in there. We're okay, bro. Let's make sure that we cheer strongly for them here in set number 2 as we take a look at the patch. One of the big things that changed here, role quest. Every role has a mini game to play here, Wolf.
So basically, instead of taking a more heavy-handed approach to lane swaps and trying to punish players who go for a lane swap, Riot has taken the approach to try to reward those who stay in their designated lane. So each and every role has a quest, which gives you a huge bonus when you complete it. So top lane gets additional levels and a teleport for free. Jungle gets smite damage, movement speed, and so on and so forth, right? So this is Riot's approach to making lane swaps not a thing anymore. I think it's the best one we've seen so far, and it's been really fun to play and actually accelerate yourself and hit that spike early.
It's a lot simple. Win lane, and get the quest done, and you're gonna get more gold, more experience. So it's all about the lane priority. It's more about the early game stuff. So I feel like technically you can do the lane swap, but there's so much disadvantage towards that. So I wonder if pro players keeps trying about the lane swap or not.
Yeah, and another one of the biggest changes that you can feel at home, the minion spawning time so early, no more breaks, you go straight into the action. It also means those complicated invades go away here, Wolf.
Yeah, there's a lot less strategy in pro play with the minion time, spawn time. Every choice that you make as a group is a higher cost because the minions spawn so quickly. Home guards also get you back to lane super fast, so we are seeing a few different variables there in terms of summoner spells, for example, but you have much less downtime, much less time spent walking back to lane. You can recall without being punished as hard. And one of the big ones, of course, is the changes to turrets, where every turret has plates, and they also have crystalline overgrowth, so they pop like piñatas. And if you get some time in side lane, you basically just bleed money.
Yeah.
Or the enemy team will bleed money to you over and over and over again.
I mean, especially when you're on the weaker side, back then you couldn't really seize the turret back. But right now, even if you cannot hit the turret, the crystal stack will be there. So if you can have one tempo back, then you can actually seize the turret. So that means you have more spaces to do the rotations.
So Otacon removed as well, feats of strength removed. I love that little note there. Noxian brute force, not welcomed here in Demacia, but you still can get those tier 3 boots if you are a mid laner and get things ahead. Also, objectives changes here as well, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, the big change for the objectives for me, obviously the Baron timer moves back to 20 minutes with no Otacon, but the additional stats, the health and the extra resistances on these dragons, for example, makes team fights around the dragons a lot more impactful. You can kind of go, all right, we're a little late to dragon, but maybe we can actually rush over and get this done and contest, because it's a little bit tougher to take it down or solo it as the jungler.
And then finally, some adjustments in the jungle. Again, Brambleback and Sentinel no longer gain the 30% health when Nashor spawns, and defeating the Brambleback and Sentinel no longer gives the team-wide buff. So that fun of like everyone getting it no longer exists. Now, we went through a lot of points. There's a lot of changes. So let's ask our analysts here what the big points were, starting with what did.
I mean, I just want to see 3 things out of this LCK Cup, because even though I tried so many solo queue games and spectating Champions Queue, I still don't know if the game is actually faster now, because maybe people say this season game feels a lot faster, but in fact it's not, you know. One of the Rioter mentioned that the snowballing have come in and they're not looking any higher than last season, and also the game time is looking slightly longer than the before. So I feel like it's faster because of the home guard change and the crystalline, but it's longer. But is it same for the pro scene? And the second thing is that the bot laner, because they're gonna have more damage on crit, no more lane swap, so that means you have to fight for the early game priority, and also you're gonna have insane value in the late game because you're gonna have one more slot for the items. So again, I think it's all about the bot lane fighting for the early game. And the third one is that, can you win by split push now? Because your top laner is gonna have 2 more levels compared to other players. So that means you can have 1v3, like 1v2 on the side lane, and also you can get more gold because of the crystalline change. And I wanna see if you can do 1-3-1 to win the game.
Wolf?
And I had some thoughts as well moving into this one. And of course, the first is to answer you. Of course, yes, bot is OP again, but how that affects the game, I think it's going to be really interesting to see. Supports, I think, are not going to be able to roam as much as they would like to in the early game, as we've seen so much across the last few years, because it comes at such a heavy cost, not only to their quest, but also their AD carries quest completion. So we're going to see supports locked in that bottom lane. I think junglers are often going to live in the bottom lane, which brings me to the second point. When you're looking for counter picks, if the enemy team has a really strong 2v2 that you feel like you just can't match, would you rather just go for a scaling AD carry pick like a Felios that's going to do really well, even though you're not going to win the quest race? Maybe then you play through top side and you have that side lane pressure to then buy some time for you to scale, because scaling AD carries are incredibly strong right now. And the last thing I want to touch on is summoner spell flexibility. Because of home guards, we're seeing even mid laners able to take, because they have that empowered recall with their quest completion, Ghost on champions like Ryze, for example, for some extra combat power. You know, we're still seeing Unsealed Spellbook on picks like the Alistar and Leona because they're so survivable, so difficult to kill. But you can also go, for example, Ignite or Exhaust or Ghost as a top laner, because yes, the shield is valuable for the upgraded teleport, but you sometimes just want to win lane really hard because of the quest. So you can take Ignite on Rumble, for example. You'll still have teleport later.
We're going to have all of these answers in just a little bit. And speaking of needing answers, that's right. New year, same quiz. It's Dagon's Fact of the Week. Now,
Show me the kiss.
I didn't color my hair blue for nothing. And one of the great things about the LCK Cup, as we found out last year as we went to Noxus, is how lore gets led on into the gameplay. So our quiz today is about lore. And joining us are our 2 competitors that do battle the most. Joining us is Wolf. Hashtag his baby eats solid food now.
That's right.
And his opponent, who had the lowest win rate, I think, out of everyone last year, is Wadid. Hashtag also eat solid food.
Nice. You and Claire would get along.
All right, let's get to the question for our 2 competitors. You at home can play as well. Let us know in the chat what you think. According to the lore of Runeterra, which one of these Demacian leaders died by the hands of Sion? You see, I weaved in Noxus and Demacia in the first great Demacian war. Was it Jarvan the First, Jarvan the Second, Jarvan the Third, or Garen?
I'm gonna have to guess Jarvan the Second because Jarvan the Third's like the current Jarvan. Garen, what? That was a throwaway answer. Jarvan the First is like too long.
I'm going for A. I think it's Jarvan
I'm
first.
going B.
Chat, let us know what you think. The answer is Jarvan the First during the first Demacian War, and in 2026, Wadid has a 100% win rate.
Oh no, I have a 0% win rate now.
Yeah. Jarvan the Second.
How could I have known?
Jarvan the Second died peacefully during his reign as King of Demacia. Jarvan the Third was assassinated by Catalina.
Sion's old.
Yeah, Sion's old. Let's take a look at the schedule for our matches here in the first week of the LCK Cup. It all kicks off today with the DN Automotive Supers up against the world finalist KT Rolster. Then the Bros make their debut up against D+ Kia. And if you look later on Friday, it's the marquee match of the week for both Wolf, Wadid, and anyone else who cared about trades. It's T1 versus Honda Life Esports.
This rivalry has been brewing for over a year for T1 and HLE. There was the Zeus debacle and that one series that decided their fate in LCK Cup last year. Now, they just faced off against each other in the Kespa Cup finals. T1 was able to take the crown there, but it's a really hype matchup. Easily the match of the week.
Yeah.
Here's our predictions, and we've got 2 super believers.
Wait.
It's Wadid and new guest in all caps. Also, new guest in all caps is a double super.
Wait, who's the new guest, man? Like, I thought I'm the only one who believes in DNS. But I guess he also picked up DNS, and also he picked DNS over DK as well.
It looks
That's
like
crazy.
The new guest might just be Wadid's alter
No,
ego.
maybe he's getting sponsored by DNS. Who knows? You know.
All right, and we've got it all set up for you here in the 2026 LCK Cup. We're so excited to have you on the call for today's matches. It's Brendan Valdez and Daniel Ox Harrison. We will see you after this short match number 1. We're so excited to have you, and we're gonna learn along with you. So make sure you're in the chat, make sure you follow along, and welcome to the 2026 LCK Cup.
e스포츠 화이팅!
퍼펙트 에이밍 KT 롤스터 화이팅! KT 롤스터 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to the LCK Cup for 2026. We got the DN Supers up against KT Rolster for the first match of the Cup. We're here at the TTT Lal Park, and I am, of course, Valdez, joined by Ox. It's a new year. It's a new us. Actually, we're exactly the same. How are you doing, Ox?
I'm doing great. I'm excited as well. I feel like we obviously have so many stages of the year. A lot of fun. You know, a lot of people love Worlds and everything, but I love the start of the year when we have new rosters, new patch, new season, a lot of exciting things to get our teeth sunk into.
There's a lot of changes. We obviously did have these season opener events that you were able to do with Atlas and Wolf, and we got to see a little bit of that. But now we're really getting into the nitty-gritty of the professional matches where our teams are going to go head-to-head. You're trying to get as many wins as possible. You want to have a really good score line, and it's all serious business essentially from here on out. As the DN Supers, they have changed their name to the Supers. And, of course, they've got closer Duckdom and Peter, the bottom lane from KT, going up against KT.
And obviously, last year, this team really struggled. And I think looking at the players they picked up, Closer, who had a pretty strong last year performance, and the bot lane making it to World Finals, and now coming to this team, I'd say big upgrades and looking to really improve on that performance they had last year. And for the bot lane, going up against their old team.
Yeah, and this team, KT Rolster, obviously, as was mentioned on our pre-show, making it all the way to the World's Finals. And BDD is back with Cuz and Perfect, but now Aiming and Ghost and Palu are going to be joining them here on the new roster for KT Rolster for 2026. Not really sure exactly what to expect from this team. I do feel like, I kind of echo what Wolf was saying on the pre-show, where it's like, okay, you got Duckdom, you got Peter, they did fantastically for your run at Worlds and for All 2026, but now they're gone. So I don't really know what to expect from the new bot lane.
Yeah, it's obviously going to be a change, going to be a dynamic they have to get used to. BDD and Cuz were obviously monstrous for this team, but I think the bot lane, Duckdom in particular, put on some massive performances in playoffs, in Worlds as well, to help them get to this point. Aiming, obviously a player who has played on KT before, has played with BDD and Cuz before. But yeah, Duckdom was really putting in some massive pop-off performances to get them so deep at the biggest tournament of last year.
Yeah, and you'll notice here that Life is going to be starting, actually, to go alongside of Duckdom, which is pretty interesting because, it was Duckdom Peter the whole way for KT Rolster. I mean, not the entire way, because they actually did have some swaps at the beginning of 2025 when things weren't necessarily going so well. But towards the end, it really was that duo of Duckdom and Peter that were putting 2 and 2 together, or 1 and 1 together in the bottom lane to get a lot done for the team. But Life coming back after kind of a weak performance last year. I'm very curious to see how he's improved coming into this year.
Yeah, I definitely think there were some matches towards the end where Life was coming in and putting up some strong performances where they were able to get game wins on the back of him, but it's still, there's concerns, right? Because 3/5 of the players we see on that side, we're part of that team who really underperformed, and it was clear something wasn't working. They've changed things, they've adjusted, we expected that to eventually happen, and the hope is with the time off, with the changes, it's likely they will definitely do better, but KT are a hard first opponent, so I think not favored in this matchup, but we want to see some life out of them, a strong first performance to set the standard for the rest of the year.
Yeah, that's really all you can ask for. I mean, it's always fun to enter a new year and try to figure out how good the teams are going to do this year just based off of their early performances, which is always fun. On Pog State, we do overreactions after first week and stuff like this, but yeah, it can set the tone, or it can mean, not too much if the team totally changes over the course of the year.
Also, it's a great opportunity to pick up some early wins, right? We saw some teams do really well at the start of the year. You remember Bro took down Gen G last LCK Cup.
Yeah.
D+ had that phenomenal run at the start of the LCK Cup. We often talk about how in a new patch that can be a great chance to take down strong teams. This is a whole new season, so if you have a good read, if you've picked up and learned what is better on the patch early on, then this is a prime opportunity to maybe catch a win against an opponent who's been a little bit slower to adjust to the new season.
Yeah, the new seasons, the early patches are generally not as balanced, you could say, as some of the later patches where, you know, we figure which things are very OP out. We figure that out very quickly, and we get that patched out within the first couple of patches. But we're on 26.1, so, you know, there are some things that are certainly OP, and also I'm expecting to see stuff that certain teams have figured out within their own organizations that they might bring out as kind of a cool thing we haven't seen so far tonight.
Also, this is a really big change in terms of the systems of the game, right? Because obviously every year we get like a new season, but I think this is the biggest new season we've had for quite a few years, and a lot of the game has changed. A lot is going to have to be learned from that. If you've sort of read the game a bit better, that can make a big difference. But also, you know, right now it was talked about in the pre-show, and it's something I kind of agree with, is that like bot lane seems to be the lane to play around. But what if that's a wrong read? It might be. You know, we might discover that as we go along, and a team who's ahead of that and thinks actually this is the right way to play the game could have that edge. So always interested to see what each team's individual takes, and also how they apply that to their roster, because obviously it really depends what roster you're working with. I imagine a team like KT with aiming on the roster will love to play around bot lane. Whether or not it is the meta, he is a player who definitely wants those resources.
He is the Gold King for a reason. And yeah, also, you know, we have changes in League of Legends themselves, but also some new changes here at the LCK. And this is the perfect timing to talk about it, because we have first selection is actually what it's being called now. And so KT decide with first selection, as they're the home team tonight, they are going to go for first pick. And so the DN Supers will go for blue side. This is very much what we expected to happen, Ox.
We've talked about this a bit, and we kind of expect the outcome is going to be the team who gets the choice will take that first choice in terms of picks, which we're going to see displayed. It's going to be weird seeing this for the first time, where KT are on the right, but they have that first pick. And then the counterpoint will be DN Freaks taking blue side. But I imagine maybe 90+%, early to say, but 90+% of our side selection scenarios might just end up going like this.
I'm very curious as well, coming into the new year and with all the changes, how much does our meta really change right away? Because we saw even, you know, Team Mid tryharding over at the season opener, and they were kind of just going for comps that looked very much like the games we were playing last year or years before.
You see, Brandon, this is the LCK. And in the LCK, some things never change as you see the Azir ban come through.
Yeah.
Some things are just ironclad. But to be fair, playing into BDD, the Azir ban makes sense. Jace ban as well. That was something that kind of came in after Worlds, but before the new season, we saw a lot of top laners getting changes to make them viable in the jungle. You know, Jace, Ambessa, Malphite, Aatrox all got buffs to make them playable in the jungle. So even though you'd expect Jace ban coming through is towards top lane, probably more likely to be a jungle ban with that one coming out.
We also have the Silas ban here, kind of targeting closer, I would imagine.
But also that, you know, we've seen a lot of Silas bans when you want to prioritize Malphite. So we are just going to get that first pick Malphite. Expect to see it in the jungle. And with the Silas taken away, obviously Silas into Malphite is phenomenal because he stacks armor, but also just stealing that ult. One of the best ults in the game. Give it AP behind it as well, and you're extremely strong.
Yeah, makes sense. We did see Zaheen there for just a moment. And certainly the Rumble was pretty popular all of last year, and also even at the season opener. We also have Wukong and Rumble Wukong.
Rumble Wukong, wow.
I don't think we've ever seen that combo off.
Interesting.
This is our first time.
Yeah, we obviously talked a ton about Sundered Sky. It did get changed a little bit. The crit got reduced, so it's not a full crit anymore, but it's still Sundered Sky. Definitely feels like the DN Supers going for a bit of the old, and KT roster going for a bit of the new. Yunara coming in, obviously a pick that we did see before, but really benefited the new Fiend Hunter Bolts, an item we've seen played a lot with her. And Talia coming in for BDD. And DN Supers, they are fully...
And we also saw BDD playing a ton of Talia, especially when the Azir was getting banned all the time, as it always does. So definitely has been a very big comfort pick for him, so not necessarily the most new thing there, but excited to see the Malphite in action here in Pro, as the Ambessa going to be immediately banned away here.
Yeah, I think in this situation, Dudu's obviously taking that Rumble, trying to give him as good a matchup as possible and give him strength there. Also, finding picks that can synergize with the Wukong. Rakan is something, Rakan Wukong has been terrifyingly strong, and playing into the Yunara would be good. That being said, Rakan into Talia, not the most fun matchup, but we have kind of seen some of those compositions, the Broom compositions, where you have so many dashes, you just clean up the rocks, could have ended up like that, but Nautilus then comes through as a ban. Surprisingly, haven't seen any look-ins towards Braum. We've seen kind of in the Champions queue, Braum being like perma-banned because of how much he synergizes with the new support I am the Bandle pipe. So not really a look-in at all. Maybe team's not super comfortable blinding it. But the Corki is going to come through the DN Supers, a pick that Dr. had a lot of success on last year, which I feel like for the DN Sup draft, last year, that's what we've been saying. A lot of last year looks from what they've picked up.
Really no surprises at all from them, kind of just, looking at their old homework and bringing it back in. Alistair, looks like he's going to get a look here for Palu. Was always a strong pick for Palu, and it's going alongside of the Yunara. Definitely good for trying to disengage against Ahri and Wukong, especially as Cassante just going to be the pick here into the Rumble.
Yeah, so now with 3 tanks and 2 damage threats, a lot of emphasis really put onto aiming and BDD. Aiming in particular, you are the hyper carry in this composition. If you get exploded, if you go down, you're really going to be running out of damage quite quickly, potentially, in this composition. So, end up going for the Pantheon support, something we did see show up. Often something that could be picked later in Fearless. I remember Delight coming out with this when things are banned away, but going for it very early on. And wanting to have some of that early pressure. But I think maybe emphasizing the fact that they want to shut down aiming. If he falls behind in this game, KT's composition is going to struggle a bit in terms of damage. But that being said, they have an insane front line, an insane level of engage, and a hyper carry who can really take over games if she's allowed to fight freely.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this, to be honest, I do feel like KT Rolster, they've gone for a comp we've seen many times in the past in terms of its identity, where you kind of have the hyper carry and a lot of protection for it, but with a little bit of new sprinkled in with the jungle Malphite. Whereas on the side of DN Supers, it kind of just feels like, 2025 or even 2024. I don't know what year their comp is from, but we've seen it so many times.
Every year.
It doesn't really inspire a lot of interest, let's say. It can definitely work, right? The comp was strong for a very long time for a reason, but it does feel like KT have kind of done their homework a little bit more.
There's something to be said that, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but it does feel like, is this going to give them the power they need in this new patch? I think Quick Corki definitely being solid. We'll see.
We'll see. And with that, we have the first match and the first game here as the minions have spawned. And, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. So the minions do spawn much quicker now if you haven't played at all or haven't looked at the changes.
Yeah, less time for level 1 shenanigans. I've definitely been caught out by this. You're trying to do like a little cheeky invade. And you're like, I'm late to lane. I'm really late to lane. Oh, we've missed waves. Pace of the game much faster at the start, which is kind of what was talked about in the space. We was saying the game feels faster, even if the game time in solo queue actually seems to be longer overall. Things are happening faster, as the game time progresses, we have faster minion waves, your first wave is sooner, so it feels a bit more non-stop, even if the overall time of the game is a bit longer. You can see this early pressure coming out from the DN Supers bot lane, doing a really good job so far.
Yeah, not a big surprise. That was kind of a surprise. BDD took a turret shot to the face. Not sure exactly how he calculated that one. But yeah, I mean, Pantheon's poke at level 1 is going to be much better than the Alistair. And of course, Corki can be very obnoxious, especially into level 1. As much pressure as possible.
Yunara's laning as well. It's very much about stacking up your passive and empowering your autos. That's how you can effectively trade. If you can't touch the wave, you can't trade effectively, especially into a Corki who is such good burst trades. So Life and Doctor, I'm really putting the pain on so far in this 2v2, and aiming and Polu just kind of on the back foot. Also to note, Life has gone for Ignite into Polu's heal, so that heal going to have a lot less effectiveness if it's timed right and you get the Ignite down first. We often see the heal burn early to try to mitigate trade pressure, but if you can go for engage, get the Ignite down, reduce that healing, the all-in pressure is going to be very severe.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty annoying and something for them to deal with. Trying to get that first plate, which you can get very quickly on this patch.
That's
Duckdom
another
getting
thing
close.
to mention. So visually, this looks very different to what we had before, but it's actually just before more resistances were gained as the tower got lower. Now they've just traded the resistances for health. So visually, you can see clearly how tanky each plate is, but they're just as tanky as they were before. It's just a better visual indicator that the further you get down the tower, the tankier the plates were anyway. But you are right, it's very easy to get that first plate, especially if the crystalline overgrowth has started to stack up.
Now, Pyojik going to be spotted here. The jungler's not really getting into too much just yet,
this is
but
rough.
we do have the setup here for aiming. Palu is going to get back on time, it looks like, but aiming is very low. He's got heal, barrier, and flash. And can he escape this gank? This dive is the question. Stun comes in, the damage is there from Duckdom, and that is going to be first blood going over to Pyojik. Duckdom taking a lot of damage, but he gets out with the Valkyrie, and Palu not able to keep them around for very long, as no seismic shove even going to be utilized here by BDD, and that's a clean dive.
And you get massive value from this, because not only do you get the kill, you get those two summoners in the barrier and the heal, but BDD teleports down, and something with the role quest is that you get way more value for doing things in your own lane, you know, whether you're CSing or just spending time in your own lane, so BDD kind of wasting his TP and time coming down to the bot lane. The heal is early, because they know the enemy team has Ignite, but with that low HP, there's just not enough to be done, and Duckdom has the aggro, just slides out again, and it means those two members in Pyojik and Life who are deeper, they don't even end up low on HP, so there's really no recourse for KT.
Yeah, and Palu's just there trying his best to keep them around for BDD, but he only has one combo as a level 2 Alistair, so couldn't even add an extra stun on top of that. So just a very nice plan there from the side of the Supers to get them started and to really make things rough for aiming here early on in this game, and to hopefully delay his quest as well. By getting him out of lane, not allowing him to CS as much, etc. As this Pantheon pick looking pretty good so far, as the, do we call it the R5? We don't, because the Supers are on the blue side. But as the last pick, in this case, the B5, with our new first selection setup here, has been working well for them. As now, a little bit of a flash coming in, the wall's coming down. Life does not have his own flash, as it is going to be a dodge on the seismic shove, but Life stuck between the wall and the rest of KT, not able to get away, and that's a kill for KT.
Bit too many members, bit too much damage, and that Pantheon is very squishy after his E has gone down to mitigate the damage. So good setup there from KT. BDD going for a decent roam. Is able to come out successful. So you see here, able to find the wall to cut them off, and knowing that there's no flash, Palu goes for the flash pulverize into headbutt. And they try to go for two there, but Duckdom with a nice little dodge away. He still had sums after as well. So he was fairly comfortable, regardless of how that seemed a little bit close.
Yeah, he was fine. His lane partner, not so much. We did just see Dudu have to flash in the live cam that we had there during that replay. So perfect with this Cassante as the counter pick for the Rumble, at least in terms of pick order. Working pretty well for him so far. Picked the early Megatron cloak up.
And despite that early pressure we saw, aiming is still pretty close in terms of farm, and they have 1 assist each. You know, takedowns contribute towards the quest. Farm,
yeah, right as the Pantheon leaves here, a bit of a trade, nicely done. Cuz, though, very low on mana. Trying to do the dragon by himself will be denied.
A little risky, pre-6 especially from the Malphite, so he will be forced away. But as I was saying, you know, the farm, so each quest for the laners, farm contributes towards your quest, but for bot lane it's even more so. You get extra weighting, so the fact that aiming's roughly keeping up, despite that early pressure, is really positive for KT. Dragon will be picked up there by the DN Supers, and Cuz is forced away. But honestly, you know, with Malphite, you just want to be hitting your level 6, which has now been achieved by Cuz. So that ult being available, a massive point of power for him.
Yeah, it's certainly going to help him out quite a bit, as Perfect coming down, making sure that this Scuttle Crab is going to go over to his jungler eventually. Yeah, comes with the smite there. And yeah, just looking good in the top lane for Perfect. The mid lane has been very even with BDD roaming a couple of times, once with the teleport, once with the wall, and still able to maintain a slight CS lead here.
Yeah, haven't seen any quests come through yet. You can see with the new UI at the top, just below the team names, it has all the quests. We saw this when we had the opening...
Season opener?
Season opener, yeah.
Season opening event?
Season opening event.
SOE?
Yes, thank you, Brendan. But whenever
I wasn't
any of the
even there,
quests
but you were.
Whenever any of the quests are completed, it will notify you there. So easy to keep tabs on. But so far, no one has quite completed theirs. Junglers still got a fair few more camps to go.
Yeah.
But obviously, I think some of them you like immediately get that big spike. Some of them takes a bit longer to really feel the rewards.
See, the first completed item is going to be the Zeke's Herald's here for Cuz.
Zeke's Convergence?
Yes, Convergence, sorry.
Yeah.
Living in the past. And,
they changed this item.
They did. It used to be kind of a joke between us, but now...
Well, they added ultimate haste to it, importantly. And he's also gone the domination tree. So sometimes we see Malphite popular in solo queue, you go press the attack. But he's gone electrocute, which, I mean, essentially it's 3 hits, right? Similar. But it does mean he'll undoubtedly have ultimate hunter. You get the ultimate haste from the Zeeks as well. His ult's going to be in a pretty low cooldown. It's not, like, crazy low, like you're going to use it twice in a fight, but definitely means he'll have it more freely available. But it also means that Frost Storm, immediately proccing after you ult, going to be a lot of damage represented.
Yeah, definitely feels good on a champion like Malphite. One that's certainly very reliable, or very much relies on his ult, I should say.
Yeah.
And going to be seeing that on probably more junglers as we do get them across, especially
and it's also
Fearless.
Just, you know, players in different roles abusing cheap support items.
Yep.
You know, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yep. As Pioshik's doing the grubs here, we do have Cuz and BDD on the way. The charm's going to miss already, so I'm not sure how much longer Pioshik can stick around. As Little Smite did come in, as there is the engage. Pioshik going in on a BDD, though, who is going to flash the wall. Not going to get away, though, as Pioshik picks up that first kill. And now Cuz in a lot of trouble. Double kill for Pioshik. Already up to 3 kills on this Wukong in this game. And the fight goes very much awry for KT. The Supers are on top.
This is one thing, right? It was a first pick Malphite, and I honestly feel like with the champions on the DN Supers, there's not that many champs that are easy to connect with, and look how well Pioshik plays this. As soon as the ult comes in, he dashes forward onto BDD. Yes, the Unraveled Earth stuns him, but it doesn't matter because he has Closer there for the follow-up. They delete the Talia. Cuz doesn't have the damage to even get a single kill without that Talia follow-up, and Perfect, who joined late, he just has to walk away.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit rushed from the side of KT. They're like, okay, we can blow up one target. We've got Malphite Talia. We have, you know, essentially what should be very reliable CC to set up the Talia. But as you mentioned, it was totally dodged by the Wukong. And so you don't have a safe Talia. You don't have the Talia damage on top. And and they didn't have the Cassante either. It was like they went way too early. So I think KT very overconfident there.
They were just expecting Pioshik to crumble. And he really stepped up there. Now 3-0, and the Wukong is a great spot to be in. And it is concerning, because if you start to get a lot of Fed members in the DN Supers and KT is just a lot of tanks, aiming really needs to not only thrive, but survive in these fights. Because, you know, Cuz, if he ults Pioshik, he's not going to be able to 100-0 him later in the game. And really, Docdam's also a bit of a trickier target to pin down with that Valkyrie, so...
We got the ult this time on a Pioshik, who is trying to go forward, actually, but the CC chain is very much going to deny that, as Palu does pick up the kill, unfortunately, but still, things looking good in the fight here for the side of KT. The charm is going to miss on the wall. BDD totally fine. Bit of damage comes in, gets the knockup back into Palu, who picks up the second kill. Kind of unfortunate there, but still, KT pick up 2 kills in the trade.
Yeah, not ideal for the gold locations, but still great plays coming out from KT. The setups there, the CC, the bounce house with the follow-up from BDD allows them to equalize in terms of the overall kill score. Not going to go for anything more now. And remember, with Home Guards, it's very quick for the DN Supers to get back on the map. We do start having the support quests coming in for both teams. Top quest completed for Dudu right now. And we'll see. This one's starting off contesting Vision here. And Pioshik down flash at this point. And then here he W'd in. And that's the point Cuz knows, right. You don't have flash from the previous fight. You just W'd. Now I know I can hit you 100%. And again, it's unfortunate Paulo got the gold for that one.
Yeah.
But still a pretty big hiccup for the team overall.
Yeah, the gold for both of them. As you can see, that Cuz nearly got his ult back. So at the end of the day, you know, he used it in the last fight. Hasn't really gotten to any skirmishes since then.
I remember if this is so it's early. He's only like a level 6 ultimate, not like a level 11 ultimate. And he doesn't have like full Ultimate Hunter stacks yet.
Yeah. It's going to get pretty insane as Duck Dom taking a bunch of damage, aiming, looking good there. Palu thinking about it, but don't know exactly where life is. Well, now they seem to have an idea with that ward coming out. And yeah, you were talking about the quests. 4 out of 5 already done here for the DN Supers, whereas KT only have that support quest done so far, so...
I saw the icon above aiming. I thought his was done, but it appears not.
Maybe it's a little bit delayed. We'll have to wait and see here on the new patch. A lot of changes. So we'll try to get confirmation of that for you guys.
I mean, his boots are still in his inventory, so I guess not. I don't know.
Maybe you're just seeing things off.
Yeah, still coming to terms, a lot of new changes. What we can say is DN Supers have a lot of quests done. Although some of them aren't really benefiting. Like, Closer's finished his quest, but he's still got the regular boots. So not fully benefiting from that yet.
Yeah. We don't have any big smite fights happening at this point in the game either, so the fact that Pioche got there a little bit earlier, not going to be the biggest of deals, although that extra movement speed is quite nice. You know, you're farming the jungle much faster, you're getting around everywhere much faster, so maybe it can help with a little bit of tempo.
The fact that, you know, we see a lot of junglers go in the blue smite plus the percentage movement speed that you get just means you're zooming around the map. Hard to pin down as well, unless you're really out of position. Movement speed, definitely a stat I put a lot of stock in.
Yeah, it's a good one. We do have Infernal Rifts, Infernal Soul for this game, so 2 dragons already going over to DNS, and KT will look to try to stack those, especially with the couple more kills going their way. They've been able to make it a bit more even, and maybe they can fight in the next big team fight over there. Still looking for more quests of theirs to be done. As it's still... Okay, and there's the one for aiming. Just finished it.
Okay, now... Okay.
All right, now they're coming in.
I was seeing things. That's what we've confirmed.
You were seeing things. Not the first time. And Duck Dom hasn't finished his, so kind of the odd one out here for the side of DNS. And BDD out of the lane for quite a while and did die in one of those fights. Now we got a one-on-one here as Dudu going to be forced to flash again.
Wait, okay, you're going to say that I was definitely seeing things. I definitely saw Duck Dom have the icon above his head. 100%.
All right, was Ox seeing things?
And his boots are also in the side slot, right? Am I going crazy? I might be going crazy.
Let's take a look.
I need the scoreboard to come back
crazy,
up.
Yeah.
I need the scoreboard to come back up. This is...
You definitely weren't crazy before. Oh, we got a little gank coming in. BD. He's just going to flash away from that one.
Okay, flash burnt, nice.
Yeah.
I feel like the Pantheon ult not super high value, so it's kind of okay. Now KT have all their quests.
And Ox definitely saw that Duck Dom's was done. And, you know, he's getting engaged on pretty quickly here underneath the turret as he gets stunned once again. The damage coming out from the Malphite and the Zeke's Cuz just going on in. At least he does get the kill, but eventually does go down as Paulo in a bunch of trouble himself.
Nice.
Can't get away from Closer Zari. Very comfortable on this champ, and so DNS able to convert very well on that play.
Okay, I assume... from the fact that we've retained
a little bit of...
I'm not crazy, Brendan.
He's not crazy.
I'm not crazy.
We don't have like full confirmation, but we'll have to wait and see. Nice little knockback there, but Closer's just
I just
fine.
want you to say I'm not crazy, Brendan.
I can neither confirm or deny that based on my experiences with
I think at this point in the game, I'm going to assume that everyone has completed their quest, right? We can see in the mid lane, tier 3 boots, we know the junglers have. The bot laners, the boots have vanished. The supports have done theirs. The top laners, who cares about top lane anyway? Let's be real.
I mean, they either have it or they don't. It's 50-50. It doesn't really...
They definitely will have by this point. They definitely will have. So that's, you know, when we're at that point where it's like, oh, they could have or they could not, it's very close.
Yeah.
At this point, they definitely do. This was a lot committed on the Duck Dom, and there was some nice peel from Pioche that kind of meant Cuz had to die. And then there was some decent cleanup in return, right? The Ahri getting the ult value just to chase down the Alistar. So a lot committed, and even if they got the kill, they weren't really getting out, but weren't really able to do much. on the back of it. And no, but he's done his quest. Look, it's in the extra slot. He's done his quest.
Okay, well,
it's lying to me.
It is lying.
I'm not crazy.
You're not crazy
or at least
anymore.
Yeah. It's completed.
Yeah, it's completed. You got the confirmation.
If he hadn't completed it at 17:30, he'd have other issues. Let's be real.
Be very far behind in gold. Now he is still behind in gold by 600. But the rest of the team is doing very well.
Oh, it's updated. There we go.
There you go. Okay.
There we go. Nice. It's day one. You know.
It is stable.
We're learning.
It's good.
We're growing.
We are. Yeah. And we'll see which one of these teams is going to grow their stack of dragons. KT don't really have a stack just yet, but they're hoping to get one here on this Infernal with the Infernal Soul coming in. Does feel like both of these teams vying pretty heavily for this dragon. Don't want to give DNS Soul Point this early on. And apparently KT activated Coach Voice. We just got that update here. So you can actually see that in the bottom left corner as Dudu in a lot of trouble. He's not been doing well in this one as now the fight is breaking up. Paulo's already down, but look at that. The 80 carry of DNS is gone, but BDD in the thick of it. He's going to go down, but Aiming still untouched. Only has Cuz as a front line, and immediately they turn onto him, and Aiming goes down. Pyosik and Closer putting 2-2 together and just looking amazing here so far in these team fights. KT took a big fight to DNS and they lost it big time. By the way, Dudu also won the 1v1.
Yeah.
Top lane, it's an ace at 19 minutes into the game.
Looks like the Coach Voice didn't really help out in that situation.
Not the best timing, no.
Yeah. Big win for the DN Supers, honestly. Coming out huge in that one. Massive team fight win in the bot side as well as get that solo kill top lane. And it was a very sporadic fight here. I think, you know, the engage starts to come in, and they do find Dr. early on, but it's just the follow-up once you start getting the resets, because you're trading members, resets are coming in for Closer, your only damage threat is Aiming. The stun from Live comes in to set them up. And again, even without the Corki, you still have so much damage in this composition. And here we're seeing this 1v1 on the top side. Oh, the equalizer value is so huge. He's just sitting on it. He's sitting on it.
I mean, if he hits the Q, I guess he wins, but eventually he doesn't.
Guy, don't sit on the equalizer. That is the lesson here.
Yeah, he didn't have to do that, but I think the idea was, okay, I'm gonna just try to kill him as fast as possible. I have enough health, I can tank it. As we know now, that's obviously not the case.
He was like, I'm that guy, I'm built different. These flames don't hurt me. They do.
I mean, he did stack a ton of MR, and he was doing well in the lane, but he wasn't ahead on golds.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I guess Perfect kind of just misjudging that one. And Dudu showing that the veterancy...
A less than perfect play.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is,
hey,
I guess.
This is a big lead for the DN Soup.
It's pretty huge.
DN Supers, right? Big lead, big advantage. In a matchup where pretty heavily we expected KT to be favored. And yes, it's day one. Yes, you know, there's... Oh, the quest is gone again. Oh, no, it's back.
Okay, it's back. Every time we call it out, it disappears.
Oh, KT looking for something here.
Yeah, I mean, their wombo combo's great, right? But instead, they're going to get engaged on as Aiming in a bunch of trouble. No real follow-up, but Aiming is so low, and now Life is coming on in, and Aiming, there's nothing he can do except run. Cuz also only just running away, not really able to set anything up. So much for that wombo combo I was talking about. That's Cuz in a lot of trouble. The Charm is going to hit here on Apollo. Nice double knockup at least, but they don't really have that much damage without their Yunara. And eventually Cuz is going to go down. Perfect finally gets here, and BDD is still pretty healthy. But eventually, I think they're just too far ahead, and DNS will close out the fight in their favor.
I feel like KT lucky for Aiming to even get out of that situation, but the problem is he is just zoned so heavily from this Wukong. This is so much of your sustained damage, and he just doesn't get to play the game. Pyosik goes, you know what, I'm just going to send it. Aiming's on the front line, commits to it, gets so much damage down, and even though the peel from Polo is great, you're not saving the fight. You're saving your AD carry who can no longer fight, and you're trapped in a situation where, unfortunately, you're not able to escape. They do kind of manage to turn it around a little bit. They get a kill on a Life in return, but it's still never favorable for KT. My only consolation is that it could have been worse, which is not really what you want to say after a fight.
Yeah. Could have been much worse. It did feel like, you know, if a couple things came together and they were able to get a you know, a bit more momentum early on in that fight, maybe kill aiming straight out and then follow up from there. Could have been good, but instead...
Well, Closer knows all about the bromentum.
He is a bro talent of, you know, some year, of 1 year, I guess. You know, he's got that at least a little bit under his belt. I don't know how official it is, but still counts, I guess. And 14 stacks on the Magi's already,
So
especially on Ari.
Palu, though. Palu's a bro talent, too.
Yeah, he is.
So, who does Degon support at this matchup?
You're right.
Who's Degon choosing?
You know, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tough one to answer.
Probably a matter of preference for the player, or maybe just the role.
Don't make him choose between the bros.
You know, Degon is an 80 carry player. Very fitting. You know, I feel like that makes a lot of sense for Degon and his personality. I feel like maybe he would support the support in this case. You know, go with KT. I believe he also did predict KT, as did I, and you.
Yeah.
As of right now, those predictions not looking so good. And it's surprised new guest and Wadid, who did go for the DNS.
So Wadid and Wadid we haven't unlocked yet, apparently, according to the space.
It's like Mario and Luigi. I don't know, it's just... Oh, man. I'm excited to introduce our new guest on Saturday to you guys. I will actually be on the desk as well.
Wow.
Alongside of new guest.
Oh, TP coming in. They are committing heavily. This is Soul for the DN Supers. If they can secure this, Infernal Soul would be massive here. You think how close Kyoshik was to blowing up aiming in the last fight, add a bit of extra Infernal damage, and he would just be dead. So, KT trying to find a way to navigate this, afraid of this choke point, and you can see why with the Rumble there.
Yeah, I feel like this is a good opportunity for DNS to shake off the rust from last year and show us they can do team fights much better. As of now, though, Life is going to be taking a huge amount of damage, gets pulled back and immediately goes down, but the Infernal Soul does go over to DNS, so
yeah,
a lot of space made by Life, you could say, and a big commitment from KT onto him, and so they just lose the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, you got the Pantheon support, not that big of a pickup overall, and the Malphite ult got 0 value, and this is kind of one of the things where, you know, we talked about the DN Supers, their composition kind of being a comp we would have seen last year, we've seen previously, but it works well in the Malphite because there's not that many easy targets. Everyone has mobility. He goes for Closer. Closer just ults away, not even having to flash the ult, and suddenly your best engage tool is gone. Perfect grabs Pantheon, cool. Then what? You lose the Soul, you're just watching them. Not really a good pickup for KT, and DN Supers now with Soul in hand, still 5,000, nearly 6,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, and as I was saying right before that fight broke out, we saw a lot of the issues from DN last year, where it really came from their inability to team fight and to play together as a team. Obviously, there have been some roster changes, and it is a new year, a fresh feeling coming into 2026. And I really hope that they kind of cleared up all those issues because they had tons of talent last year, but unfortunately, they really couldn't show it off all too well.
It felt like last year, the roster, it was some of the worst performances we've seen from a lot of these players in their whole career, and it felt like the team was worse than the sum of their parts. That's why it was so surprising, right?
Yeah.
We've seen teams struggle in the LCK before, it's nothing new, but our expectations were a lot higher at the start of the year than what came to be, especially considering how rough it was, how they went long periods winless, and, you know, it's hard to pin down exactly whose fault. I wouldn't say it was any individual's fault. It just really felt like the team wasn't working. And the fact that they still have 3 of those players with the new mid, new AD carry, things looking a lot better right now. Closer, though, in trouble with KT collapsing.
Yeah, he is Ari, but they've really done their work trying to corral this guy. As Life comes in, though, pretty early on, as Life will essentially die for the sins of Closer. Although I'm not sure if he really had to.
Yeah, Life's like,
an angle to
Life's like, I'll
right.
die for you, and Closer's like, bro, I'm out like a minute ago.
I'm Ari, level 16 with Flash.
Yeah.
I think I can handle this.
Well, he's just getting stuck in. We love to see it.
Yeah.
But now KT has a bit of position around the Baron area, but are they going to be able to go for it?
That was
he ulted.
Yeah, it was
he ulted and flashed.
It was a flash ult from Cuz that essentially just got the flash out of Pyoshik. So trading flashes there, tons of poke coming down onto aiming here with the equalizer.
Is that enough to stop Baron? Cuz has no flash or ult, so him getting in the pit is really difficult. I think you could just stop Baron here, honestly, if I'm the DN Supers, and
yep, there you go.
Feel the same way.
Yeah, I didn't see the coach voice thing come through, but
Now Cuz has to walk around, which puts him at massive threat of being charmed or CC'd.
Yeah, Life is trying his best to zone him away. Not really doing all too well, though. Cuz does have access to the pin, and now the engage goes in onto the Ahri. Closer does get away. Palu extremely low, as is Perfect, and the damage is coming in. Only the clone in a bit of danger as Dudu picks up that first kill. Cuz and Aiming and Perfect all on their last sliver of health as the flash comes through.
There's a reset.
Closer gets the one, is still on the chase here. As BDD by himself, 1v3, not looking so good. He has another equalizer here. Dudu gets that back, uses it again, and picks up another kill, and KT are totally routed.
Oh, the stun!
Oh, that was so close. Could have been another kill on top of it. Instead, DNS say, well, a very extended fight, but now we're going to take the Baron.
Yeah, once again, I'm in a situation where I'm like, this could have been worse for KT. It really looked like they were going to get clean aced in this situation, but it's still incredibly bad. And the DN Supers, the engage comes on a closer, but the peel is there. He's able to move backwards. Aiming's not able to get that much damage. A lot of time hitting the clone, can't move forwards. And then this damage that comes out from Dudu and closer is so threatening. And honestly, the point I was making is look at these low health bars. I thought this was going to be a clean ace, and they managed to just about get a couple of members out with Perfect and BDD surviving. But it's still dire straits for KT now. Baron going over to the side of the DN Supers. One thing to note as well, Baron is now with less gold. It's about half as much global gold, so instead of 300 each, it's 150 gold. Still a lot of money. Still the Baron buff, which the DN Supers are going to put to work. And it's 507 for closer. 22 stacks on that Medjais. I mean, look at the items on closer, and look at the items on BDD. Like, how much AP does closer have? 621. How much AP does BDD have? Like 250?
Yeah, I was thinking like 280, maybe.
If that.
If that. I mean, he's very much behind. This is something you talked about when we first saw the draft, right? If they get behind, Aiming has to do so much of the heavy lifting in terms of damage. And I mean, I guess he's going to get the flash at a Life, who does kind of flash on top of the wall and then get booped over to safety. Perfect, just taking the objective bounty up on the top side.
Think how much time it was taking for Aiming just to kill the Pantheon support. And that Pantheon support's been dying a lot, right?
Yeah.
He is a massive portion of this team's deaths. It's looking rough right now for KT, and they're trying to go for some cross-map angles, but really much coming to fruition there. Inhibitor tower picked up for DN Supers there, and it's more gold again in their pockets.
Yeah, I would just say that, you know, BDD, he's just really not going to be doing very much damage, and it's not like he had a poor game really at all. There was that one botched fight in the top river, and he did get pretty far behind from that, and obviously the snowballing the Medjais puts closer so much farther ahead. But really just the effect of the compositions, that they don't have an extra damage source, whereas Dudu is gigantic in this game as well. Yeah. And they've got him alongside of Closer and Duckdom, obviously, as Perfect has to be the front line for this team. As Palu just gonna Hex Flash into half of his, more than half of his health being gone. So, not looking very good for him. At least he does have level 11 and his ult. But the poke is now coming in from the Corki, and the Elder Dragon is alive.
So much damage being put down, and not much in return from KT. Equalizer?
Boy. Yeah, they're just poking him out, and now they're going to go for the engage. Cuz going to hit Closer. They're desperately trying to take him down. They're not even going to get close, as Closer just dashing on into everyone, takes out Aiming, and that is just going to be the end of the game. TP's going into the bottom lane, and DNS will take game number 1 here in our first series of the LCK Cup.
Yeah, Life chasing down BDD. We'll get flipped away. Maybe BDD can kill him before the Nexus dies. We'll see.
He's emoting.
Oh, man, he's taunting.
Get him, Life.
He's laughing.
Yeah, but as we did mention, that is going to be the end of game number 1. The Nexus is taken down, and the DN Supers, they come in with a new roster, a new name with the Supers, and looking very strong, looking very different from what we saw last year.
Yeah, good start. I think mid-jungle doing a really great job there. Pyoshik and Closer on phenomenal form. The Wukong Ahri working to great effect. I think on the side of KT, trying some new things out with the new season. You know, the Malphite jungle coming in, but really so much weight was put on Aiming to be that carry. And with an unfavorable lane matchup and them struggling to get the ball rolling early, the momentum just wasn't there when it came to the mid-game. And the Malphite jungle, I'm telling you, we've seen this Malphite jungle pick be really effective and be really strong. was not sold in that game. Was not sold to us there.
Yeah.
Kind of need some better targets to ult.
Yeah, I feel like there were definitely a lot of issues, as we saw, especially when he got behind and he didn't have his ult. That one fight where he didn't have his ult and flash, and he threw 2 wagon wheels and then ran away and died. That was just the most sad Malphite fight of all time.
You know, Perfect not really matching up well on the Dudu. This could be a bit of a Dudu resurgence. Definitely a player who's had some huge highs in his career, but we didn't see that last year. But, you know, the solo kill onto the Xante was a great moment in this game and was just doing so much damage with those equalizers later on. But, you know, this is a great start. Great game 1. The DN Super's got to see if they can continue that over the rest of the series.
Says D-Day, this is the day where you guys will win. The DN Supers fighting. And they start off with a good win here in our first game of the day. We'll see you guys after the break for game number 2.
얘네가 급해. 상대 많이 안 좋네. 딴테 반피. 이거 이퀄 한 번만 털게 그냥. 이거부터 떠올려. 야, 먼저 갈게. 이번에 한타 볼게. 딴테부터 때릴게. 딴테 잡았어. 바깥에 해줄게. 나 좀 가볼게. 더 할게. 야 이거 더 가고. 라인 살려서 바텀으로. 탄력 쫓아갈게. 판현이 끊고. 가자. 제 강화기라는 생각. 오케이. 야 이거 들어갈 때 50이 왼쪽 각 넓혀. 근데 뭐 상관없어 그냥 끝날 듯? 그냥 다 그냥 펼쳐 그냥 펼쳐 무조건 펼쳐 펼치면 끝났다 잘 끝났어 끊었대 말파공이 생각보다 일찍 도네 없는 줄 알았네
Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
New year, new name, new result. The DN Automotive Supers getting themselves game number 1 here against the world finalist KT Rolster. We'll break it down here. Digon alongside Wolf and Wadid. And that was, Wolf, you said multiple different things that kind of came through. The one thing that you said that stuck with me is when a team gets ahead, it feels like it's going to be a little bit of suffering after that, and it was a lot of bit of suffering for KT fans.
It really was. I mean, let's start with the draft. Let's jump right into it. I thought when I saw the Malphite first pick, this was not unexpected to me at all. This has been one of the top picks in solo queue and in champions queue. You always ban Sylas if you're planning on picking up the Malphite. They banned Jace, which I thought was quite shocking because there was no way they were going to pick Jace over Malphite. Then they had a draft that scaled really well, but they did not really, I think, set themselves up for success with this Alistar Cassante, because it's just really difficult to team fight with it.
I mean, this is definitely the worst draft ever in LCK 2026, you know? Like, seriously, there's no lane to play around. You can never have the priority. We already mentioned about how important to win the lane, but they have Alisa to lose the lane, and also they have, yes, they do have the scaling options, but for the early game, they can never plan to fight back, so I think this is unplayable for KT.
No lanes to play around, especially if you don't play it well, as we take a look at what happened in that bot lane early on. Palu aiming.
Was yelling.
Oh,
It
man.
was losing it.
Man, I'm already tilted, by the way. Like, you picked Alista to lose the lane because like, Alista cannot do anything in level 1, but they already got traded.
It's just a couple of autos we did. It's just
No,
a couple, okay.
you can't do it because I think...
Okay, just all right.
Stacking a Q. He's stacking a Q. We're not going to get hit by it, though, surely. Okay, one more Q here.
Okay.
This is disaster, you know? Like, you already know what's gonna happen, you
This
know?
one, he doesn't. They don't get.
Watch this double.
Right?
Watch the double.
He doesn't get hit by this, right? Palu, right? Palu.
He's not gonna step... Oh, no.
I mean,
it's
aiming
over.
Boss bomb. But like, this is a lane we saw so much Yunara Alistar last year, right? When Yunara was released, it was one of the safest lanes. It's one of the AD carries that empowers Alistar really well. But at level 1 against Pantheon Corki, you just have to be more respectful. They lose so much bio, so much control in the most important lane in this meta.
Yeah, exactly. This is not even close to like think about it, you know, like Alista has to reset at level 2.
He just leaves him out to dry. He's like, I'm gonna go clear my top side. Good luck. And they needed luck. They did not have it. Paulo does not stick with aiming here, and this dive comes through.
Yeah, and again, like whenever you want to blind pick Alisa like this, then you have to know that you can give up some waves, you can give up some minions, you know. Then I think you can fight back at level 3, you can fight back with the objective, but this ain't right.
If Palu stands on top of his AD carry there and pulls the Pantheon, they probably get a kill back as well, but
exactly.
They did not. And then this leads to a grub fight up here in our second highlight, where that's not a comp that could fight early here. They try and they fail.
And again, like I already mentioned that in the draft, like you can never plan to fight, you know, whenever you have Malphite ulti, you have Talia, but they have Ahri and Rumble in the early game. So even if you hit the ultimate with the Malphite, you don't have damage. So I think the game plan should be like, okay guys, we give up 2 Drakes and then we can actually fight back with the 2-item Yunara, but they lost a lane on bot lane, they cannot win the Grubs fight, so it was gone.
And I think that might be a product of the new game itself, right? You feel like the snowball is getting out of control. You know that you're supposed to scale, and we've seen teams last year be able to wait to pick the right fight, and then finally here at the Drake, KT's starting to feel the pressure of it. They try to pick this one way I have no business to.
I mean, again, they lost the early game too hard, so even though KT had the control first in the Drake pit, they had to give up the control back to DNS, and after that, you just don't have damage.
Yeah, they just don't have the setup here. Aiming has to go to the left side of this fight, which isolates him. And even though he's the most important member in this comp, and the whole comp is revolving around this Yunara, he doesn't have his Fiend Hunter bolts. So he doesn't have any ability to actually fight this one out just yet. He's isolated. It's a disaster of a team fight. It's the last real fight of the game.
All right, DN Automotive Supers up 1-0 against KT Rolster. Let's see if any changes can happen for KT to come back.
Thank you, Spacers, for that great breakdown as we're getting ready for game number 2, as immediately the DN Supers have come out ahead. And not necessarily what a lot of us were expecting. Obviously, Wadid and new guest, who will be revealed on Saturday, did expect them to win this series, but a great start for them. As Palu is out after a beating from our Spacers there on the level 1 trades, Ghost has come in now for the first time in 2026.
Interesting to see the debut of Ghost support. And as we talked about in the pre-show, we've seen a lot of successful AD carry to support role swaps. You know, Beryl was talked about, Core JJ was talked about, Pleta was talked about.
By some.
By some.
Yes.
But yeah, I think obviously bot and support, you have a great understanding of the other role. I mean, another very famous example is Reckless, right? Having gone from AD carry to support. You have a very good understanding of the other role, right? You've laned together extensively. And I'm interested to see how Ghost does playing this role. Obviously, a player with a lot of experience and a world champion. And now we have KT going for first pick, and DN Super's gone for blue side. Wow. 2 in a row.
I wonder how many in a row we will get.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of just the way it's going to go with our new first selection setup here, guys. For
I'm interested to see when we get the mold breaker, right? When things change a little bit, but
yeah. I feel like in the past it was generally Gen G who would try to be like the mold breakers. There were some other teams that would try to do it as well.
Okay, here I'm putting you on the spot. Do you think we'll get something different in the first week?
Yeah, I think we'll get something different in the first week.
Okay.
I don't know how many times we'll get it differently, but
at least once.
At least once.
Okay, cool.
We'll see. That's the way it goes. You decide if you want to choose the side or if you want to choose first pick or second pick. KT, they had that first selection for game 1. They chose first pick. DNS picked blue. And once again, after losing game 1, they had the selection again. They chose first pick, and DNS picked blue. And in game number 3, if we do get there, expecting the same to happen. We'll wait and see. As Nico, Vi, Jace, Azir, same bans here. So far, that is.
Yeah. Seemingly going in a similar direction. I think we probably won't get the Silas ban here, as I imagine that was specifically to allow the Malphite pickup. Yep, so that's going to be changed. We are still on Fearless. Don't currently have the ban champions showing at the moment.
Yeah.
But Malphite was obviously picked up, so not something that's going to be able to be taken there. And for those who are listening, I will just try and prompt some of the picks. So mid coming in, Rise, obviously Talia and Ahri saw last game, so those won't be available. Ashe coming through for the DN Supers. I have seen some Ashe support builds.
Yeah.
Probably AD carry Ashe, but I have seen some Ashe support builds with the Bandle pipes. And then the Mundo quickly coming in. And it was Wukong and Malphite that were picked in the jungle last game that are disabled. In terms of AD carries, it was Corki and Yunara. Lucian coming through. Lucian very strong in the patch with the new Essence Reaver. And here's the Braum. Braum kind of the pick of the patch with the Bandle pipes. Lucian Braum, a very strong lane. I would probably say Lucian Braum, maybe one of the strongest bot lanes on the patch. Can be a bit matchup dependent, obviously. There are some lanes that can be a little difficult if they outrange, but both of them massively benefiting from the new items. Essence Reaver for Lucian and Bandle pipes for Braum. So strong, so strong.
Yeah.
And now Deer Freaks going for the Victor. So Victor against Rise coming through as the mid lane matchup.
Yeah, very classic mid lane matches that we saw a decent amount last year. As we are going to be getting into the second phase of bans now. DN Supers going to take away the J4.
Yep. So J4 gone, Wukong obviously and Malphite were the ones, as I mentioned before, gone from Fearless. And top lane, we haven't seen anything picked up yet, presumably. And for top lane, we had Rumble against Cassante taken away. And I'm wondering what they're going to pick for Perfect. You know, we often see him put on tanks, things like Sion. And obviously we just saw him on the Cassante. But had a rough time into Dudu in the previous game. So we'll see if they can give him a bit of a better matchup or a matchup he's more comfortable with.
Yeah, I think it is important. Definitely still early times here at the LCK Cup. It is indeed match 1. But yeah. We'll have to wait and see what he does go for here. Waiting for the final ban from the KT Rolster team. As maybe looking at another support to try to bolster this very strong bottom lane that they do have already. And in fact, it will be the Lulu, so no Ashe Lulu this time around.
Yeah.
Will they flex the Ashe to support? We'll have to wait and see.
I think it's risky into the Lucian Braum. You know, for as much as you have that range to Rast, if Q connects can be in trouble, but they go for the Srocka. So you saw the range support bans coming in from KT with the Renard and the Lulu, those Peel Enchanters. And the DN Supers have gone, we're playing ranged into this. You know, and I think some of the lanes that the Lucian Braum can struggle into are those longer range harass lanes. If you get a strong level 1, level 2, you really want like the level 2, 3 spikes for the Lucian Braum. If you're already at a deficit at that point, you might just not get back into it. And also, Lucian can be very burst focused. If you're trying to burst down the Ashe and there's so much sustain coming through, can be a problem. A lot of enchanter items buffed as well, so this Rocket could do some work. We do see Renekton coming through for Perfect, a pick we've seen him play a good amount of times. Now for the jungle pick for Cuz.
Are we going to see a Zac in week 1? I'd like to see it. He was hovering the Lilia, and you know, Lilia Renekton is strong. Think about Sylas instead, so that is going to be the choice here.
Okay, I mean, the Ashe ult is decent. Mundo ult's okay. Srocka can be a funny one.
It depends, yeah.
I mean, kind of like, you know, the reverse Karthus ult. You can help out lanes from a distance. Can be a nice one just to pick up as you're going by and then save it for later. Less useful in team fights, though. When obviously you don't have as much heal and shield power as a Sylas, so it doesn't get as much strength, but early on can be okay. And it's going to be Dudu looking at the Sion this time. So this is very health stacking, lots of healing on the side of the DN Supers. Grievous Wound's going to be an absolute must for KT. And KT, strong mid-game, a lot of damage. Maybe there comes a point in this game where they run out of damage and just aren't able to cut through the front line. But I do think they have a lot of mid-game power. And DN Supers composition feels like maybe might take a bit too long to come online. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like the comp from KT in the last game, except, you know, I don't feel like it spikes quite as hard later on because it's Ashe instead of Yunara. You do have the Victor instead of
and
the Talia, but
the Mundo does a bit more damage, right?
Yeah.
I think it's really going to come down to the bot lane, because if the Ashe Rocket does snowball, I think you're going to be in a much better position. If Ashe gets ahead, you can do a good amount of damage. If they fall behind, I think you're going to be in a rough spot, which you kind of said last game as well for the side of KTs. If bot lane falls behind, it's going to be in a rough spot. So we'll see how that pans out. And also, Grievous Wounds are luxury items, right? That extra 800 gold cost, have to afford that in your build. If you get ahead, it feels much better to be picking up Grievous Wounds and shutting down the healing for the enemy team. But it is definitely going to be a must in this game against this team composition of the DN Supers.
Yeah, we get the unrolling Demacia banners here at the GGG Lal Park. We're getting ready for game number 2, DN Supers versus KT Rolster. Let's hop on the Rift. All right, here we go. Game number 2 as we are getting into the thick of the action. DNS starting off very strong.
Oh.
Taking game number 1.
Ghost went heal. I mean, he has Summon a Spellbook, but I really don't like the heal.
I think you would want Ignite.
Yeah, I think Ignite is really important.
Yeah.
Into Soraka.
Maybe you thought aiming would take it.
No.
A little bit of miscommunication. You know, it's a new duo in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think having the extra pressure, really important. And the early Grievous Wounds makes a big difference when you want that early kill pressure, because you're going to get harassed, right, in this lane. And you're kind of looking to find that all-in pressure versus this harass. They're playing super aggressive here. The thing with Soraka is her harass is solid, but the main reason she's so strong is that if you trade abilities with her, she beats almost any support in the game. Like here, you land a Q, she lands a Q, but her Q heals her. So she's still full HP, and you're now not full HP.
Yeah.
Which
Also,
is why,
yeah.
even against harass heavy supports like Karma, Soraka can be really frustrating because Q for Q, Soraka wins, right? But Braum isn't Karma. He doesn't have nearly as much harass as a Karma.
Yeah. And, I mean, you're Lucian level 1. You're not really going to be able to do much against the Volley Ashe at this level, down on range as well. Dudu playing Sion into Renekton. We've seen this a million times. We're going to see it again. The top lane continues to just inspire tons of joy here in 2026.
Oh, also Ghost didn't go the approach velocity Braum tech, which I love seeing. You know, a little bit disappointed. Especially with the Bandle Pipes, that feels really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is time to talk a little bit about the Bandle Pipes for those who haven't seen it. New item, support item, costs 2,000 gold. Very cheap, even for a support item. A lot of support items are like 2,200. When you slow an enemy, so it works differently for ranged and melee. For ranged, it gives more stats and longer duration. But it's AoE, it gives 30% attack speed for 8 seconds, and it gives the holder 20 movement speed. So on Braum, who slows with every Q, it's great. And given everyone attack speed is stack your passive, it's really great. So it's part of the reason Braum is so strong.
Dudu's back.
I'm
gonna say it. It's day 1, but Dudu's back.
Yeah, guys, you don't pick Renekton to lose level 3 to Sion. I'm just gonna point it out. Not going so hot right now for Perfect.
Yeah. Dudu's back in action. Very excited, as we do know he's capable. Aiming just gonna sit and get rooted. Not exactly the best situation, but they were able to push the wave in, so.
Yeah, they really want to push it and potentially get a reset in and heal up, because if you look at the inventories, there's a lot more health potions on one side than the other. Aiming and Ghost having to use their health as a resource to get out of this lane. Aiming will be able to get a back in now. Opts for... Okay, he does pick up a health potion. I was thinking he was just going to go items, no health potion. Refillable would feel really good, but doesn't quite have the money for it right now. And that's the thing. You are weathering the storm as this Lucian Braum until you find an all-in angle. But as I was saying before, without the Ignite, thinner windows, he does have the Spellbook. So I'm kind of looking for a point at which he does switch to Ignite later on. And that helps to signify, hey, it's go time.
It's going to be obvious, too, to the side of DNS when that is.
Yeah.
It's like, Braum has switched to Ignite. Whoa,
I wonder what's that?
What did he mean by that? It's impossible to know.
Is he cold? It is quite cold in Korea right now.
It's
a lot of ice outside.
It's going to be -10 Celsius tonight.
Oh, man.
I don't know what is going on. Well, I guess winter.
It's very slippery as well.
Yeah.
Be careful out there
If
you're in Korea right now, which you are. So be careful.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I am real, not AI in this case. Perfect is just really getting bullied here.
Yeah.
Sion doing Sion things.
No, this this shouldn't be happening. The Renekton tends to do better in this matchup. But they do play it really well.
I see Sion and I see him in the early games and I'm like, nah, he's just gonna win every early game. It's just the way it goes.
So Renekton losing the early top matchup. BD's doing fine. Bot lane, Aiming and Ghost, I think they're doing okay, but they're not exactly ahead or anything. They are still down in gold, but they're weathering the storm okay. Oh, hit! I don't know why, but I just got it mixed up that it's his tower. I was like, hit the crystalline.
No, he's farming under his...
I'm gonna blame the new side flip him. That's what I'm gonna blame it on. You know.
That's a good one. One of our new changes here. The poke is pretty insane. It's Ash and
the dragon's
Soraka,
helping.
And the dragon is helping. So they don't really have any business in that river anymore.
You know, the Infernal Dragon does. Have you seen the new cinematic? It does look a bit like Shyvana when she's a dragon in the new cinematic. Did you see it when she was fighting the Elder Dragon? It was pretty neat.
Yes.
Yeah. So
let's talk about proxying a little bit here, Ox, because we do see that Perfect has elected to go ahead and proxy the Scion.
Yeah, proxying's OP. Because the area in which you're in top lane extends behind the enemy turret. So you can proxy and you're still in top lane. But if you were that same position behind your turret, you wouldn't be in top lane. There's like, you know, shout out Watley for like carving out with blue trinkets the different areas of what is in top lane.
Yeah.
And making it very clear in a tweet so people could see. Closer in trouble.
Yeah, Sun is going to come in. Silas here as well. Easy first blood given over to Cuz. Closer doesn't even elect to flash, as now being kited out here. The problem, not exactly enjoying himself. Ghost getting super low, has to flash. And the pain continues for the KT bottom lane.
Yeah, bottom lane matchup not going too hot right now. Starting to really fall behind in terms of CS, and now Ghost has to back. Does have TP though, get back into lane, but that means no Ignite can be available immediately. But yeah, the point I was making about top lane, so with these quests, with the laners in particular, you get like passive build-up for your quests, and just being in lane speeds it up massively. Closer was trying to do that, and it was rudely interrupted by the gang squad. No, you don't get to be in lane. No quest building up for you. And he's sent back home.
Yeah. We did see BDD's quest was delayed pretty decently compared to Closer's in the last game.
I think, so the numbers on it, it's almost 5 times faster. Just short. It's like 4.8 times faster, the passive build-up of your quest if you're like in your lane area compared to out of it, and it contributes a lot. It's a big contribution to your quest, just being in lane. So if you're roaming or if you're forced back, you want to make it quick. And you want to get value from it. So I feel like whenever you're going somewhere else, you want to make sure you're getting like tangible value. Obviously things like takedowns give quest contributions, so it's like if you go somewhere, get it. Neutral objectives do too, right? But you want to get that, because if you just leave lane and come back for nothing, you kind of feel bad.
Which, as we're both alluding to, BDD ended up TPing the bottom lane in the last game, essentially got nothing, and then also did go for a gank later on. At least he did get the assist later. But again, he was behind like 2-3 minutes on the quest completion on Closer.
Takedowns are worth less if you're... no, I think takedowns are worth the same, whether or not you're in lane. But I know turrets and plates are worth more in your lane as well. Yeah, that's it. So minions, turrets, plates are worth more in your lane. Takedowns are worth the same anywhere. And epic monsters too. So if you roam and get those, it can be pretty good. But even then, like, I think it's hard not to lose points by roaming, even if you get moderate value. I think here, picking up a dragon is pretty nice, right? The neutral objectives give a good amount, so I don't think you can feel too bad about it.
Yeah, they got the dragon, KT did, whereas DNS did get 3 of the grubs. Coach voice.
용준아, 미드 빡주여서 일자 쪽 관리해주자, 일자. 미드 일자.
네.
끌어 먹던 거.
네, 이번에 밀고 갈게. 문도가 미드 바텀 쪽으로 나올 거야. 먼저 나와서 일단 조심.
So basically just macro calls there. Thank you, G-Sun. Couldn't quite catch what they were saying. And a lot of it is the coaches coming in. They're not coming in and making gigantic, you know, game-changing statements. But so far, especially because it was the first... you know, it's the first day, and this is the first time we're using the coach voice feature.
Yeah, and the thing is,
they're not trying to do anything crazy.
The coaches are going to be new to this as well, right?
Yeah.
This is a new... Oh, all in from perfect top.
Yeah.
I don't think he gets a kill, but it's a new thing for the coaches as well, so they're still going to be refining.
All right, trying to go for the all-in, but instead Ghost is met with a giant arrow to the face.
Yeah, it's not going to find any angles really here, and just kind of getting bullied out in the meantime. As I was saying, the coaches, it's kind of going to be a learning curve, like what information is useful, what is helpful, how much should we give, when should we give it. It's still a very new thing for them, and finding out how can we best help out the teams. But seeing KT, you know, they obviously in the first game came in at one point, and then coming in here as well. I expect the majority of it to be these kind of informing about macro situations, being like, hey, this is what we think we should do, or we think this, we've spotted this, or this or that, this. Remember, they only get the perspective, they don't get like full both teams' vision. You know our point of view where we see the spectator view of both sides? They don't get that. The coaches don't get that. That would obviously not make any sense.
They're ganking you right now!
They'd be pretty unbalanced. So they only have similar information to what KT has, but still, that extra set of eyes can be very useful when the player's obviously focused on things like laning and such. But I think when you're in the middle of a fight, it's going to be difficult to really contribute when it's already often so chaotic already. So I expect it to be more macro things, or more like, guys, lock in. Guys, stop trolling.
Stop playing like that.
Guys, don't do that.
You're
again.
better than this.
You know, the stuff you'd wait till after the game to say, just say, guys, what are you doing? That's what I would say as a coach. I'd come and be like, come on, guys. Step it up.
Yeah. And that's why Ox is here, casting with me. As Pyosik,
hey, it's good advice.
Mundo. So I'm not really sure if they're going to be able to do much to him. I don't think they have the damages yet, especially with the Silas and the Rise. Closer does come in, and now they're staying around for quite a long time, so a second rotation comes in, and Pyosik will be forced to flash away. As the arrow comes in, we'll be missing both of them. Perfect. Yeah. Very low in the top lane.
He is just getting bullied out again in this lane. Has gone for that early Tiamat and is nearly finished the call, but he is just not having a fun time. Dudu is thriving. Is it the year of Dudu? It's easy to say, but I think it is.
It's day one. I think you and I are both on the
There is never a better time to say it's the year of Dudu.
I love day one overreactions. Week one overreactions are good as well.
Yeah. He's just bullying him out.
Perfect's kind of just wandering around.
Yeah. World finalist, Dudu's like, I don't care about that. It's the year of Dudu. That's what he said. If we could listen to his comms, he would have said that himself, I'm sure. He would have said, year of Dudu, quote me on that.
Yeah. Well, we didn't need to hear it. We already know it, Dudu, don't you worry. As the quests are coming in, does look like BDD, you know, helping get that kill onto Closer. He's going to be the one person that gets the quest first ahead of his opponents. Everybody else on the side of DNS got their quest done first ahead of KT. So, as you can see, things going pretty well in the quest department for them. The gold still slightly in favor of KT. They also have that first dragon. They've got a kill onto the Silas. And so they're feeling pretty good about that. Perfect continuing to just try to proxy, and so will Dudu.
Docdam's going Essence Reaver Ashe, which is not something I've seen. You know, the Essence Reaver did get buffed massively, and obviously Ashe has a low cooldown W to proc it, but you tend not to see Essence Reaver Ashe. You tend to see like Kraken Slayer or Yuntao.
Like auto attack focused Ashe.
Auto attack, either like crit Ashe or on hit Ashe.
Yeah.
So I'm interested, especially because we talked about how this composition was lacking. Like, you have two threats on this composition. You need them to be pumping damage. So he's up to the Essence Reaver here. It does mean he'll have plenty of mana. That's something to be said. We do have new support items coming out as well. I talked a little bit about the Bandle Pipes, which Ghost has, no surprise, because it's really strong with Braum. You might see it in action here if he hits a Q. No.
Nope. We almost saw it.
Almost saw it.
Yeah.
And Life has gone for the new support tier item. I forgot what it's called when it's not upgraded, but it's the Diadem when it's upgraded. Yeah. And basically it gives you know how like every tier item gives you a stat based on your mana? This one gives heal and shield power, and also for every second in... Oh.
Wait, he hit him with that volley. I don't know how he did not quite know that Cuz was in the brush, but... yeah, ends up using his cleanse and his flash, even though the volley, I heard the sound of the volley hitting, so maybe for some reason he did not. Either way, that is going to be a nice follow-up kill here for the mid-jungle duo of KT.
Yeah, a little bit of an oopsie there from Docdam, and both summons down, and the Soraka ult to try and save him. So let's see this again.
And listen as well.
And because it's like, oh, he saw me. He starts to walk away, and he's like, no, he's still coming. Maybe Docdam was like, that brush is acting weird today.
Must be a new change in 2026, you know? Like, if you hit the brush with the volley, it makes a sound.
Yeah, maybe he thought it went a bit further and it hit like the Raptors.
that would be a lot further.
Yeah.
It was like max range hitting the brush.
Maybe he just didn't. I don't know. I'm making excuses. Who really knows?
Yeah, our Worlds finalists are kind of struggling today. I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah. The thing I was saying about the DNM when it's completed, every second you're in combat, it heals someone nearby. So when Life has his tier fully stacked, it's going to be pretty nice, pretty good. But he's a long way away from that. You often see people don't finish, like they get the tier and then they build another item. So it's interesting he finished it when he only has 144 tier stacks. Some perhaps non-optimal item finishing scenarios here, but you know.
Yes.
Okay, Ghost didn't hit a Q again.
Yeah, Ghost obviously, okay, engage Braum coming on in, and Duck Tom has no sums, so that's a free kill for KT.
Okay, you know what's really sad? Is when you hit with your Q, when you're playing a champion with Bandle Pipes, it puts a circle around you and you can see who's getting the buff, right? And it's got good vibes to it. I've just learned now in Spectator it doesn't do that. So we don't get to see the Bandle Pipe vibes, unfortunately. And I'm just very sorry to everyone watching because I really sold this item as a great experience and we're being denied the Bandle Pipe vibes. It was a whole party.
I'm sure it'll be fixed in the future. We're on 26.1.
I want everyone to know. It's a party, you know? Everyone's invited to the Bandle Pipes. And everyone loves pipe-based instruments, like bagpipes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What other pipe-based instruments are there?
I think those are the two. I mean, it does just look like bagpipes, right?
Yeah, I think it is.
It is.
I think it's a bit of a reference, yeah. So
Scotland reference?
So goes with the engage here. No circle, unfortunately.
Yeah, no circle. Tragic. But a good pick. Dr. Without Summoner is a little bit vulnerable. And the Essence Reaver Ash, he bought the Essence Reaver and he died twice. So I don't know what the takeaway is, but I'm not being sold. We can't really blame the Essence Reaver for that, but I'm choosing to.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the build you see nowadays, but it does feel pretty strong on the right champions, such as Lucian. They were really struggling in the lane, but now Aiming's 1-0. He's ahead on farm. He's ahead on gold.
And he has the 2-item spike on the Lucian. The Essence Reaver Navori is so nice. I mean, it was already good before, but now with the Sheen procs and the fact you're reducing your cooldowns with the Navori, this is prime Lucian sort of vibes.
Yeah. So we don't get the vibes from the Braum, but we get it from the Lucian.
Well, he does actually get them. We just don't get to see it. We just don't get to witness it.
You don't get to experience the vibes alongside of Aiming.
Yeah. It's KT only. It's a KT only party, and we're not invited.
Yeah. So Aiming, you know, he was kind of the main carry of the last game, or he was meant to be.
Oh.
Didn't really end up hitting that.
I just saw the Seraphs came through for Rise, and I had a bit of information that is new that's completely irrelevant that I'll get to later. It looks like we're having a fight. Yeah, completely irrelevant. You know what else they changed? You can now buy, so once you've fully stacked your tier item, you can buy a new tier and make another. And it's irrelevant because it's not going to happen this game, and probably we're not going to see it for a while, but I wanted to bring it up because I missed that so much. So if BDD wanted to, he could build another tier right now and start stacking.
Yeah.
He could get 4 tier items if he really wanted to.
And he is Rise.
Nothing's stopping him.
Mana.
Except the one to win the game.
Yeah, I do think eventually, you know, on the right champions, perhaps we will get to see it.
We saw it on Ezreal, I think.
Ezreal.
In the season opening.
Yeah.
When the Seraphs after the Mermana.
So that'll be one where you see it, I think, from time to time.
It's great for ARAM Mayhem, right? When you get like Overflow or Mind to Matter.
And you're stacking it very quickly because...
Yeah, stacks faster in ARAM.
Yeah.
Yeah. Summoner Swift, less so. But some good pressure coming up from KT. 3 Dragons in pocket, 4.5k the lead. Baron nearly up as well, so something they can look towards too. This is the kind of momentum that you definitely want with this composition. And now Piff looking for Dudu.
I mean, really long lane here. We do have the Bramble Vest completed, and Dudu is quite tanky, but again, Perfect given so much time and is going to force the flash as an arrow even. Aiming, didn't look like he saw that one, but still was able to dodge it.
Yeah, I felt like he kind of dodged after it, missed him, you know.
Yeah.
Like, oh.
Close call.
I'm not sure it would have really done anything if I had hit, other than a bit of frustration. But KT with the pressure now, you know, despite the fact Dudu was doing so well in lane, kind of hard for this Sion to really make impact on his own.
He really wants to hit the overgrowth.
Okay, I am all for people being free thinkers. And I am never someone to say, don't build how you want to build. But what is Dr. cooking right now? What?
You know, I think he's a little confused by the new season changes. Just like
SMG Fiend Hunter? What is the thought process? You fire Ash Arrow and then... What? I'm so confused.
Yeah, I mean...
You ult, and then your first auto is just jacked with the Sheen proc and the Fiend Hunter.
Sure.
I don't know. I'm very scared.
We're going to have to see it in action.
I don't think I want to. It does give the ultimate ability haste, right? So maybe he's just trying to be an ult bot, but they only have 2 damage threats. So maybe being an ult bot isn't a good idea.
Yeah.
This is some dark tech. I don't know. I've not seen this. If this is some dark tech I'm missing out on, I want no part of it.
I for one, welcome the weird new stuff. So keep it going, Duckdom. I don't care if you lose personally. Just, you know, show us the new stuff. It's day number 1. That's one.
You know what? They are 1-0 up in the series, right? So if you're gonna experiment, now is the time.
Well, Duckdom is experiencing a culling to the back, and it doesn't quite feel so great. But he does have a Soraka, so the poke is not the end of the world, and he should be just fine.
Okay, I'm going to say something as well. So with Tier, you obviously stack it from hitting stuff. You can also stack it by using beneficial spells on allies. I feel like Life hasn't been doing that, because remember ages ago I said he was on like 144 stacks.
Yeah.
Look at his stacks now.
Yeah, he's not... Is he going to finish stacking this item by the end of the game? Or are KT going to end it first?
He needs to stack this item. It's only good when you finish stacking it. You need to, like... Oh, man.
Yeah.
I think the DN Super bot lane maybe cooked a little bit too much, right? Maybe a little bit too much.
Well, we already saw one support subbed out today. There's still time for a second one to be subbed out if KT win game 2. And not stacking a tier isn't necessarily a good reason to sub out a support, but we do know who is on the bench. Another Worlds finalist.
Yep.
Peter. And a guy who has a lot of time spent playing alongside a Duckdom through thick and thin, you know, through the good times and the bad.
Through the essence of Fiend Hunter bolts.
Yeah. Fortunately, Peter has not experienced that on stage yet. But there's still opportunity for that to happen as well.
Who am I to judge?
Oh, little stolen arrow.
Oh, that did damage. That's some AP behind that ult, you know?
Yeah.
But then they just kind of cleanse and walk it off. They did also heal as well. That seemed a little necessary, but I guess the movement speed, maybe? A little spooked.
Yeah.
What is that TP? Look at this TP on the minimap. What was that TP? Oh, he wanted a health shield, I guess? No, I can't justify that.
That can't be a thing.
I mean, is he just TPing for the shield? That must be it. But I can't see any other justification. He just really, TP'd for the shield. He wants that fat shield.
And
honestly, I respect it.
It's coming up here in 5 seconds.
I respect it. He wants to be thick. And look at that shield.
It's like buying an elixir right before an important fight, except you use your teleport for it. And so Cuz is here, and he's like, yeah, I can't really do damage through this gigantic shield.
It is such a big shield.
It's really sizable. As the culling gonna hit basically nobody, and now the Mundo ultimate is stolen, but the Scion is so tanky. Down it goes the shield, and now we got a Renekton in the back line. Tons of damage, sometimes just dies, and Perfect is unkillable. It's a rout in this one, and KT essentially 5 for 0 in the team fight. Absolutely slaughter them.
Absolute massacre, and it just really looked like some of the technology from the side of the DN Supers wasn't really coming together. Just brute force through them. We see, so the shield, it only lasts 30 seconds, and I think it starts to time out like now. Like that's his own shield's W. So his shield is just like gone. And then the fight starts, and they're trying to play around this gravity field, but it times out, Perfect jumps in, they just annihilate Duckdom. So the Fiend Hunter didn't even really get any value, and then they just roll through them.
Nice!
Love to see it.
Very happy is Ghost, as they should be.
And you know what? If he wins this game, that's 100% support win rate for Ghost.
And it's only the beginning. Only the beginning for this this player.
Here's the question I'm really asking though. Will Life be able to stack this?
Yeah, I'm very curious. Yeah. I'm going to say no. I think he doesn't finish it.
You don't think yeah, honestly, it's looking that way.
It's a 12,000 gold lead almost. And KT have this comp that's very reliable for setting up fights with the Silas, the Rise, trying to get in there, and just a bunch of beefy targets that they can hit. They can force an objective right now.
Aiming also has the model reminder, which I think, even though they added Giant Slayer back to LDR, so it does like extra damage based on the highest percent, more health the target has compared to you, like it used to.
Well, he went into his own jungle. He thought it was his jungle. It's not.
So even though LDR is really good against a health stacking team like DN Supers has, I think there's so much healing on the enemy team. They were clearly like, look, we need a consistent Grievous Wounds applier. And even though Cuz had it, they're like, model reminders to play here.
Yeah. Trying to step up and do extra damage BDD. They will. It's kind of bleeding here. Obviously, the Baron was taking the stolen Soraka
the cheeky, just a little bit of sustain.
Yeah.
And then back to work.
Oh, they found Closer in transition. He's just dead. And see you later. There's no way that Life is going to stack this up. He is dead now. 308. He's
not even far away. He's
so
not going to
doomed.
get it.
It is so doomed.
It's so over.
Still the year of Dudu, I think, but we'll have to wait and see how that continues. Here after game 2 is an absolute stomp from KT Rolster. Pioshik says, "I'll go down this time," and that he will. The Nexus is taken out, and 27 minutes. KT will tie it up and bring us to a game number 3.
Wow, 0 kills there for the DN Supers. You know, they started this season so strong in that game 1, and game 2 snap back to reality.
Yeah.
There's still a game 3 though. There's still a chance to bounce back. I think there's some things to look at. I kind of love the Ultimate Bravery build from Docdam. Wasn't convinced by it. If there's some dark technology there, you know, keep that to yourself. Haven't you seen the compositions lacking damage have struggled a little bit, unsurprisingly.
Whoa. This is actually so cool.
That is actually sick.
I think that's Patamon, right? And
I'm not Wolf. You'll have to ask him.
I don't think that's Agumon. I think it must be some kind of Digivolve of Agumon, just based on the color in the ears.
Wolf is on the space. He will.
Yeah, he'll know.
He will verify everything.
We'll get the update from Wolf. And yeah, that goal difference graph really told the story.
We need like a tiers stacked, and Life is just 0. BDD 1. Yeah, I was a little bit unconvinced by some things from DN Supers this game, but Dudu still playing great, you know? So credit to him. Perfect had a little bit of a tough time, but kind of picked it up later in the team fights on the Renekton. But now, first series of the LCK Cup, and we're going to 3.
Makes a lot of sense. It's 1-1. We'll be back after the break.
봐줄게. 나좀 사지 말자. 알겠다.
탑해 얘들아. 됐어 그냥.
사이언 바피야.
나 미드 혼자 할게.
큐한 볼게.
야 밖에.
야 빅토르 봐줘. 야 돌아가자 볼게.
오케이.
노플.
이거까지.
봐도 돼. 나 미사일 돼. 봐봐. 나이스. 좋잖아 얘들아. 새로 갈게. 완승.
이거 죽여. 또 볼게. 볼게.
좋았다. 형이야.
넘어갈 수 없어.
좋다.
Till you're empty.
Welcome back to Chijijig Lol Park for the LCK Cup. It's all tied up 1-1. KT Rolster showed their world's form and came back with vengeance here against the DN Automotive Supers. Digon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. And, you know, before we tossed there, Wolf, there's a couple Digimon on the screen there, as we know that BDD associated with it, and the casters had no idea who these were. Can you educate them?
So that's Terriermon on the right there, and it's the evolution of Vmon, I want to say, is the red one there. I actually cannot remember its name for the life of me, but it's like a season 2 edition. Is it Gilmon? I believe I was told. That sounds right. Like, I was super into Digimon when I was younger, and I could tell you like all the season 1 ones because I probably watched that like 17 times. BD's is Agumon, but he had some friends today.
Casters, not knowers. Wolf, a knower.
Somewhat knower.
You know what? We know that this is the second worst draft in the
I don't know.
2026 LCK Cup.
I think both teams are trying to have worse draft, I guess. You know, I think this time around, I think from DNS side, you can never see who's the engaged. You know, yes, you have the winning lane from the mid lane and bot lane, but after that, you have to fight for the objective. But the setup is there, but how can you open up the fight?
My TLDR for what we've seen these first 2 games is AD carries got buffed, right? They're super strong on this patch right now. Mid laner's super strong on this patch, right? Ryze super benefits from some of the items. We didn't even see Actualizer get built by BDD. But if you don't have engaged to kill those carries, they will do the damage. And if the enemy team can blow your AD carry up before anything even happens, then it doesn't matter how good Ashe can be later on in the game.
I mean, I feel like it was going great because they were winning bot really hard, and also the mid lane, Victor was pushing against Ryze. But I think the one play made by Perfect changed the whole sequence.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. In the mid lane, Perfect roaming on down, and Year of Closer not carrying over here in game number 2.
Look at the wards. He has the ward there on the red buff, so he can see Pioshik's on, so he knows he's free to come over. He was proxying the wave prior to this. This is great coordination and communication between Perfect and BDD. BDD goes low, right? Closer does not expect him to realm war back in, does not expect a Renekton to walk around, and this is just really clean coordination on the side of KT Rolster.
So yeah, after this, they couldn't really have like full priority on the mid lane, so they cannot also like go full ham on the bot lane. So that means all the draft plan got screwed. So I feel like that play by Perfect was just game changer.
That's right. And then down on the bottom side of the map, they just constantly were getting pushed in. Nothing could happen. Duckdom getting picked off multiple times and kind of having the inverse fortunes from game number 1.
Look at the setup
to the fight.
For the side of KT. They have a flank. Cuz is getting pushed on, and this exposes Duckdom. Look at Duckdom's positioning. He's like trying, he's like, is there a safe place in this fight? He's able to avoid the chains from Cuz. That's step 1. Then he backs away here. He's got the gravity field on top of him defensively. He's like, all right, maybe I can start to do some damage. Perfect flashes on him. The follow-up is instant. And that Soraka ultimate, hate to say it, not even close to enough to protect the AD carry here.
I mean, at this point, they were just snowballing much faster than the DNS because they were sieging turret left and right and up and down. So they couldn't really like win the fight out of it because they didn't have the resources. But the issue was when they were stronger in lane, when they were really having a power spike, they couldn't really open up the fight. That was the issue. So I feel like, yeah, winning lane is important, but also you have to think about the team composition.
Right. And now we go to game number 3 where we have first selection yet again getting flipped over to the DN Supers, and they selected first pick, which we've seen now 3 times in a row.
So this, I think, is going to be the new picking blue side, right? You
pick red side effectively by picking first pick, the enemy team goes to blue side. I think this is kind of going to be the trend for a really long time. We did mention earlier in the pre-show we might see some more depth when we go to best of fives with Fearless, but right now I think this is going to be the new normal.
Yeah, I mean, for BO3, Fearless Draft is not really a thing, you know, so if it goes BO5, maybe it can be different, but this is new normal for sure.
Especially since, you know, we know how this bot lane has been being played right now. It is win that lane. Ghost comes on in, plays the Braum Lucian, go shove, go push, get something going, and it got them the win. Let's see who gets the first win here in LCK Cup. Will it be the DN Supers trying to change their fortunes from last year? Will the world finalists bounce back and complete the roller coaster?
Thank you, Digon, and of course Wolf and Wadid for that great breakdown. Our team's kind of struggling with the drafting, perhaps, trying to figure out exactly where they want to go in terms of a mix of strong picks on the patch alongside of compositions that actually work. And now we're getting into a game 3 of Fearless, which, as Wadid said, it's not really a thing. Like, these players will have at least 3 top picks that they can play at a very high level, but it's still going to be some extra restrictions as we do go into a game number 3.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's new season, right? There's still a lot to be figured out, and we haven't had that much time since the new season has kind of hit to kind of figure things out, and teams are going to be experimenting and trying things. I'm not going to fault teams for trying things out, and especially in a best-of-3 scenario, right? You try something, it goes wrong, you still have opportunities to bounce back in. But this is game 3. This is what it comes down to. Particularly for KT, I think if DN Supers do lose this, still get a game, still feels great. But if KT loses, it's going to be an upset, and it's going to feel pretty bad to go down your first series of the LCK Cup. So this is a point where really you want to lock in and play something you feel very comfortable on. We do now have our Fearless bands back, so you can see. Obviously, we had Fearless all of last year, and it is continuing into this year, so you can see in front of you what has been taken away.
Yeah. I do like that they group it as well into, like, you know, mid and different roles and stuff like that.
This is where I like it. It's a lot easier to keep track on, because especially once a role has been picked, you can kind of disregard that section mentally and just out of sight, out of mind. I'm not looking at it. I don't care.
Yeah. And we can already disregard top right from the get-go, even though nothing has been picked. Another Jace ban going to be coming through here, so that's 3 times in a row.
Yeah, and Jason Malphite were very high prior in the Casper Cup, so a lot of priority put towards them. Vi and Nico, you know, LCK does very much love their engage picks, and those two still a ton of priority. And Nico, Vi, Orianna going to be banned by KT here. So similar bans, just shaken up a bit, and it's the Poppy that is the new ban instead of the Cassiopeia, which was banned last time by KT. Now, Ambessa comes through, probably for top lane, even though it can now be played in jungle. Have seen it more in the top lane, not been as convinced in jungle, but could be a flex in theory. Aphelios picked up for aiming. One of those picks that we very much attribute to Dokdam, now being picked by his opponent, and Cuz with his signature J4.
Yeah, J4 going to be coming through. Definitely a big one for the side of Cuz. And we'll have to wait and see if he is going up against Ambessa or something else. Nocturne looking to be locked in here.
And this is a good pickup, especially into the Aphelios. You definitely need some backup, because if the Aphelios gets fed, can be a struggle when you go up in his face with the right gun orientation. He can just kind of solo you, but definitely as part of a dive composition can cause some issues for him. And the Ziggs comes through for Dokdam, we presume. Been seeing a lot of talk about mages in the bot lane, benefiting a good amount from the support quest, the extra gold income. A lot of mage items can be cheaper. You can hit that 6 items, I mean effectively 7 items, sooner than an AD carry and get the benefit from that quest. And also into Aphelios pretty good, because you don't have to close distance with him, you can outrange him. And when Nocturne goes in, you have that ult to follow up, that extra damage. Now, Thresh comes through for Ghost. Not a pick we see that often, but really wanted to provide that safety, that element of survivability for the Aphelios. And speaking of safety as well, it's another reason why I think the Ziggs are so good here into the Jarvan. We saw Chovy last year picking Ziggs when Jarvan was taken, because that satchel get you straight outside of the Cataclysm.
Yeah.
So it does make me wonder what Closer is going to take in the mid lane, because obviously if Ziggs isn't a great target for Jarvan, and you pick something in the mid lane that is, you're going to be under a ton of pressure. We've already seen like the Ahri taken away as something that can obviously get out of the Cataclysm easily, so we'll see what goes there. The Nautilus ban comes through. I know a lot of people like the Nautilus in the Thresh matchup. Some people favor it one way or the other. I personally don't like Nautilus when there's a Jarvan about because the Cataclysm really disrupts your ability to play fights. Leona Ziggs can often be quite popular, but Thresh pretty good in Leona. You can fly away from the Xanth Blade. But we will see a Carly ban comes out away from BDD.
Yeah, just trying to cut off as much of his pool as they possibly can. And yeah, I mean, all those things you said about Ziggs and the new changes on 2026, they all make a lot of sense. But Ziggs was already really good, especially in like a game 2 or game 3 of a fearless position last year. So
I think some changes have been good for him, some changes have been bad. I'll probably talk about them more in game, but it's kind of a mixed bag. I feel we have lots of time. Leona ban does come out. Leona Ziggs was one of the most popular combos. That extra damage on his with the Leona passive really syncing well with him for the burst. So now seeing what the DN Supers will ban, going for the Mel ban as their final takeaway. And Mel, a pick, I feel like with a lot of power. Definitely did get toned down a bit because that root was super strong.
Yeah.
But taking that one away from BDD. And I imagine you're going to pick up... I mean, they could take top here in this situation because the Ambassador's already been shown. So they are going to look for the Rek'Sai, which was a pretty popular pick at Worlds. Saw a lot of play to middling success, honestly. Flandre was phenomenal on it, the top laner for AL. He was popping off, but there were some other top laners who weren't having nearly as much success. So we'll see how Perfect can do. Obviously, he had a lot of time at Worlds to get acclimated with the pick. And on the other side, we're going to see Rel to provide some engage for that setup for the Ziggs. And the Aurora, which, you know, I was talking about, you don't want to be a good target for the J4. Aurora, very hard for the J4 to be a threat for. So it makes a lot of sense. There is now no one really good on the side of the DN Supers to Cataclysm. Nocturne is probably the best, and he can just ult out. So,
oh, BDD Zoe, it's happening here in the first series of 2026 for KT Rolster. And we got to see a bit of this towards the end of last year, and it does feel like BDD is one of the guys where you're always happy to see pick something up like the Zoe.
Yeah, provides a lot of poke threat. So if there's ever a situation where both teams are set up, the Zoe throwing those trouble bubbles will be so frustrating. But the DN Supers have their dive composition together, so they have an answer to that. They just need to find an angle to close distance. I feel like breaking towers is going to be super important, which is nice when you have a Ziggs, because you want there to be as much open space as possible when KT approach an objective. You don't want them to be able to fire Sleepy Trouble Bubbles from right next to a turret, otherwise you can't Nocturne engage. You want them to be overextended, you want to be able to ult and have them have to run super far back to a tower so you can easily take out that Zoe. I do like the composition the DN Supers have, but BDD Zoe always puts some fear into anyone's heart.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun position where, you know, we weren't exactly expecting the Supers to show up in a huge way. KT were the heavy favorites coming into this one, and now kind of forcing BDD onto one of his pocket picks in the Zoe in game number 3. And with Supers, with a very nice comprehensive draft, have a good shot here in game 3.
Feels like a lot of comfort for KT right now.
Yeah, absolutely does, as it looks like we are ready. Let's hop on the rip for KT Rolster versus DN Supers.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
You know, something I feel like we haven't really talked about, which we talked about a lot in the season opening, but we haven't really talked about yet today, is the Phalites.
The Phalites, yeah.
The Phalites, you know, I was just thinking about that. And there's been a lot of discussion generally online about them and how they've changed the vision game, kind of simplified it in some ways. They're these spots that you really heavily want to contest. For those who aren't familiar, when you put a ward in these Phalites, you can see them on the minimap. These little, like, sort of, what color are they? Almost like a beige, like little dots. You can see two of them in the river. Yellow, maybe. They make your ward radius bigger, and then it also, for 45 seconds, I think it is, it expands like vision over a wider area. So it's really good to have a ward there, but obviously the downside is it makes it very obvious where you're going to have wards. Oh, Docdam is in trouble.
Yeah, they went for a very aggressive trade down on health.
Yeah, and also
with a Ziggs level 1.
Yeah, Ziggs level 1. Not the play into Aphelios, because Aphelios just autos you with the Calibrum, and your Q is on like a 6-second cooldown, and when you hit it, you're like, nice, see you in 6 seconds. So he will TP back to lane, and Rel will run back with Home Guard, so not going to miss too much, but not an ideal start in this bot lane matchup.
Yeah, I didn't see the Flay come through after the engage from the Crashdown, so maybe they were saying, okay, Thresh is down as Flay, we can get a good trade here, but instead, what we saw was a level 1 Rel being bullied, and little to zero follow-up after the Crashdown.
I think
so.
You just get auto down is the problem. You know, like even if you get that initial bit of damage, you're not going to kill him, and you just get auto down. So risky play that will be punished a little bit, but again, I don't think he's going to miss a ton of XP. Is going to be down a bit in farm, and obviously that impacts the role quest. As someone was talking about earlier, so every laner gets points from their role quest. If you're in the right lane, it's 2, but for bot lane specifically, it's 3 points per CS. So it's more for bot lane than any other lane. That's kind of like the extra emphasis is put on farm in the bot lane. So it becomes really important that you're hitting your farm. Interesting enough, mid lane, it's damage you deal to your opponent in the mid lane is an extra factor.
Yeah. Lots of trading back and forth, and makes the trades fun once again, or at least
BDD doing that, you know, it's just getting you more points towards your quest.
We're taking a look at a little fight over the Scuttle Crab. It looks like Pyosik is going to get it, as there's the Flay denying the Crashdown this time. They turn to engage on the Light, but the damage is not there. Aiming kind of zoned out for quite a while, but now he gets in, and the damage there in spades. They pick up 2 kills, and KT, a gigantic fight in the bottom river, going to get them pretty far ahead.
I think this is a huge mistake going for this sort of play from the side of the DN Supers, because you need to have the backing of your mid laner, and if the mid laner is coming in, a Zoe joining a fight late is so scary, because she's picking up summoners. Everyone has their summoners available early, so there's going to be options to pick those up. But in the end, what ended up happening is DN Supers just kind of crumbled before that was even a factor. We see how it plays out, so it's this heavy commit for the Scuttle Crab. Dokdam is kind of zoning, aiming away in this situation. It's a good play from Ghost, and he's higher level, but BDD hasn't routed. BDD's moving in, and then he joins the fight, and Closer and Dokdam are like, we need to get out. But like, you can't even commit summoners, because if you start flashing, to extend the fight, that's just giving more power to the Zoe. It's just giving more tools to the enemy mid laner. So a poor fight, I feel like, for the DN Supers to take, and KT responding well. And now, if I'm thinking about how this game is going to go, the fact that we have an early lead for Cousin BDD on 2 of their very comfortable champions is a great start.
Yeah, I mean, Game 1 was definitely dominant for the Supers. Game 2 was extremely dominant for KT, kind of more of what we were expecting, and maybe we just get a Game 3 that looks a lot like Game 2, where it's, you know, the favorites, they come in, they get a lead, they don't lose it, and it ends up just being a one-sided affair.
Life is so, I mean, he's just hit level 3, but he's a full level down on Ghost. And it's not like Dokdam's benefited, really. I mean, he's a bit ahead in XP when this wave is going to crash in, but yeah, the bot lane 2v2 is in a little bit of a rough spot.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them, especially after a trade like this. The barrier is going to come through, and looks like Dokdam is fine, but still, beneficial trade for the side of KT. Had to use a summoner for it, but they're trying to put on as much pressure as possible. And Cuz, in the meanwhile, is looking to take the Chemtech Dragon. Might just be able to do that, especially with the help of his bottom lane. And try to get ahead and get one of these early objectives for the team. And Life, alongside of the Ziggs, not really able to do much at all about this from behind. So there's the Chemtech Dragon over to KT.
Yeah, mid lane, pretty big advantage. Not just that kill and assist, but also a pretty solid farm lead for BDD over Closer. So not a great start there. Bot lane got that farm lead as well. Top is doing fine. Honestly, if you're keeping even with a Rek'Sai, Rek'Sai is one of these picks where you tend to just win lane with it and sustain through so many trades. So if you're doing well in the top lane matchup into a Rek'Sai, you're feeling good. But that is kind of the only shining light for DN Supers right now. That being said, they do have a Nocturne, so you're not too upset if not much is coming from the jungle till 6. Obviously, not dying early would have been good, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, it was such a weird fight. It was like, you know, just happened to find themselves in a fight after Pyosik was like, I need this Scuttle Crab. You know?
Yeah, and Life
it felt very forced.
Life was down, Dr. had no flash, mid lane had just taken a bad trade. There was a lot of conditions that were like, you really want to go for this?
Yeah.
But now both junglers hit level 6, so that Paranoia is available. And especially when you're already 0-1 in this game, that fierce Paranoia is going to be so make or break. Something we often talk about as well is the fact that the ultimate hunter stacks, if you get a kill or assist, you get those stacks, so your subsequent ults are more, well, I mean, the first one obviously used the ult to get it, so it's not going to impact that. But like, the more ultimate hunter stacks you get, the more your ult's available, which is great on Nocturne. So getting early momentum on Nocturne, getting successful ults off is a big factor. So I'm really interested to see how Pyosik uses his first ult and if it's successful. BDD is down flash, but it's coming up pretty soon. So if they want to look there, the timer is perhaps now or never. You can see him hovering around mid.
Yeah. They're going to go for it. Just to use his portal jump, and a bunch of damage goes in, but it's not going to get the lethal. As Cuz is here, now trying to turn it around, and the burst is insane. Closer gets taken out by Cuz. And Pyosik trying to trade here with the TP coming in from Life. That's not really going to help out all too much.
Yeah, that is
now
kind of
lane.
Worst case scenario for the first ult is that you don't get the kill. And the thing is, because BDD didn't even have flash, his flash is going to come back up, and you can't even like repeat that play. It's not like you burn his flash and you're going to get a kill next time. He didn't have his flash, and you didn't even get the kill. So really unfortunate for the DN Supers. Great response by KT. And I also think the way BDD was playing was kind of what made it. It's like he expected it and was playing in such a good way. Gonna come through, and it does unfortunately miss. But now Cuz has that Sundered Sky already, that one-item spike. We'll see the replay. So if you look, BDD's playing super far back, uses the ult from a distance. He's playing defensively, knows the threat, Ghosts under tower, and they just can't follow up.
Yeah.
And the bubble connect in return.
The fact that he's Zoe helps a lot, right? Because he can do an insane amount of damage from very far away for very little risk.
Yeah.
In a scenario like that.
And BDD, because this mid jungle has been together so long, and I feel like of all the mid jungles, their synergy is just some of the best, right? You know, you think of like Faker Owner is another example of a really strong mid jungle, but BDD Cuz definitely last year showing the power of this duo together and displaying that once again here.
Yeah, they're kind of insane, and they really haven't missed a beat. I don't feel like Game 1 was their issue at all. As Pyosik in a lot of trouble here. He's pretty close to his base, though, and it looks like he should be okay. But the fact that Cuz comes in with the one-item power spike of the Sun and Sky and just bullies this early on is a bad sign, to say the least. Amy and Ghost also doing their fair share of bullying in the bottom lane.
Yeah, every lane going a little bit rough. I mean, apart from top. Top's fine. Doo-doo, still the year of Doo-doo. I just
Still the year of Doo-doo. Yep.
Still the year of
Doo-doo. We have not given up on that yet.
We're still hyping it up.
All right, trying to make a play here, but the
nice play
is very good into Life. Gonna have to probably flash in the future if the play is available, and he wants to make sure that the engage connects. So, kind of sitting on over a 2,000 gold lead, and already KT, yes, the top Rek'Sai isn't winning, but I think they're okay to have the gold where they have it.
I mean, the top Rek'Sai is a top Rek'Sai, right? Yeah. And especially your role in team fights is going to be peeling, I feel like, more so than... I mean, maybe you try and get in the Ziggs and just be a menace, because the Ziggs is really going to struggle to cut through you. If you start to get a decent amount of health, you're going to be very hard for the Ziggs to shred, especially since most Ziggs are going like a very burst-focused build, and I imagine you would here. But even then, like, you can just play a more peel role as well. You know, when they dive in, you knock them up, disrupt. So if you're just keeping up and farm with the Ambessa, I don't think Perfect has to do a crazy amount this game.
Yep.
Really on the rest of the team, but the fact that Closer Pyosik have struggled so far, a little bit concerning, because they need to be exploding these squishy carries. And I don't think the game's over at this point, definitely not. But it is starting to look a little bit rough. And the next fights, they really want to find some momentum. Do you see a ward placed down on that Fey Light? Does give vision of the river.
Yeah. Seeing a lot of trading up on the top side on our spectating. As you can see, trying to highlight that indeed it is still the year of Doo-Doo. But besides that, trying to fight for this Mountain Drake.
Oh, do you see that sweeper value? They got 3 wards and then just took a control ward with 1 sweeper.
Was that the super value for KT Rolster?
Yes.
Or the supers?
No, KT. Yeah.
Whose value was it? Okay, the Nocturnal onto the Jarvan. Done a ton of damage, actually, and Ghost getting low himself. Pushing in life now on the retreat, and it looks like BDD is here and ready to party, as it is able to get the 1. So we're just going to trade supports there after the death of Cuz, and not half bad for the DN Supers.
Yeah, they managed to get 2 kills, trading around the play in a huge way, disengaging. And again, it's not easy to engage as this KT lineup. The Jarvan doesn't have that much sticking power with the Cataclysm onto the members of the DN Supers, so not working out, but oh no.
Yeah, you used that stolen flash already, and now a ton of damage is coming in. BDD knows it's not going to be lethal, but it's still closer not being able to play the game.
So they commit here onto the bot lane, but Docdam flashes out before the ult connects from the Aphelios and just throws everything in the kitchen sink back in reverse. They look to disengage here. Closer goes in, finishes off the support, and BDD is a huge threat with all those flashes lying on the floor. You don't want to continue that play with all the chakrams around aiming. You're happy with the 2 kills, you back away. It's a good pickup for the DN Supers, but they definitely know they can't take more.
Yep, feeling pretty good about that trade at least, but still going to fall behind here on the Dragons, as it looks like Cuz should be able to take this Mountain Drake. And that'll be 2 for them. We did highlight the gold, as still Dudu is ahead about 300. But
we have
difference has
quests
petered
coming
out.
in for the side of KT. Okay, it's now 3-2. A second ago it was 3-1, but like all the laners have got the quest done for KT, and DN Super's a little bit behind in that regard, so not feeling too good.
Ghost getting pretty aggressive here to try to fight for vision on that deep Phalite. Ends up taking a ton of damage from the Ziggs, who has completed his Ludens.
Yep. 4 quests to 2. And I mean, the thing is as well, like the... Okay, bot quest is coming now for Docdam, so you get some extra gold. The mid quest is a big one, though, because obviously those tier 3 boots is an instant power spike. And Rift Herald up in a minute, so we'll see if KT puts some priority towards that, because they're still in a very strong position. I also wonder if BDD, if we get like the Shadow Flame second, or why we see second from him, but like I just know that it feels like with the tier 3 boots, mid, Ludens, and then like things like Shadow Flame second, the damage is just like insane.
Yeah, the spikes are really crazy, and no doubt the Zoe from this position is going to love it. Wasn't able to take out the Wolf turret, the first turret in mid, and did do a decent amount of damage, got some of the plates. But now BDD is in the top lane, as looking to punish this. We do have the Thresh nearby, so an easy Lantern does come through. The fear is there, and now BDD is really getting pummeled by the Ambessa on top of it, on top of the Ziggs bomb from very far away. Cuz in a lot of trouble himself, and it might be 3 for 0 here, although he is going to flag and drag. Barely gets himself out, but it's still a nice little play here from DNS.
Good play from DNS, showing what the composition wants to do. An overstep, little overstep from BDD, and then the attempt to save. You think, I have a Thresh nearby. That just pulls him into the mixer. The power of the Nocturne plus the Ambessa, the Ziggs on top for the alley-oop, and a big reward there. Not only getting those kills, but able to transition into a Herald. I see BDD trying to threaten the Ambessa on the tower and thinks, I have a Thresh nearby. I'm fine. But Pioshik, the fear comes in just before the Lantern does. The Ambessa ult connects after, and look how low we see Dudu get here. But do you know why he lives? Because it's a year of Dudu.
Yeah, you heard it here first in game 1.
You hit it second here, and then third as well here, and we kept saying it without stopping. It does look like they were kind of forced away from the Herald, though, so not able to commit to that objective. But still, the goal lead earlier in the game, it was like 2,200, 2,300.
Very early on as well.
Only 1,000. And, you know, with it being later as well, they've managed to close that gap well. Dudu in the top matchup now. I mean, it's that, okay, I look at his items. Eclipse on Ambessa, that is the spike that you want. That item is insane on this champion.
Yeah. It's really, really good. It also has the Executioner's Calling just to cut down on some of the healing of that annoying top Rek'Sai. So it makes the trades stick even more. And so, yeah, I mean, it felt like in the beginning it was kind of just Dudu, but now he's been able to spread his influence, you know, based on that top fight we just saw. Give some of the gold over to Pyoshik, even over to Duckdom, who's ahead now himself, and doing an insane amount of damage. 2-0-1 on the Ziggs. Doesn't quite have the same farm as Aiming. Aiming very well known for his farming and really committing to the bit, but still going to be a very strong and comparable Ziggs here.
Yeah, and going for the Shadow Flame second. Again, that 3-item spike, not quite the same as the mid 3 items when you have the Shadow Flame with the tier 3 boots, but still a huge spike for the Ziggs and a ton of damage.
Aiming, standing on a ward, is going to meet the Nocturne. The Lantern is just not in the right place. The communication very off. Aiming in a ton of trouble. Finally does go down. Pyoshik healing.
He's still alive.
With the Conqueror. He finally does go down. As now we have the Between Worlds closer is getting in there. And you see BDD only able to hit the 1. That's not quite enough. That's not enough tempo in this fight. He's going to hit Duckdom, who's very healthy. And now Ghost in a lot of trouble. Flash comes forward from closer. It's another kill. As we do see life does go down, but still. The DN Super's looking quite strong in this very deep play. BDD
You need to get out
forward.
without BDD killing him. He has flash.
He's going to try to go for it again. The flash on forward, and Duckdom. A lot of respect shown there.
Yeah, I think that... I don't know. I think that would have killed him.
I think that kills him,
Yeah, so good move from Duckdom to flash away from that one. Not wanting to go down to his old teammate, but here, on a ward, jumps in. And I think what's crazy is how long Pyoshik survives. He flashes over, pre-flashes to follow. Really good move there. But then he just survives a little bit too long. The healing comes in from the passive. He's getting damage down. They have to commit more to kill him. And then the cleanup comes in. Closer playing this really well, using the Between Two Worlds to get over here. Does get trapped a bit by the Cataclysm, but is able to follow up. And Duckdom even blocks the Paddle Star from BDD to keep Closer healthy so he doesn't take the extra damage from the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. So really well played now. BDD, look it. Nice exhaust.
Yeah, it's going to save him. And a bit more pressure as well as they're going to take down the mid-tier 1. And looking for a third dragon with Hextech Soul here on the map.
Yeah, so it's good plays from the DN Supers, but it's 3 dragons for KT is a little bit worrying, and it puts a lot of pressure on them. Because the thing is, all that has to happen is one good bubble, one good pick, one good team fight, and KT have Soul. That can make it really hard to deal with them, so... Yes, they've been getting some great fights and great engages, but they're not out of the woods yet.
By the way, we do have Horizon Focus.
Yeah, we did get
completed item
changed.
here for BDD.
So it's now back to OG Horizon Focus, where a lot less AP, because it used to have like 125 or something crazy. It's now got the lower AP, but it has the 10% damage above 600 range again. So the damage amplifier is back. This will also, I mean, this is just a great spike for the Zoe. So a lot of burst at this point in the game. Duckdom should have a Shadow Flame now. I think he's going to back for that. So that's also a big spike. You see Aiming going for Bloodthirst a second. He is like, I'm getting poked out too much. It's not a fun time. Please let me be healthy.
Might help him against the Nocturne guys as well.
That's the thing as well. If you have Flash and you can't Flash for the Nocturne, but you can Flash from the Ziggs ult, and the Nocturne doesn't have like that much damage. Like he will eventually get you down with some extra help. But if you don't get hit by the Ziggs ult and you have enough lifesteal and the right weapons, you can just kind of like melee fight the Nocturne. If Elias is one of those 80 carries, you can just do that.
Loves when everybody is in range.
Yeah.
As long as you're not dying. And
but it's very contextual, so we'll see.
BT is definitely going to help out quite a lot as we're starting Baron at 20 minutes.
There's no scrying orbs from DNS, so they not. I mean, it seems like an ambitious start. Something to note is they made Baron do a lot more damage, and also the resistance shred. So a lot of people might think they took that away. They did take it away from Baron on AoE, and they gave it to Atakan, and then they gave it back to Baron. So now AoE shreds again. So Baron does a lot of damage. So I think Cuz was like, hey, we could maybe No, it does a lot of damage.
Nope.
That's second thought. It's tanky, does a lot of damage. It's scary, it's spooky. I don't like it. We're getting out.
Yeah, I think I had enough Otacon throws. I don't need now it to be replaced by Baron throws.
Yeah.
I feel like we've learned a lot over the years.
It's circular. You know, Atakan was the new Baron, and Baron is the old
Baron is the new Baron.
Yeah, Baron is the new Baron. That's that's where we are right now in League of Legends.
Because Otacon was the old Baron, and then so it replaced it, and then the new Baron.
Baron is Baron.
Yeah.
I'm glad we could establish that.
It all makes, it's all coming full circle.
Something else, you know, another little tidbit. They've changed it so the more dragons you've taken, the less damage you do to them. That was already a thing, but they really increased it. I think when you have 3 dragons, or maybe it's 4, it gets up to like 45% or something. It's a lot. That might be when you have 4. I can't fully remember the exact numbers, but you do a lot less damage to dragons, basically, is what I'm trying to say, compared to what it used to be. So KT's dragon take will be not as fast as it was last year at this point in the game. So DNS have a little bit more time to position, get over there, ult, BDD.
Yeah. It does feel like that was kind of the idea across the board, to make objectives more difficult to take and matter.
More committal.
A little bit more.
Yeah. Which helps when you have a Nocturne.
I feel like it helps. It doesn't really help us get that much action because our teams were already really safe outside of like T1 Baron takes and stuff like that in the past. But now they're just like, yeah, we can never do this. Like, we're just not going to do it. So instead, we're just going to farm. And already we've had a couple of games that haven't had the most action.
We can't blame the changes for that, right? We can't blame the changes.
I'm just saying that we already have a tendency to do things a certain way here at the LCK, and we're only highlighting and enhancing that with some of the changes.
Well, that's because right now we're in a free flux state where we just have all our teams together. Later in the year, it's going to go back to Legend and Rise, and then we'll really see culture and gameplay and divide out.
Yeah.
So that's when we'll really get to see the differences.
So we got a little zoom in there. It looks like Coach Voice is going on right now for KT Rolster. I am curious what the idea is. I feel like this is actually a good time to use it where there's nothing really happening and you can kind of set up the late game for your team.
I know it's a really, I mean, maybe it's because Dragon's coming up, so they're talking about something for Dragon. And I know it's a really serious tool, important, but I'd love if they were just like, hey guys, do the Dragon. Obviously it's not, right? This is really serious, and I'm sure the coaching staff gave some
What do you want
insight.
for dinner? Is it KBBQ again? Are you sure? I mean, you can utilize it that way if you really want to.
There's nothing stopping you. You're allowed to do that. Oh, Sleepy Trouble Bubble? Oh, but the good satchel.
Yeah.
Okay, but KT have control of the area, which is good. And a Scrying Orb already used, other one's not there. They are starting the Dragon. Again, it's slower, but it's going to start get willed down.
Let's see if we can attribute this fight win to the Coach Voice, as we are going to have the hook land. The Paranoia is there, but they don't really use it, as it's going to try to turn onto the Rek'Sai, but not really doing all that much damage. Aiming takes a bit as the Ambessa gets in. The Iradudu is real, gets access to that back line, and maybe that's exactly what they needed to win this fight. BDD very healthy, though. Does a bit of poke, but it's not quite enough to get their feet underneath them, and that's the Dragon taken away by DNS.
The Year of Doo-Doo is real.
It's
what
so
an
real.
ult. Honestly, so many tools were kind of free-fired out. Like the Paranoia didn't really do anything. The Ziggs ult was just kind of free-thrown. I was like, oh, DNS just not going to do anything in this fight. It kind of looked like, look, the Paranoia comes down. Nothing really comes from it. They're wasting time, it felt like, a little bit, dealing with this Rek'Sai on the back line. I thought the fight was just going to, nothing was going to come from it. The ult comes out, and then look, as he ults, when he's in the animation, Doo-Doo snipes him. So well played. Closes there for the follow-up, and that is enough to force him away, and then the backup comes through there. We'll see it from his point of view as well.
I'll look for it, he says.
Calls it before it even lands.
Yep.
The Year of Doo-Doo, baby. Love to see it.
Year of Doo-Doo.
And again, it's one Dragon for DNS, but it denies the soul from KT. Gold is nearly even at this point as well. This has got to be feeling good for them now. A big pain point, 4 minutes before that next Dragon, so bought some time for themselves.
And again, this trade pattern in the side lane is never going to favor Perfect.
Yeah.
He's just kind of taking a beating every time.
I think as well, when you're playing Zoe, you need time, you need space to land those. If you land the bubble, Sleepy Trouble Bubble, great, fantastic. But you need time, you need space, you need to get a good angle. And the thing is, if you isolate yourself on a good angle, Nocturne can just engage on you. So you saw BDD was kind of grouped with the team to prevent that, but it meant he couldn't find great angles because it would just hit like frontliners, or you hit like when he hit Duckdam satchels backwards and the front line closes in to block. So I think it was really smart there from DNS. It did look a little bit rough at times in that fight. Like, they weren't going to make anything happen. The paranoia didn't get any value, but really well played overall. And now the game in an even state. This would be such a huge first series win for DNS, a team who spent most of 2025 not winning.
Just straight up losing.
Straight up.
Almost every single day.
No other way to spin it. The most losingest team in the LCK by far.
It was very sad, and you know, we talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the broadcast, but especially after winning game 1, we were like, hey, you know, it's great to see these guys turn it around. And
I think that's the thing, is that regardless of the outcome of this series, this is a great start already for them. But a win here would be massive, and it's still very much within reach at this point. The gold's super even. It's just that only concern right now is the looming soul threat. They have a couple of minutes before that. It feels like the Baron, especially with them on red side and against a Zoe, it just feels like now the team too comfortable to start that without like a big fight win beforehand. And KT know that they're dealing with the Nocturne, so that they're not overstepping very much. We haven't seen like the aiming blunder we saw earlier when he was on that ward. Haven't seen any of those sort of situations since then.
Yeah, also just kind of the state of the game. There's no big objectives. You have to hold a line at very outwardsly. You know, it does feel like BDD doesn't really have an angle until the fights really begin. As speaking of which, Perfect in a bit of trouble here, although DuckDom also going to be engaged on, trying to take the satchel away. He does have his flash, but he doesn't want to use it because he knows he's just dead. A trade of members here. DuckDom gets caught out.
Yeah, I think DuckDom was moving to try and be in ult range of the bot play and just ended up super overextended. The fact the satchel was like just not even close to getting in anywhere near safety, it means that bot play to kill Perfect ends up just trading unfavorably because KT, they kill DuckDom, they get this mid tower as well. Big trade upwards, and the inner towers are all worth the same amount of gold now.
Yeah.
You know, last year the side lane inner towers were worth a lot more. Now they're all worth 600 gold. So you got that mid one, which is really nice for pushing up deep in the mid lane, and it's worth 600 gold. So you're happy to pick that one up. We'll see the replay here. Yeah, you can see both of them kind of moving down, like we want to support, we have global ultimates. And then they just kind of walk into this situation, which is not really a favorable one. It's a good counterplay from KT to kind of expect that and cut the inside line, knowing Perfect is dead, but like, hey, what can we get out of this?
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate position there for DuckDom in rotation, cuz nicely done by him to make the play happen.
Okay, Dragon in 20. Some big defensive pickups. We have the Zhonyas for BDD. We also have the Shield Bow for aiming. So Shield Bow Bloodthirster, this is a very defensive build for aiming. And everyone has all summoners up. So, you know, the dive threat is still there for the DN Supers, but execution needs to be crisp if you're going to connect onto these carries because they have a lot of defensive items, tools available.
And you think about the last fight, that was really due to threading the needle perfectly onto the exact right target they needed, and then they just won. So you're going to try again here onto aiming in the mid lane. Gets feared up even after the flash, and down he will go. No more 80 carry as Closer gets in between the two worlds as DuckDom also being bullied on the right side, but Ghost goes down. And so up a member here are DNS, Cuz going in and might be punished for it. Doesn't really have any backup on the backside of that one. Who's going to go into his GA as BDD desperately trying to get something done. Will take out the rail. Life will hit the dirt as Perfect is going to take the tunnel and get away. Another bubble is going to land. BDD is getting more and more time in these fights as now Dudu goes down to his GA. A very close one. Cuz still alive and lower health bars. Perfect is unkillable. And down will go Pyosik. Closer by himself. Looks like he's not very long for this world, although... Okay, Perfect going to take the tunnel, and it looks like he should be able to follow up and get the kill. And now KT, a very extended fight, and that will mean this Hextech Dragon and Soul for them.
What value BDD able to get in that fight? And I think DNS, after killing Aiming, we're convinced we've won this. We've achieved it. We've done our goal. The fight is ours. Everything is ours. But able to be punished there. Now, we're going to get a refight for this Dragon. Remember, no smites available right now. But I think too much control for KT in the area. Too hard to approach. Soul for KT. Mammoth play from their top side on the back of this.
Yeah, it's going to be gigantic. I mean, you think about Zoe with the Hextech Soul, even the Aphelios, definitely a lot of value there. But this is how this fight begins.
It's a big overstep from Aiming, and it's great target selection, because the Zhonya's on the Zoe is big blocker to the play working. The shielding, though, on aiming just makes it slower. It doesn't stop you from killing him, really. And Ghost trying to save him goes down as well. But they end up kind of overcommitting here. You see, they're trying to look for Cuz, they're trying to look for Perfect, it's split focus. They get Cuz down to his GA, and the call here is clearly, hey, if we kill the jungler, we get Baron. So everyone moves over, they leave life to get punished, and they're getting poked down more and more. They keep focusing damage on Perfect, but look how much healing he gets over the course of this fight. He just keeps healing up, and there's summoners on the ground for BDD to pick up.
It's good, he says. Just saying, okay. And yeah, a pretty extended fight. BDD doesn't say all too much outside of just, you know, calling to go ahead and continue the fight. As game time is looking slightly longer.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of action, it feels like in solo queue you're getting, you know, faster waves and getting back to lane faster. And obviously in solo queue, you fight for anything, right? But our teams, they'll fight when there's an objective. And also things like a Baron gives less gold, right, than before. It's half as much gold, global gold for each member of the team. And so, you know, a Baron would often be like game ending, but it feels like a little bit less so now. Right now, the gold's super even, but KT having that Hextech Soul is such a frustrating thing to deal with. Now, I do think of all compositions, DNS's comp is one of the ones that isn't hindered as much because, like, you're diving in. Like, if Pioshik is right on top of aiming, slowing him isn't really going to change things, right? You're still going to get Ziggs ulted, you're still going to get exploded by the combo, the engage combo of damage. But those situations, those messy skirmishes we saw like that one before, the extra slow value is going to be really disruptive and allow BDD just keep landing those sleepy trouble bubbles, which we've seen be massive value. So
yeah, I think the slowdowns will definitely help, but as you were mentioning, it really requires a certain kind of team fight to get full value out of it. Duckdom kind of just dying to top Rek'Sai in the last fight without doing much damage outside of his ult was a big issue. And now he can get caught out even easier. So gonna have to be very careful about his positioning. I do feel like our AD carry players have been bullied quite a lot in this game number 3.
We also have level 19 top laners, so with a top lane quest, they can go up to level 20. Which is a lot of power, a lot of base stats. Both top laners feeling really strong. We've obviously talked about the year of Dudu and how good he's been this series, but Perfect in our last fight, absolutely popping off. And in this dive-focused composition, they don't really have the ability to cut through this Rek'Sai. He is a real thorn on their side. I genuinely think Dudu is the one who does the most damage to him, but it's very hard for Dudu to cut through him and hold him still, right?
Yeah.
He needs, you know, when like films about like high schools, you have like the bully with the 2 goons that hold them, and then Dudu needs them so he can just punch them, but very hard to make it stick.
Yeah. Needs a couple of goons to help him out.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he can get that, because just clearing out some of the vision around this Baron. Haven't really seen too many opportunities to go for this one, and as I mentioned before, it does feel like our LCK teams are going to be even more careful about how they go for this objective.
You know, so you say that.
Kind of watching our top lane.
You say that. T1 20-minute Baron.
I don't know if they can do it quite as reliably now.
T1 20-minute Baron.
But they might still just do it.
They'll send it.
As you're
it's a state of mind. It's a state of mind.
It is, yeah.
We do get the Banshees come through from Duckdam. Is going for the healing reduction with the Oblivion Orb. Going to be a very late Rabadons, if ever, but obviously has space for that in his inventory. BD is closing in his Rabadons, so a big spike. But yeah, aiming has 4 completed items, and I assume is going towards GA next. Would be a good pickup, I think. Level 20 for both top laners, though. They are, and that's the thing you got to think about it, right? Is everyone is farming quite well in this game, but the top laners have picked up a ton of farm. We typically see top laners not get as much.
Yeah, Duckdom lost his Banshees and then got hit with the Hextech Soul, so he got slowed down, had to go away, but now Cuz extremely low. In goes Pioshik, trying to punish him. In between 2 worlds does come down, but Cuz is just unkillable. There's no follow-up, and this time aiming is safe enough, although in does go Dudu trying to take him out, but instead he's CC'd to death as the GA will come through. And now they have aiming alive in a fight, which is crazy. feels like the first time this entire game, and it means they're going to stomp it with flying colors. KT take a gigantic fight, and they're looking to push and maybe even end the game. We'll have to see how far they can go.
I think they can just end on this. It's only life to survive. They've got the overgrowth in the tower. They'll shred that super quick. Aiming, able to survive and put the damage out in return. DNS didn't quite have it there, and they're not going to be able to take the series. I think KT just going to end it here.
BD trying to land the trouble bubble with the stolen flash as Life as a rel does nothing to clear out the wave. Down will go the 2 Nexus turrets, and there's no respawn on those this time around. The Nexus does fall, and KT take the 2-1 victory here against DNS, who did have a great showing in game number 1, and Dudu especially looking great, memes aside. But at the end of the day, KT do land strong with returning Aiming, Ghost also returning to pro play. And then the 3 guys who made it to Worlds Finals in the top side of the map. Looking good so far here for KT.
I think once the defensive itemization came in, it became very tricky for the DNS side, but a good performance regardless. But this is kind of the outcome we expected with KT winning out over DNS.
Yeah, it definitely is, as Onks is going to have to think about his first POM of the LCK Cup. So we get the classic perfect smirk and thumbs up, feeling pretty good. As there's the classic Cuz celebration as well. I don't know if we're gonna have anyone jumping on top of desks this time around. You'll know what I'm talking about if you saw UCal at the season opening event. Speedy gives us a nice little Agumon celebration himself, as Aiming says, hey, it's all about Ghost, with the Thresh celebration himself. KT take the win. And yeah, I mean, it was, it was a little bit of a bump in the road losing that first game, but I do feel like their comp certainly hurt them, especially with how far behind they got, with not a lot of priority in a lot of their lanes, not a lot of winning lanes, and so they couldn't really scale with what they had. But once they got to a better state in the draft and better states in the games, it did look like KT were looking very strong here. And I'm expecting a lot of these matches to go 2-1 as we have teams figuring things out and stronger teams that should, quote unquote, win, dropping games because they're not 100% clean right at the beginning of the year. So not too surprising, to be honest, to get the 2-1 victory here for KT. It's still a KT victory, as we expected, but it took them a little bit longer than 2 games.
But a better look for DNS, I think, as well. And I think that's the thing, is like, I think there's going to be some teams in the LCK where the gap is big enough, we'll still see that 2-0. But I think DNS, with this roster shake-up and some better performances, there's still issues, right? They're not a flawless team, but it's day 1 of the season. And I'm optimistic about where this team can end up, given a bit more time, because I think this is a good start. There was some good moments. I think Pioshik and Closer definitely doing some great work. But going up against Cuz and BDD was a tall task. And you can see why these guys were in the World Finals last year.
And Perfect.
Perfect, definitely that Rek'Sai performance in Game 3.
He was also there.
That Game 3 Rek'Sai performance really kind of brought it back, but I think didn't have the best day overall. But definitely did his job in this one. And I think the bot lane was something to be desired, I think. I think Aiming was kind of quiet over the course of today.
Yeah.
This was that final fight, though. And it just feels like with the extra defenses, it wasn't the ideal start for DNS because, you know, Doctam got caught out initially. He's playing at long range with the ult. But they just lacked a little bit of damage. And part of it is the ult from Pioshik wasn't used onto Aiming. It was used onto Cuz. And so lacking a bit of damage, he also has those defensive tools available. And it just felt like their composition had kind of hit its wall. But a good play from KT, good peel. And they will come through. And Ghost, 100% win rate still in the LCK as a support. And winning his first series, definitely feeling very excited about that.
Yeah, a lot of clapping, a lot of nices, and a lot of words also being said there. As poor Dudu, man. It's still the year of
Guys,
Dudu.
it's still the year of Dudu.
I mean, he did do a lot of damage to tank Rek'Sai, but it doesn't matter because he also was the one reason why they almost came back in this game. So
yeah,
shout out to Dudu, but you know, still a team game, and at the end of the day, equal or even amounts of damage there on the side of KT, outside of aiming, who just kind of died a lot in this game. We're able to get them across the line. As I'm very curious about the player of the match. Kind of felt like it could have gone for a whole slew of different players, except, well, not aiming.
I think it's probably going to be one of two players, and it's more likely to be one than the other.
It's BDD.
Yeah. I was like, it's either BDD or Cuz, and it's almost certainly going to be BDD, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I mean, I think BDD and Cuz both played really well, but BDD had the pop-off Zoe game, and also, I'm going to be honest, we all love a bit of BDD. So,
or a lot of BDD because, you know, he goes to a lot of international events and he plays a lot. We get a lot of games of him.
Yeah.
He is quite good.
Technically, Ghost had the highest win rate in this series, so if someone voted for him, you know...
well...
but I expect probably most votes for BDD, maybe a sprinkle for Cuz. We'll see.
So guys, on the space, we're going to have an interview with Ghost, and make sure you tune into that after we have our stage interview, so I'll hand it over for the translation now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. For the first match of 2026 LCK Cup Group Battle, we're here with BDD on the side of KT Rolster. And with KT's victory on opening day, Elder Group takes the first win. How do you feel? Now, I didn't expect it to be an easy win, but I'm just glad that we're able to win. What was the meaning behind your celebration? You know, during Worlds, Ji-sun actually gave me a recommendation on celebration and my ceremony, and she said, maybe Agumon, you can try something Digimon related, and I've just been using it since. So we'll look forward to seeing more of that Digimon Agumon celebration from you. Game 1 was an unfortunate loss, but you guys played Malphite Jungle, so was this just a pick that was rated highly? You know, bot lane is really important, but I believe that, you know, it would be really important to pick something that would really help and aid our bot lane. And yes, we did prepare this prior to today's match. And it was a full 3-game series from the first match. And the enemy Mbessa was a hassle to deal with. So what was the win con today? Yeah, we had a little bit of accidents here and there. But as long as we were able to group together and fight and, you know, stall out the team fights, we would win. Yeah, and I felt really bad about, you know, the death in the middle of the game at top. And the coach voice is also a new change, and we saw the KT coaching staff being proactive with it. So, any thoughts? You know, the coach during practice, he would just say stuff like, fighting guys, but today I felt like it was actually really helpful during the match. Any feedback for them? I feel like as long as they keep it up with the kind of feedback and the comments that they're giving us, I think it'll be really good. And Aiming, Polu, and Ghost have joined this season, and you are playing with a new bot duo. So how was it? You know, I'm really familiar with all these players. Honestly speaking, it's not that right now we're not at a point where we're at 100%. So I think we have a long way to go. We just have to keep working hard together. And yeah, you've played with Ghost before. So how is Ghost as a support? You know, Ghost, he's always been a player that really looks at the big picture in the game, and he has a really good read in the game, so I think it was really helpful today. After the first match, how do you feel? Do you have any feeling about the rest of the year? You know, it's a little too hard to say, too soon to say right now. I think we'll just be able to show through our gameplay. And for your win streak, it'll be the last World Semifinals rematch against Genji, the captain of Baron Group. So what is your mindset? You know, instead of trying to win right now, I think we'll just have to focus on trying to reach that 100% in our performance. And that's the end of the interview with BDD. And back to the desk. Thank you.
And it's a win for the world finalists. A good attempt for the DN Supers, but they fall short here. KT Rolster get the job done in the opening event here at the LCK Cup. And it was BDD getting themselves the POM as expected. Also, shoutouts to G-Sun, right? He gives the shoutouts to G-Sun in the interview. Thank you for showing us the different celebrations. Pretty cool start here for KT Rolster.
Yeah, I think for KT, this is definitely a series you're not happy with the result of, or how you got to the result. You're happy with the result, but you're not happy how you got there. There's a lot of learning, I think, that needs to happen. And the bottom lane, there's definitely obviously some synergy that needs to be built, but still got the W on the day. So a great start to the year.
Yeah, I mean, it's the very beginning of the season. So, I mean, you can have some issue on the draft. I mean, you can slowly fix them out. So, at least we could have one of the best support in LCK, you know, that goes subbing in for the to save the team as well. So it was really interesting.
All right, 10 out of 13. Let's get to the comments. The first comments of the year. I hope Zoe wins, XD. I'm a Zoe main, and she's just so fun. People get trolled by the bubble, and her voice lines are so cute. And when she sings about chocolate cake, lol, she's super random and smarter than she looks. It's just like me, XD. Thank you. Ox?
Wow, that was so poignant the way he
memer.
I feel like he really laid it out on the line, and that's one of the best comments I've ever seen.
I wonder what's happening in chat right now. Really?
I voted for Perfect, keeping the momentum from 2025. Thumbs up for Perfect. His Renekton play in Game 2 and his roam into the mid lane was a big defining moment. His Rek'Sai was phenomenal in Game 3. I think BD, perfect KDA in Game 2, excellent Zoe game in Game 3, but it was perfect for me.
Yeah, as Ulf mentioned, I think the Game 2, it's all about him being able to roam the mid lane to break that matchup on the mid lane. And also for the Game 3, I think his teamfight positioning, especially as Rek'Sai, he hunt down the Ziggs, one of the main issue for the team. And I mean, just in general, amazing teamfight positioning by him.
Perfect, man. What a redemption arc. And it's continuing into 2026 here at the LCK Cup. KT Rolster get themselves a win. And now joining us on the space, a very special guest. Please welcome KT Ghost, subbing on in, undefeated for KT. 안녕하세요.
반갑습니다.
Hello. 네, 반갑습니다.
Wow. Ghost, what a welcome. What a start here for the 2026 LCK Cup. What's it like coming back to the toughest region after spending time away?
2026 LCK 컵에 복귀하는 이런 방법 중에서 가장 최고의 방법이 아닌가라는 생각이 들 정도로 시작부터 스펙타클한데 이제 잠시 이제 LCK에서 자리를 비웠다가 다시 가장 치열한 지역인 LCK로 돌아온 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 저는 여기 리그가 가장 저한테 잘 맞는 것 같고요. 그리고 와서 처음엔 조금 너무 다들 잘해서 힘들었는데 적응하니까 약간 제 집 같고 너무 좋습니다.
Yeah, I think LCK fits on me. You know, I mean, when I came back here, it felt a little hard because everyone was so talented and their performance was just on the other level. But right now, I feel more comfortable.
I want to ask now, about your swap back to support now, as you're an AD carry player, world champion AD carry. How was that process like, and when was the moment you knew, okay, I'm going to be a support player now?
이제 포지션을 변경하기로 한 결정한 과정에 대해서 좀 더 자세히 알고 싶은데 언제쯤 좀 포지션 변경을 하겠다고 마음을 먹으셨나요?
사실 원딜로 좀 팀을 많이 찾아보고 있었는데 KT 쪽에서 서포터로 먼저 제안을 주셔가지고 보성이도 있고 팀에서 이 정도로 아무튼 신뢰를 엄청나게 많이 보여주셔가지고 믿고 그래 너무 좋은 팀이라서 그냥 바로 가겠다 이렇게 얘기한 것 같아요. 네.
So I was looking for the team as an AD carry at first, but KT offered me as a support role. So yeah, I was kind of considering it, but they have BDD and also KT is one of the best organization in LCK. So yeah, I mean, why not?
Well, one of the reasons rumored why they requested you was because it was specifically BDD requested to play with you. how did that make you feel? And if this is the first time you heard that, how's that making you feel?
이제 이 과정 속에서 BDD 선수가 특별히 좀 고스트 선수에게 제안을 했다라는 루머가 있는데 그 이야기를 들었을 때 좀 어떤 기분이셨나요? 그리고 이게 좀 사실인지 한번 확인하고 싶네요.
뭐 보성이가 아무래도 뭐 서포터를 찾는 중에 추천 정도는 했을 것 같은데 당연히 이제 뭐 감독 코치진과 얘기를 해서 나온 것 같고 보성이가 제가 농심 때 서포터 하는 거 보고 제 뭔가 롤에 대한 지식 같은 걸 좀 많이 알고 있는 걸 알다 보니까 좀 믿어준 게 아닌가 그렇게 생각이 듭니다. 네.
I think I'm pretty sure BDD already talked with the coaching staff as well, but I'm pretty sure BDD talked about me as like being support because he already experienced me as support in the Nongshim, and he already know that I have a better game knowledge than other players. So probably that's why he decided to offer me as a support.
That's right. There's only one player that is undefeated in game score in the LCK Cup. Now, you're slotting into the 2025 World Finalist roster with KT Rolster. What do you think that you specifically bring to the team that they need?
이제 2025년 롤드컵 결승 멤버에 이렇게 자리하게 되셨는데 이제 이 팀에 본인만이 가져올 수 있는 어떤 무언가 어떻게 이 팀을 좀 도와줄 수 있는지 본인만의 좀 그런 특장점이 있다면
일단 팀에서 가장 원하는 게 경험 많은 선수랑 이렇게 게임을 좀 같이 읽어줄 수 있는 좀 커즈 BDD 선수의 운영 쪽에서 조금 어깨를 덜어줄 수 있는 그런 선수를 많이 필요했는데 그런 부분은 제가 잘 보완을 해줄 수 있을 것 같고요. 그리고 저는 이 최고의 선수들이 게임하는 데서 게임하는 게 더 편한 것 같아요. 저한테 더 잘 맞는 것 같고 저는 게임 수준이 높을수록 잘하는 것 같거든요. 그래서 자신 있고 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I think KT needed the experienced player who knows the macro because BDD and Cuz they had so much pressure on this kind of macro, so I can lift up with them as well. And also for myself, I feel like I can play so much better with the best players in the league and in the team, you know. So I feel really comfortable and confident enough to play well with the team.
Well, again, a victory here for KT Rolster and Ghost. Ghost, thank you so much for spending time with us here on the Global Desk. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
All right, big win here for KT and for Ghost. They are 1-0, but we're not done yet. It is time for Brion to take flight. They're up against D plus Kia, who have the first right of selection. We'll see what side they pick after the short break. See you in a bit.
네, 안녕하세요. 젠지에서 탑을 맡고 있는 기인이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 원딜에서 티원을 잠시만 죄송합니다.
난리 났다 난리 났어. 나 뭐 다 맡아라 그냥.
안녕하세요. 티원에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 베이스 김수환입니다.
농심 레드포스의 서폿을 맡고 있는 리엔즈 손씨입니다.
DNS 스포츠의 정글을 맡고 있는 표식 홍창현입니다.
의료원의 정글을 맡고 있는 기동 김민성입니다.
우리는
바로브레입니다. 저희 팀은 난 T1 젠지가 있으니까 많이 이겨줄 거여가지고 초반에 너무 기대도 많이 하고 있고요.
일단 최대 장점 그냥 카메라 여기 딱 2개만 비춰주시길 바랍니다. 그냥 더 설명할 게 없어요 부가적으로.
기대감 받고 있으니까 너무 기분 좋고요. 저는 이 정도면 되게 밸런스 있게 든든한 팀 잘 뽑았다고 생각해서
생각한 대로 팀이 뽑혀가지고 이번에 되게 경기할 때 재밌을 것 같습니다. 이거 아닌가?
이거 아닌데? 나 잘했어.
저희가 뽑혀서 오진 않았지만 그래도 좋은 팀에 합류한 것 같아서 팀원들이랑 다 같이 열심히 하면 될 것 같습니다.
어차피 임실 동맹이지 다 적을 뿐.
시원하다 시원해 상현이.
일단은 다 같이 초반에 화이팅 합시다.
똑같은 생각입니다.
와 쌀먹하네.
좋은데?
그러니까.
저는 T1으로 하겠습니다. 월주도 우승했고 제일 잘하는 팀이라고 생각해서 T1 뽑겠습니다.
둘 다 너무 든든한데 여기서 T1 했으니까 저는 젠지 하겠습니다.
젠지 했으니까 저는 T1 하겠습니다.
저는 젠지 하겠습니다.
그럼 저는 T1 하겠습니다.
미쳤다 이거 뭐예요 이거?
작년에 이제 저희가 제가 바로는 팀이었는데 좀 많이 패배를 지분을 했었는데 올해 이제 다크호스가 돼보도록 하겠습니다.
작년에는 장로 그룹이 좀 강세를 보였는데 올해는 바론 그룹이 더 잘할 수 있도록.
저희가 장로였어가지고 근데 내가 있어서라고 지금 돌려 말한 것 같은데.
개별 인터뷰 다 하는 거 아니에요?
제가 근데 그 구조를 잘 몰라가지고 몇 승 몇 패가
많이 이기면 되잖아요. 많이 이기면 돼요.
많이 이기겠습니다.
많이 이기면 되죠. 이번에 뽑힌 게 더 밸런스가 맞다고 생각을 해가지고 작년 같은 구도가 안 나올 것 같고요.
바론 그룹에 큰 도움이 될 수 있게 다 같이 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 내겠습니다.
수장이 또
이게 원래 수장이랑 해야 되거든요. 대장전 이런 느낌으로.
그러니까 우리 같은 쫄병들은 이제
하나생명 저희가 이기겠습니다.
저는 DK의 김대호 감독님한테 완전히 무참히 패배시키도록 하겠습니다. 자꾸 눈에 보이셔가지고 자꾸 아른거리셔서 혼내보고 싶습니다.
근데 아까 어떤 한 선수가
손시우 죽이겠다.
저요? 손시우를 죽이겠다고?
보성이 형이네.
KT가 이 색. 보성이도 잘했으니까 제가 한번 물러날 때가 맞아요. 물러날게요. 예. 죽임을 당하지 않은 거고요. 근데 저는 김대호 감독님이 일단 이기고 천천히 다시 할게요.
저희는 이제 같은 라인 PX만큼 꼭 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
저희도 라이벌이라고 생각되는 DRX 일단 이기고 생각하겠습니다.
일단 생각을 하는 거예요, 저희는
일단 정글러들은 이렇게
그래.
설계하고 들어가는 거예요.
그래요.
저는 아직 경험해보지 못해가지고
이겼어, T1인데.
T1이야.
그래, 어떻게 했죠?
DK도 되게 잘하는 팀이라 생각해서 꼭 이겨서 브라질도 꼭 가고 또 퍼스트 샌드도 갈 수 있게 열심히 하겠습니다.
박보성 죽이겠습니다.
아까 살인다며.
지금은 나와야 될 때였어.
좀 스무스하게 올라가서 우승하고 싶은 것 같습니다.
올해는 좀 많이 다른 모습 보여드리고 싶습니다.
저희 팀이 신인 선수가 많은데 다 같이 배우고 열심히 해서 발전하는 모습 보여드리면서 좋은 경기력 보여드리겠습니다.
그 혹시 그 누구죠? 걔네 누구냐? 장로? 바론? 장로? 장로죠. 장로는 뭐라 했어요? 장로 브레스! 바론 브레스는 없잖아. 바론
내셔 남자.
좋은데?
좋은데? 괜찮아.
어떤 거?
내셔 남자.
내셔 남자로.
이거 아닌 것 같은데.
진짜 괜찮았어. 이거 이상 없어.
좋다 가자.
내셔 남자.
좋다.
내셔 남자. 자 할게요. 카메라 어디 보면 되죠? 이거 볼게요.
보시면 됩니다.
자 여러분 다 같이 하는 거예요. 하나 둘 셋. 내셔 남자. 수고하셨습니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 하나생명의 정글러를 맡고 있는 가나비 서진혁입니다.
플러스 기아 미드 맡고 있는 쇼메이커 허수입니다.
KT 롤스터의 미드를 맡고 있는 BDD입니다.
안녕하세요. BNK PX의 플리어 송현민입니다.
DRX 탑라이너 리치 이재현입니다.
우리는
장로블러입니다.
저희가 이제 드래프트 전에 생각해온 그림이 있었는데 그 그림대로 잘 간 것 같고
자동으로 정해진 건 아니고 뽑혔으니까 다행이다라고 생각했고요.
바론 그룹보다 확실히 좀 더 밸런스 있는 것 같고
좀 더 공격적이고 더 재밌게 할 수 있다는 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
제일 먼저 뽑힌 만큼 좀 그 역할을 잘 하려고 열심히 할 생각입니다.
저희는 최소한 다 1승 이상이지 않을까 싶습니다.
하나생명이 제일 잘할 거예요. 작년 LCK 컵 때 퍼스트 스탠드로 우승하기도 했고 엄청 체급이 높은 팀이라 생각해서 잘할 것 같습니다.
작년 LCK컵 유일한 전승 DK가 가장 기대됩니다.
아 예? 하나생명이 가장 기대가 되는데 플러스 기아도 LCK컵에서 좋은 모습을 보여줘가지고 두 팀이 제일 기대되는 것 같아요.
이제 이번에 월드 보면서 BDD 선수한테 이제 거의 존경심을 넘어서 그냥 경외롭다? 진짜 와, 저 사람 대단하다. 저희 장로 그룹도 승자조를 이끌어 주시지 않을까 해서 KT 로스터가 제일 기대되는 것 같습니다.
젠지가 일단 작년도 LCK컵 준우승자고
확실히 다들 기본 체급도 좋고
항상 실수 없이 하는 것 같아가지고 제일 평균치가 높을 것 같아요.
DN 슈퍼스로 하겠습니다. 아무래도 리빌딩 하면서 또 미드랑 바텀 라인에 새로운 선수들이 들어왔기 때문에 좀 작년 성적에 비해 생각보다 경계되는 팀인 것 같아요.
이번에 또 새로운 제도도 생겼고 똑같은 그 시드끼리 붙는 걸로 알고 있어서
어쨌든 2점이 나가는 거여서 이겨야 민폐가 안 되기 때문에 꼭 이길 생각입니다.
굉장히 메리트 큰 것 같고 저희 그룹만 슈퍼이크를 5판 다 이겨버리면 10대 0인 거니까 진짜 따라오기 힘들 것 같아요.
저희 팀의 원래 감독이셨던 송 감독님이 브리온에 계시는데 오시드끼리 하는데 또 저희가 이겨야 되지 않겠습니까? 진흙탕 싸움 한번 해보겠습니다.
작년에 16승 9패 했으니까 이번 년은 최소 17승 8패로 저희가 이겼으면 좋겠습니다.
좋은데요?
유일한 전승 DK가 있듯이 또 유일한 전패인 저희 팀이 있어서 이번에는 1인분만 하고 팀원들에게 맡기도록 하겠습니다.
지원한 대발 뭐가 있을까요?
저는 먼저 대장님이 하셔야. 원래 옆에 있는 잔바리들은 요새 두발 안 해요.
장로팀에서 가장 높은 쪽이니까 5승 0패 하도록 하겠습니다.
저희는 4승 1패. 4승 1패 목표로 해보겠습니다.
작년에 3승 2패였는데 플레이오프 진출을 못했었거든요. 이번 시즌에는 꼭 플레이오프 진출을 해보겠습니다.
바론 그룹은 잘 모르겠고 손지우 죽이겠습니다.
저희는 LCK컵에 좋은 기억이 없는데 이번에는 확실히 좋은 기억 많이 남겨보겠습니다.
덤벼라. 덤비세요. 구호. 대장님이.
대장님이 맞긴
제가요?
하죠.
그러면 9호는 장로 브레스가 있어.
오, 좋다.
그러면 장로 브레스 이렇게 할게요.
오케이.
브레스. 네.
야.
이렇게 할까요? 이렇게 두 개로?
이렇게 할까요?
네, 이렇게 할까요? 하나, 둘, 셋.
장로 브레스.
승리가 곧 배송될 예정입니다. 브리온 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're moving into the second match of the night. We got Breon up against DK, D plus Kia here, as I am still Valdez, and still I have Aux here. Has not been replaced just yet. Getting ready for the second matchup. What are your expectations here, Aux?
Well, it's hard to say because Bro really have shaken things up. Things have changed quite drastically, so a lot of things to see there. D plus have kept their top side, you know, changed up on the bot lane. And if we think back to last year's LCK Cup, D plus were our strongest team until we got to playoffs when they completely bombed out. So I'm ready to have them build some hype again and make us believe.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, especially with the changes they have made to their roster. Speaking of changes to rosters, Breon coming in here for 2026 has changed every single person except Duke. Song comes in, we got Casting and Gideon, and Romer and Fisher going to be splitting the mid lane. We'll see about that. And we got Teddy and Namgung in the bottom lane. So, not really sure what to expect from this roster, to be honest.
A lot of changes, some faces we've seen before, some we haven't. I think one people are excited about is Romer, who's been tearing up solo queue, had like a 92% win rate in solo queue in Korea. People were saying, is this an AI playing League of Legends, speculating stuff like that? No, he is just a person who's built different. So excited to see how he does in his first LCK match. And on the other side, some familiar faces in the top side with Shiru, Lucian, Showmaker. But Smash coming over from T1, obviously played the start of the year with T1, and Korea coming up as well.
Yeah, so Career, I really honestly don't know what to expect from this guy, but Smash, obviously, I feel like this is going to be a very nice environment for him to just kind of show off his stuff and see how much he has developed from his time here in Korea. So guys, we do have a player interview with some of our debut players, so we're going to lock into that right now.
안녕하세요. 저는 브리온의 서포터를 맡게 된 남궁성훈이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 브리온의 미드라이너를 맡고 있는 로머입니다. 일단 롤파크에서 뛰는 게 처음이라 긴장도 되는데 제가 왜 기용됐는지 플레이적으로 보여주고 싶은 마음이 있네요.
저도 긴장되기도 하지만 첫 경기인 만큼 좀 잘해보고 싶은 마음이 있는 것 같습니다. 저는 라인전부터 좀 세게 하는 걸 좋아해서 그걸 바탕으로 이득을 보고 이제 영향력을 펼치는 걸 좋아하는 것 같습니다.
저는 중반 타이밍에 좀 침착하게 하는 플레이를 좀 잘한다 생각합니다. 성훈이에게 그냥 편하게 같이 하자고 해주고 싶네요.
LCK 첫 경기니까 떨지 말고 해보자, 잘해보자 이런 느낌. 플레이오프 가보는 게 일단 첫 번째 목표입니다.
저도 플레이오프 가는 게 목표고 저 스스로 계속 성장하는 느낌을 보여줄 수 있도록 하는 게 목표인 것 같습니다. 이겨보겠습니다. 화이팅!
저도 서포 차이 내면서 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
브리온 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 저는 D+ 기아 서포터 커리어 오영석입니다. 되게 상상만 했던 이제 무대에 서게 돼서 너무 좋은 것 같습니다. 좋은 기회가 왔다고 생각해서 열심히 노력해서 그냥 잘 보여주면 될 것 같다고 생각했습니다. 그냥 안 쫄고 과감하게 하는 것이 장점인 것 같습니다. LCK에서 세 손가락 안에 드는 서폿이 되고 싶습니다. 최대한 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있게 열심히 노력하겠습니다. D+ 기아 화이팅!
So it's always really fun to kind of hear and listen into some of the new players, the debuting players here tonight. We got 3 of them, 2 on the side of Breon, 1 on the side of the D+ Kia, as getting ready to jump on into the first opening of the players coming on out and introducing themselves. But yeah, I mean, we've seen some players come up and really have a big impact immediately. I'm very curious about Career playing along someone like Smash. Obviously, probably has a very high skill ceiling, but I'm not sure how far away he is from that. I mean, in order to be selected for a roster like this, you have to have something going on.
It's also a different dynamic because when we saw Smash debut, it was alongside Carrier, who is not only very experienced, but also very good at League of Legends. And not to say that Korea can't, you know, show what he can do, but it's a different dynamic when you're sharing your lane with another very new player. So a lot of things to get to grips with regards to this D+ bot lane to inexperienced players. And obviously on the other side in the support role, Namgoong is not super experienced, but Teddy is an absolute veteran on the other side who will no doubt be guiding his lane opponent. But that is on the top side of D+, obviously Shiwu, he had his first year, and I think there were some great moments, some struggles, but definitely solid overall. Lucid, it's still weird that I still kind of think of him in that like rookie sphere, but he's been here a while now, and Showmaker has been here for ages, so.
Yeah, Showmaker, definitely kind of the anchor of this team, really has stuck through it, through thick and thin with the Damwon and D+ Kia rosters for a very, very long time, and hopefully for another very long era. We'll have to wait and see how long Showmaker does play. But yeah, hope he's looking forward to the 2026 season with a new bot lane and seeing how all of that plays out. Still have the same coaching staff. CV Max going to be leading the charge on that one. And we'll have to wait and see how it does look. As you mentioned, you know, there were some big ups and also some really rough patches for D+ Kia last year. We're definitely struggling towards the end of LCK, it felt like, whereas in LCK Cup, they were fantastic for a while.
The thing is, even in playoffs, if you think about it, they had some close series, like against T1, right, at the end of the year. So there was definitely low points, but there were also high points. And like, it's weird because the D+ roster last year, there were times where you're like, this is a top team, they can compete with the best. And there were times like, oh, are they going to make playoffs? And in the end, they were in the Rise group, right? They weren't in the Legend group. So it was a mixed year, but, you know, hoping to come in with a fresh bot lane and see what they can do here. On the other side for Bro, I think one thing to look at is the jungle top. You know, Gideon, Nongshim, also a team who had some struggles, but also some good points. There was a point where I think Gideon was really having a lot of good momentum, and then when they ended up in the Legend group, it was just sadness for a long time, and they never really recovered.
Yeah.
And Casting, who was on KT, and switching with Perfect a good amount of times. In the end, they stuck with Perfect, and that obviously worked out for KT. And Casting never really, I feel like, found his footing in the LCK.
Yeah, it certainly does feel like a bit of a mixed bag for the new Brion roster. Obviously, haven't gone for some gigantic names outside of Teddy, who is obviously the biggest one on this roster. And, you know, I feel for Teddy because sometimes he finds himself on rosters where he might have to do a lot of heavy lifting, but this is 2026, you know, he's been around for quite a long time. I hope that he can carry them like he used to in the past.
Teddy
and be
on
that fountain laser.
A team who has to do heavy lifting, which happen to be colored, their colors are green. Wow, crazy. Who'd have thought?
It really does kind of make sense that he is on this roster. All things considered. It feels like it fits.
I'm just hyped to see Roma. As I said, super hyped with his solo queue performances, and you're going up against Showmaker.
Wait, they picked blue side. They didn't pick first pick, so already we have a difference
Day
maker.
one, we have a shakeup.
Yeah.
They want the blue side. I'd love if we could, they're not going to tell us, but I'd love to know like what the thought process was.
I do know that CV Max does love to do some weird stuff from time to time. Generally it's in draft, but he's found a new angle.
Yeah,
I mean, in first select.
I'd just love to know. I'm interested. I think it's interesting to see a little bit. Already we have our mold breaker because we had a discussion if you did miss the previous game. Because in the first series, it was the team who had choice. They picked first pick. The other team picked blue side, and we were like, "Is this going to happen all the time?" Brendan said, "It won't happen the entire first week." And already,
I didn't think it would happen today.
Yeah, very quick. So we'll see how that plays out. It does still mean though that we have. Red side is the team with first pick, so that is how it is going to be, and that probably is how it is going to be in a lot of games. Do you see the Malphite being banned as well as that Kiana? Jace taken away. We saw that ban throughout the first series, as was the Azir, which made sense against PDD, but still maintaining that ban into this second series.
Yeah, does make sense. Thinking about a third ban here, it is going to be the Rumble. So Rumble definitely was pretty good in our last series.
Yeah, targeting Shu a little bit here. Orianna taken away. So we did see a lot of bans like Orianna, Azir, Jace. In fact, I think DNS banned
exactly that in their first 2 games of the series. But Nico, which was banned all 3 games last series, does get left open and is first picked by Bro. So putting some high priority towards that. He has left. Chronicler is gone, but the Flash, Hot Blossom, Rocket Belt combo is still here.
Yeah.
So if you're asking who won, Nico or Chronicler, Nico won.
Nico won. And it's not the only thing that has won and stuck around. Besides that, over Chronicler. So we'll make sure to list all of them.
Yeah, the Lucid Fan Club has stuck around without Chronicler.
As they come to mind, we'll make sure to mention it every time.
Yep.
J4 going to be picked up here. Looks great for Cuz in that last series.
Also, I like
3.
it into Nico because you can cage her, and it feels really uncomfortable. Like when she's caged, you can't rock about with the ult.
Yeah.
You can kind of burn the ult in that way, and you can just target her down. Kind of can be annoying to play against. The Rise looking to come through, but he had a pretty solid Rise performance in the previous series, and Showmaker going to lock that one up. So now, Bro, do they just want to answer with regards to mid-jungle and match there, or maybe put some priority towards the AD carry role, snap something up and pair it with the Nico? Maybe if you want to take like a Kai'Sa. You know, I've heard stuff about Kai'Sa. I know she was just played in the LPL. I think Elk was playing it, and apparently got to 6 items and popped off, and it was doing work. But not going to see it yet. Going to see Talia Zinzao is looking like. Roma again, super hyped by him, playing Talia in the Rise. We'll see what he can do up against Showmaker.
Yeah. I mean, Romer definitely has had success in challengers and obviously in solo queue, but LCK is a whole new ball game. You're going up against Showmakers, so
I feel like there's like that upper tier of mids in the LCK that are just that next challenge, and Showmaker is one of them. So a big first challenge to go ahead. And Bessa let through for Shiwu, a pick. I think his most famous plays from last year were on this champion, so a big one for him to get.
there's a sign there that says LCK's best silver jungler, Lucid. Oh,
Okay,
man.
yeah.
Even the fans calling it out.
Here's the lore for people who don't know. So there was an issue on the Crane server where people who played really early on the first day of the season,
Ox,
and Wadid, and Lucid,
and
aiming got placed way below what they would have expected to be. So Lucid, who was 1,700 LP challenger last season, got placed in silver at the start of the season.
Yeah.
And I've been tracking his climb. He's currently in plat, so he's working his way up. Credit to him. He's making his way up the ranks.
His MMR is definitely not plat.
Yeah,
I'll
his
tell you
MMR
that. He's not playing with plat players.
He's not playing with plat players. Kai'Sa ban does come through from D+, so denying that combo, the Kai'Sa Nico, a really strong one. But yeah, funny sign. And we've been giving Wadid a lot of grief because he got placed in gold.
What did you get placed in?
I don't want to talk about it.
I'm just curious.
I don't want
to. It wasn't gold.
I don't want to talk about it. You know what it was. Don't do me like this.
It's okay. It was just a mistake in the,
It was an error.
In the MMR machine.
Yeah, when it gets fixed, if mine doesn't change, I'm going to be just like, oh man. Karma comes through, so a pick that has a lot of harass into the Nico. Nico tends to do well in the melee champions. You can just harass from distance, but Karma can poke you out pretty heavily. And also doing pretty well with Helia. Echoes of Helia was an item that was changed, been buffed quite a lot, really popular right now, and Karma, one of the champions who can sync super well with it. So Career will be playing that one, and Yunara are going to come through. So a lot of team fighting power, not the most necessary peel for it in this one, but the Yunara, a pick with the Fiend Hunter Bolts has been really popular. You pop that ult, get that huge damage out with the guaranteed crits. A lot of threats for the Yunara, but just have that dash with the ultimate to make sure you can get outside of the Cataclysm. And it looks like Casting might be playing the Rek'Sai. We saw pretty spectacular impact from that from Perfect in the previous series, playing it pretty well into the Ambessa. And that will be locked in here.
Yeah, kind of makes sense. It offers them a little bit of extra frontline alongside of the Xin Zhao. We're just looking at a final pick here for Smash.
And Ezreal was one of the picks he was really proficient on.
Yeah.
We did see him on T1, had some pop-up performances. I wonder if we're going to see the Essence Reaver on Ezreal, because it has seemed to be really popular. A lot of people have been building it, but it did get hot fixed Because I know at the very start of the patch, it was super strong.
Yeah.
Then they hotfix nerfed it a little bit. Triforce still popular. In the season opening, we saw Triforce Ezreal from Chovy. But Chovy isn't an 80 carry main, so, you know.
I mean, he could be if he wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real.
How many 80 carries in the LCK is Chovy better than on 80 carry?
I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Someday we'll have to test it.
Yeah.
You remember Showmaker got his chance to test that in the past. They were having some issues with their roster. Well, we're getting ready to hop onto the Rift here for our second match of the day. Who is that crazy lead? It's Lucid.
It's Lucid.
Yeah.
Not playing Lee in this game, though. I think the composition from D+ pretty straightforward. A lot of pressure from the bot lane, though. Not going to see that Ezreal Karma do work. On the other side, scaling team fights seems to be the MO with that bot lane combo. See what the mid jungle can do in return, though.
We'll have to wait and see. Let's hop on the Rift for game number 1. All right.
2 Yunaras? Crazy.
Whoa.
Wow.
I think the really loud DK fan is here because I heard a battle cry after the fan cheers went out. Hope he's doing well. We'll see if his team wins.
I mean, he sounded like he was doing well.
Yeah. He's trying to make an impact with his voice. A future commentator, I suppose. DK definitely the heavy favorites in this one.
Yep.
Like should be said.
There's been a lot of fights over bot bush control. Something that's been talked about, seen a lot. Getting wards down early and early prio being really important. Getting access to that first plate, the extra bot quest reward and the extra gold. But especially in a matchup like this, ensuring you get early control of the bot bush can be very important. Some good trades coming out from Namgung there onto Korea, but the Karma is favored in this matchup, especially with the backing of the Ezreal. I feel like it's one of those things, this is why this matchup can be so awkward, because you want to hide behind the minions because of the Ezreal, but that just means you're going to get hit by the Karma Q that bounces off the minions.
Yeah.
And they kind of play separate sides of the lane and just aim at you like a triangle. Makes it very difficult to position. And there's not that much recourse from the Yunara other than firing the Slurkle out.
Yeah, Slurkle.
Yeah.
Still got Atlas here. We can still use that one.
Oh yeah, because if he leaves, his trademarks go with him.
Trademark, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we're allowed to after that point.
Yeah.
Although I think we have had some other regions casters using the Slurkle as well, so I guess it's okay. We'll have to
with
talk
his
to Atlas
permission
and his legal team.
Yeah. Did he give him licensing rights? Does he get like, I don't know, 501 every time someone says
Maybe. Maybe that's why he's okay with everybody saying it.
Yeah.
We're just getting gonna get an invoice eventually that we don't know is coming. Oh, there's the Slurkle miss. If that were the case, though, I'd say it a lot just so that Atlas can make some money, you know. We have not seen these Mantra Qs really landing, I have to
They're
say.
zoning Mantra Qs. You don't understand.
I do feel like, you know, if you're going to pick the Karma and you're going to play into this Nico, you really want to be making a big
That's one of the
impact
things with
it.
Mantra Q. It's one of these, because it's such a long cooldown, especially if you miss it, right? And it's such an easy skill shot to hit that when you do miss it, you feel so bad.
Yeah.
You know? Like, you prep it up. She even says the voice line. You throw this massive skill shot that's like half the size of the lane, and you miss, and you're like, oh, brother.
Yeah.
And then you don't get the cooldown refund as well.
You don't even have to really hit them directly as well. I mean, it's got such a gigantic hitbox at the end of it. Plus, you can hit other stuff, and it has a big AoE.
Yeah, I know. So you should hit it. But this is the mental battle when you play Karma, because you miss it, and then you feel really bad about yourself.
Yeah. I did see that Career did not look very happy when the Karma was locked in, but, I mean, it's hard to read into.
Oh, we landed the root for the
maybe he's
guarantee.
just nervous, you know.
Landed the root for the guarantee hit.
That was smart. And Namgun was in range, so kind of helping out there, I suppose. And there's that Q hitting the minions, hitting Teddy as well. So, yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun times for him. As speaking of which, Roamer getting the knockback here onto Showmaker, looking for some aggression, but he runs out of mana. So Also, a minion wave in the way, being annoying. So not going to amount to too much after all. And the poke continues.
Yeah, not a fun matchup for the Bro bot lane. Overall, though, I think things kind of panning out how we'd roughly expect. And it's just weathering the storm for this bot side of Bro. Team fighting power, though, I gotta be honest, like the mid-game spikes of Smash and Korea big, but ult power for this Bro bot lane. Because you think about the ults for D+'s bot lane. Ezreal ult, hard to always get it off in the middle of a fight, right? You need some space, you need a time into the channel. Karma ult, you just get a little bit more power on the ultimate, which you had anyway. But like, the Bro bot lane ultimates represent so much power. That's really the tipping point in the lane. When they hit level 6, that's when Smash and Korea need to be ahead enough that they don't just get all in as soon as something connects. So they're doing fine so far, but if you look, it's only a 5 CS lead, it's only 150 gold. You know, Bro's bot lane are doing pretty okay so far.
Yeah, they're hanging on. You know, they're not falling too far behind, and that's really all you can hope for them. Slight gold lead early on here for the side of D+Kia because of a lot of this pressure from the bottom lane. And some plates that have gone over their way. There's the route into it, and Teddy forced a barrier, so...
Okay, that was a good trade.
Yeah, the poke is getting worse.
So the early levels, it does feel like, you know, it's punishing, but what happens level 5, sort of, from Smash and Korea, you have 3 points in your queues, both of you. You've got a bit of oomph behind them because you have Sheen for Smash, you have an Amp Tome for Korea, so the abilities actually really start to pack a punch. So after this Fear's back, trades start to really hit. Lucid does get pressured a bit, but will back away.
Yeah, trying to fight for the Scuttle Crowd. We saw this go awry for DN Supers in their last series, as now Namgung says, well, I'm out of position, I'm going to flash away. But Lucid hitting level 6 and is going to set up the Cataclysm, and now Gideon stuck with him, and also doesn't have his flash, so down he will go. 2 kills to the side of D+Kia, just like that.
Yeah, good play from D+, you know, had the setup, went for the play, but I think just over-ambitious from Bro. Didn't really have the setup to look for that. And we were talking about the level 6 spikes for this bot lane. That's the power point, and yet they commit to this. Lucid as well, hitting level 6 from this, such a big difference maker. You can tell they weren't ready for it. The flash follow here not only ensures the death of support, but means that Gideon also ends up going down, and Showmaker getting the kill is an absolute massive win for the side of D+.
Yeah, the timing of, you know, the level 6 and the Rise coming in, and Gideon himself not able to hit level 6 and not have his ult so that he could at least survive, all kind of feels really bad timing-wise, and maybe they shouldn't have been that close to fighting the Scuttle Crab. We've seen this happen a couple of times tonight, and has not looked so good for the team that wasn't able to take fights. And in this one, it's very obviously going to be Bro with their comp and the way the bottom lane is going. So, just unfortunate timing for them. Going to smooth out some of that early gameplay. Definitely don't want to be giving Showmaker some early gold. Career also getting a kill himself.
It's a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Just seems to have just materialized immediately on the back of that.
We did have that happen. You know, KT got that big lead in game 3 very early on, 2,000 gold.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, with this composition for D+ as well, a lot of mid-game spikes, so definitely going to be happy how things have panned out so far.
Career did miss another Mantra Q, but that one was actually, you know, just barely out of range, so that one doesn't feel as bad. Still doesn't feel great. I'm just witnessing Ox having a battle with his headset cord.
It's stuck on the how is it wrapped around the chair?
Okay, I think
help
I can help you. Yeah, okay, there you go.
Oh, it was so confusing.
We found the angle,
Oh my god. I thought I was gonna...
I had a better viewpoint from here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was stressful.
He was tied to the chair so that he was not able to leave.
Is that what they're doing now to stop people pulling the chronicler? Is they just tying them to chair?
Yeah, after last year, they're taking new precautions.
I understand, honestly. Oh, nice Mantra Q.
Yeah.
That's open from Teddy. I think that's kind of a mistake, because, look, Namgung just hit level 6. Surely you wait for the level 6 from the Nico, and you use the ults together. Instead, he pops his, gets a Mantra Q to the face. Now you're down your ult on the Yunara, and you don't really get to sync up that spike that we were talking about.
Yeah, it really does feel bad. I mean, Namgung didn't have his flash, so maybe he was just saying, okay, well, can't really rely on the Nico, but still trying to do it all by himself into this comp. As a Yunar, you're very squishy. You don't have even levels yet. So you're just going to get burst out before you can do enough sustained damage. So definitely a bit of a whoopsie from the bro bottom lane. And looks like Lucid, very far ahead right now, is going to go ahead and take the Void Grubs here. First Dragon still not taken, even though it is that Ocean Drake. We'll see if Lucid just goes ahead and moves over there sometime after this. But yeah, really nothing that Gideon can do in terms of contesting.
Yeah, it feels like he's been put in the back foot already, and not in just a great... Bro just feels like after that initial play, it's really like they were already in a bit of a deficit in the bot lane, but it just kind of started them spiraling a little bit. The game is not over by any means, but I think maybe playing around some of those big... I mean, playing around like the Nico ult and the flashes, but it's just difficult because especially Smash being on Ezreal is always a hard target to pin down.
Yeah, and it's Smash on Ezreal. We know he's really good at this champ. I don't think he's going to be making a lot of mistakes.
Okay, he is going Triforce, not going Essence Reaver, so...
So Chovy was onto something.
I mean, I think it's fine, you know?
That's cute.
I have seen Essence Reaver, I have seen Triforce. They did also hotfix Essence Reaver, so it's weaker than it was on day one.
They're actually doing a good job of poking out Smash a bit here. It's kind of funny, you know, you got rooted, Teddy was able to step up, do a little burst. But at the end of the day, unless you're going to get him low enough to actually force some kind of trade, and Namgung still does not have his flash, so...
Yeah, nearly.
Very hard
now
to do
Lucid's
that.
in the vicinity, should get spotted on this ward. And both junglers now have Sundered Sky, so big spikes coming in for them. And I did say this earlier, but they did change it to make the crit not a full crit, so a little bit weaker, but still a lot of healing. Teddy low on mana right now, though. A lot of slurkling.
He's trying his best, I guess, to have some kind of presence in the lane. Namgung gonna, I suppose, try to bait them close enough to Xinjiao, but there is a control ward there, so Gideon not able to find much of anything.
And Shu's got a lot of plates here. I mean, they got 3 grubs as well. That might have contributed, but got 3 plates down. Has his top lane quest completed and a sizable farm lead over casting on this Rek'Sai.
Yeah,
so
Smash just finished his as well. The ult's going to come out, but Gideon has to flash because the Cataclysm just makes the Jarvan laugh at you if you're playing Xinjiao, and more plates to fall. And
Shu's items already.
That is crazy, actually. He's hit the same spike that we saw from Dudu last game so quickly with the Eclipse and the Executioners.
Yeah, casting, you do not want to hang around.
Yeah.
And they're just going to pick up Dragon. That's 4 quests completed, just like that. Just feels like they just rapid fire one after the other, got those done. Do have the top quest coming in for casting, but yeah, and actually we can see Showmaker almost has his done. He's on 1, 3, 28, 30, 35. It's only 10 away.
He's almost there.
And that'll be all 5 quests done in very rapid fashion. There we go.
So yeah, now this comp that spikes and a couple items in the mid-game, feeling pretty good. Finishing all their quests very early, winning all the lanes and the early skirmishes, getting every objective. A lot of turret plates on top of it. In the bot lane makes sense. In the top lane, you know, Xiu able to put on a nice amount of pressure to get 3 of his own. And casting is trying to take trades against this guy, but I don't think he can really do that. I mean, he does a little bit, but...
Oh, and Smash used the extra money he got from the quest just to straight up buy... Well, actually, he had more money, so he had boots. He bought boots and other stuff too. But he bought Triforce, is what I'm trying to say. He has Triforce now, it's a big item.
Thanks, Ox.
Yeah.
Figured it out.
You're welcome. Got there in the end. So, both teams, all quests done. 2,000 gold lead for D+. Haven't seen too much action after that first scrap.
Yeah, well, Namgung in a very awkward spot here. He is going to go for the Pop Blossom and just die.
Go off.
Oh, the blue buff was even stolen by Lucid. Oh, God. As Career flashes away, he's fine for now, although Teddy is going to come in and... Okay, he got the kill, but he's also just dead. Not the best team fight for Bro, and DK saying thank you very much. Lucid
and casting
is just...
got dove?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're just kind of smurfing on him in this game, to be honest.
Wow.
It is not close.
You know who I feel for right now in this moment? Dagon.
Roamer? Like, I don't know. Like Roamer hasn't died yet?
Yeah, so I'm going to just get kind of exploded. The ult doesn't even go off. Lucy just pops him. And then it just, from that moment on, you're kind of like, oh, this is not good.
Yeah.
Korea does kind of start to get out, and then Teddy commits ult and then flash. And I was like, is he actually going to kill him here? Yes, he does. But not a great trade.
We got a TP coming in from casting. Might be able to punish Smash here, who does have his flash, but does not elect to use it.
Okay, they got a kill. That's something, right? Say right, please.
Yes.
Okay, nice. Definitely in the weeds.
I didn't say right.
Right now. Some struggles. Let's see the solo kill. I'm interested. Ow, that is a lot of damage.
And casting's like, you know what? I'm Rek'Sai. I should be okay. Nope.
Oh, he interrupts the tunnel. Oh, that was good. That was good. That was well played. That was well played from Shiru, and also somewhat suboptimally played by casting.
Well, they're gonna try to dive Shiru now, or maybe not. Just a bit of oh, okay, maybe they will. Gideon is coming in, and we got a lot of members, but Shiru just goes back into 4 people. Oh, no! Casting, and he's dashing away. The slow is gonna come in from Teddy. I don't know if they have enough to lock him down.
He's got back up.
Oh, that is going to be the root coming in, but the damage is not there. Wait! Shiru gets a second kill before they take him out. And that's the slow here on a Gideon. That's a kill there from Smash. And Gideon is getting out. Showmaker's just pushing the top lane by himself. The root comes through. It's a double for Smash.
You can't let him get this champ. You cannot let Shiru get this champ. What was that?
All right, let's go to game 2. I'm ready. I'm ready for game 2.
Oh man, we're gonna get a point of view of that one. I can tell you now. We're gonna get a point of view. That was insane.
Yeah.
You know what I want from this as well? I want Showmaker's reaction to this. That's what I want to hear, because this was so good. Ult back under the tower, gets onto the 80 carry, kites upwards out of the Nico ult, buys so much time.
I think I can live is what he's saying. Try to save me.
And he was so close.
Cover me. Keep fighting. Shiru, nice.
That's what I want to see, the teammate reactions. Oh,
yeah.
Banger.
Career, you know, the new guy on the roster, but not scared to
wouldn't be great
have a loud voice.
Come into your first game on the LCK stage, Shiru's your teammate, he gets on best and he does something like that. He's like, come here, shield me. I'm like, I've got you, my captain.
Yeah, job made easy when you have this Mbessa in the hands of Shiru from this far ahead. Now 2,000 gold ahead of his opponent.
I feel like it wasn't that long ago that he was 2,000 gold ahead. The team was 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
Now he's just 2,000 gold ahead. He's done, I mean, doing damage to Rek'Sai is a little fake. We saw that in the last set, but even so.
Yeah. Dude who had 44K in a losing game against top Rek'Sai at 36 minutes. But dude who played great and Shiru's playing great. So
yeah,
we don't want to take anything away from them. But large numbers.
Large numbers are so cool.
The pinata that is top Rek'Sai.
And we're approaching double tier being stacked for the side of D+. You know, the Archangels closing in for Showmaker. Smash getting there. We're having a repeat of the Soraka situation. We had that earlier today. The unstacked tier for the entire game. Well, my tiers were fully stacked.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the Sorakas were not with it. Well, it wasn't the diadem. I don't even know what the item was
Whispering
called.
Circlet.
Maybe.
That's at least what we have on our prompt.
I don't know what it's called because it wasn't stacked. So I only know the stacked version's name.
Yeah. And he built it early. He did not wait to stack the tier, and he never finished stacking it.
Yeah.
They lost in 27 minutes.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was really sad.
So sad. Do you want to cry?
Yeah.
Tears? Yeah.
Tears. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how it works.
So, I mean, they're trying to fight over this blue buff. I don't think really they can do that unless Gideon was.
No, I respect that. Freya's like my blue buff, you know? Showmaker's not too far away. He's not, no. That's my blue buff. Even though supports enchanters get like infinite mana regen. Even though we're having Ezreal in the mid lane and a Ryze in the bot lane.
It's more important things to do. You have to be there to press his shield on his on the captain of the ship, which is Lucid at this point.
Yeah.
Not the captain of the team, I don't think. That's probably going to be Showmaker. Well, like I said, after the last team fight, I'm ready for game 2. But we are going to have DK push in the waves, and you know, Baron hasn't spawned just yet, so they're just going to get a bunch of these. Oh, he's just got. Wait. Okay, so I don't know about this one. Does he get out? Does he get a kill? I mean, he's flashing in, and he does get the kill.
How did he kill him?
Although I don't know, like, why he did that.
Why not?
She really trying to make a point here tonight, I guess. Is casting as well. I guess our top laners have really,
you know what?
really
I'm
lost their
blaming
minds.
you for that, Brendan. You said you wanted to see game 2, and she was like, bet. Let's get this going. I'm diving the tower.
Sue's got a date tonight.
Yeah.
Does not have time to waste.
You know, it's not about whether or not he should hit the ult, it's just whether or not he can, and he proved yes, he can hit the ult.
Because if he sits there and does nothing with his lead, the game will end slower. But if he goes in and ends, maybe it ends faster by winning or losing. He doesn't care about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's true. I guess in the situation, he didn't expect this to be a Nico, maybe. Or maybe he just didn't care. I feel like didn't care is better.
Yeah, I think he just knows he's really strong, and
he is pretty strong.
Thought he could just do that. And then casting's like, I'm really strong too, right?
No. Look how much damage his ult did. Some.
Yeah.
Not much. Not really much at all.
It did count.
You know, we had that game earlier where they just didn't have the damage to cut through the Rek'Sai. They do have the damage to cut through the Rek'Sai. Oh, and we get the double tier!
Yeah, he's doing it.
I said this last series. I was like, you know, there's a new double tier thing. We're probably not going to say, oh, Korea, you're...
Getting flashed on, and down goes the rookie support, and you see his reaction. Not great.
Yeah, he did burn everything. Like, not even... Like, look, he burned Heal, Flash, Mikhail's, and Shirelia's. Yeah. If he'd thrown 2 control wards down as well, honestly, I would have respected it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they changed it. So if you'll remember, if you're an oldie, you used to be able to build double tier. Ezreal was the culprit. He used to go Mana Moon and then Seraphs afterwards, and then they stopped that because of Ezreal. And now it's back. You can build as many tiers as you want, as long as you fully stack and complete the tier item before you build the next tier. So there is now 4 tier items in the game. You could have 4 if the game goes long enough and you're stacking quick enough or whatever.
You could probably buy it, right? It just wouldn't stack.
No, you have to have it fully stacked before
it wouldn't even let you buy it?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
Because you can't have, like, I don't think you can have the double tier stacking passive thing.
Yeah, maybe. I just thought you could have it in your inventory, but perhaps not.
Yeah. Oh, we also have the actualizer from Showmaker. So this is this is an item. If you played Arena or ARAM Mayhem, there's an augment called Overflow, which doubles your mana costs, and then you deal extra damage based on your mana. This is an active item that literally does that. You activate it, and it doubles your mana cost briefly. It reduces your basic cooldowns, so like your QWE, and it increases your damage based on your mana. And I don't know if you know this, Brendan, but Ryze has a lot of mana.
Oh.
So when
I had no
Showmaker
idea.
pops this, he's gonna do some big boom boom damage. And he's level 16, so I'm ready to see it. Watch.
We're just engaging on a Teddy who is going to flash away.
Okay, we didn't really get to see it because he flashed away.
Yeah, well, now Lucid's going back in. Okay. Our players have really lost their minds here in this first game. This is something that DK has done in the past.
Oh, he didn't even pop the actualizer. Okay.
Yeah, I think he just wasn't really doing a lot of damage.
He didn't really actualize.
He wasn't really in range, yeah.
Yeah.
He actually was not even really there.
Yeah.
Most of the damage was Lucid. So they're just going to take this Cloud Drake. And they're...
Oh,
okay.
nice. Neato.
8 seconds long.
Yeah, 60-second cooldown. Mana made real. And it has more mana for Ryze. It builds at a lost chapter, so nice. Reduces your basic ability cooldowns, so you get to spam your basic abilities more, which is always nice. And yeah, just amps up your damage based on your mana. So Ryze pumping.
He is pumping. It does feel like an item that's kind of made for him.
Yeah, there's other champions I've seen people talk about having success on, but it does seem like Ryze the item.
Yeah. And we were already kind of seeing more Rise, you know, in 2025, but maybe we're going to see even more with the introduction of Rise, the item.
Yep.
It's like a little bit of DLC for Rise.
Also, I feel like the doubled mana cost is so funny when Rise has like 6 billion mana.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is the new Fiend Hunter Bolt. But this is like Vayne the item, even though it's not. I don't know if it's that good on Vayne, but it's like thematically, it's like linked to Vayne. But this has been really popular on Yunara. You get ultimate ability haste, and your first 3 attacks are guaranteed crits. If you already get a crit, they do bonus true damage. So after you pop your ult, those first autos, guaranteed crits or big boom boom crits.
Yeah.
It's also scheduled to get buffed next patch, so we might even see it even more then. But for now, still very popular on Yunara. Yeah. And apparently, Essence Weaver Ashe we saw last series.
Please, no.
I don't condone that. I don't recommend that.
Yeah.
That was a Docdam thing.
So,
we have Coach Voice.
We have
activated Coach Voice.
Activated by both DK
maybe he's
and
saying,
Freon.
Maybe he's saying, guys, Teddy has 3 items. He needs 600 CS. That's the win con.
It feels like a lot of our coaches are going for this Coach Voice option right before a big objective, you know? Speaking of which, maybe CV Max got in there and said, do the Baron, guys. Well, stop waiting around.
It was Bro's Coach Voice, not...
No, but DK did it first.
Oh, did they? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And honestly, when I saw that we were going to introduce... Oh, never mind. Smash going to get engaged on here. The follow-up route does come in, but everybody else is too far away.
Yeah, it was a nice McHale's there.
Yeah.
Oh, the flanking Showmaker.
Coming on in. It is blocked. Nico is down. Lucid in a bit of trouble, but Showmaker is right in the back line, and he's actualizing all over them. Teddy, nowhere for him to run. And the damage is just disgusting. And, I mean, they are 10,000 gold ahead, but, man, Showmaker really showing off the new item, Rise, the item.
Yeah.
Coming on through, and DK smash him in the fight.
He really actualized a lot of damage there. It doesn't really work, but you know what? We're still saying it. Yeah, I mean, not a surprising outcome to the fight, but it's cool to see the new items do some big damage. And they are going for Baron now. Are they? This is risky.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think it's that risky because they'll just take a lot of damage. We'll see if anyone TPs in to try and stop them. But yeah, so they got the CC on a smash, but the McHale's came through to get him out of the root. And then Showmaker came on this flank, one shot to support. He runs at Roma, just goes, yeah, I'm going to annihilate you as well. And then look when he hits Teddy.
Actualizing.
Oh my god. Okay, they're not going to TP, they're not going to stop this. Apparently not that risky. No one was there to prevent it. I lied. Apologies.
Yeah. I mean, Baron is stronger, but like, they're at a point in the game now, you know, 3-4 items where it's like, they can just kind of tank it.
I think it's still hard from a caster point of view to kind of figure out, okay, how strong is Baron?
Yeah.
I mean, even from a player point of view, obviously, but...
Uh-oh. Showmaker just walking on in, and he flashes away.
What a flash.
Very nicely done. That's going to save his life. And now a massive True Shot Barrage going to hit them, and Lucid is just in their jungle.
How is he there?
I don't know. Just wrapped around. Namgung is dead. And now the poke party begins. As Roamer, he's beginning to realize and actualize the damage, but this time from Smash. As in goes Lucid, gonna help out with this one, and some extra damage there from Smash is going to allow them to probably end the game here, unless Teddy does some kind of fountain laser shenanigans, but I really don't think he's in that position in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we still have Showmaker with Actualizer. You walk up to him, he's just gonna one-bomb you, so... Looks like D+ gonna close out this game. Very stompy, very one-sided overall. Oh, good flash.
Yeah, the Ambessa would have just taken him down. Lucid going on in. He does have GA, so doesn't really care if he goes down to his GA. So 14,000 gold the lead, and Showmaker actualized, and yeah.
Oh my god.
Rise and Ezreal looking pretty strong, especially from this far ahead. DK, the big favorites in the series, they're going to take down game 1 with flying colors. It was not a close game. From minute 7, I think, is when that Rift Scuttle fight happened, and after that, it was all D+ Gia the whole way.
Yeah, kind of some decimation there. And look, in fairness to Bro, this is a completely new roster. D+ are a tricky opponent at the best of times. A lot of things they need to kind of problem solve, but they look like they were struggling. They didn't really have answers. They kind of just fell behind and fell apart. So good start for D+. This is prime opportunity to build up that hype for the LCK Cup like they did last year. Let's see if they can just continue the momentum for once and just maintain it. That's the hope. But a good start, good game one, some pop-up performances. I think the solo lane is really shining. Shivu with an absurd amount of damage. It's Showmaker. I feel like he didn't do as much damage because people just died when he looked at them.
He was doing a lot of burst damage later on in the game. Before that, it was kind of just farming against Roamer. So,
but bro struggled indeed.
Yeah, they just put themselves in too deep of a hole very early on in that game, and so they were never able to scale. And the Ambessa got crazy, and then once the Ryze and Ezreal hit their power spikes, it was just lights out.
Yeah.
Well, guys, that was game number 1. T+K looking pretty strong here. We're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
야 라이즈공 그거 형들?
다 일단
라이즈공?
내 피저 끌고 오지 마봐.
야 쌍타 깨고 그거?
나 쉴드만 줄게 이거.
야 쌍둥이 깨고 하자.
기다려봐.
시우 쿵?
일단
하나 더 깨고.
렉사이.
야 은하라 보자. 야 지금?
여기까지. 웨이브가 웨이브가 없어. 혼자는.
야 타워하자 그냥. 인정할게.
나를 높여.
딜량 올려.
큐.
이거
죽여봐.
여기.
이거 되는데 이거.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Jijijik Lol Park. Digon here alongside Wolf and Wadid for Game 1 of Brion versus D plus Kia. Game 1, right guys? Because there was no game that just happened.
I think the Digon bro depression is starting a little early this year.
Game 1, guys!
Well, maybe a little early.
Game 1!
Yeah, it's Game 1, so relax. There's a whole year.
Yeah, I mean...
There's a whole season and then a whole season of LCK. Bro could still win first stand. There's 2 seeds. They've got 2 chances to get in. They can still win this series, Digon.
You're right.
Come on. Hold it together. You call yourself a bro fan.
This. You know what? I'm just trying to emulate what KT fans must feel like, right? You know, you have the roller coaster that goes down, and it just keeps going down, and then...
So who do you want to sub in?
That's
Game 2.
Let's talk about the draft.
Let's talk
about the draft. Because with the draft that D Plus had, they could do some fun builds. We finally got to see Actualizer. We also finally got to see double tier Ezreal. The Actualizer, I think, is really good, really strong. I think double tier Ezreal, maybe not as much, but it didn't matter in this game. The Karma lane, though, was really where they won this draft because they were able to completely shove the Yunara in constantly and just prevent the quest completion and really just keep Teddy from being able to play the game.
Yeah, for me, we don't really have enough of information or what's the meta around because everyone is just playing the champions that they want, you know. So I think Lucid high-pairing the Jarvan here is really impressive as well with the priority mid lane. So that enables a lot around the mid lane vision control. But also the Azure Karma was a thing as well on the bot lane because we already talked about it in the pre-show that bot lane priority is everything for this meta.
Well, that's why the hope that Nico first pick, it gets let through. We didn't get to see it in the last series. Would be something there for Namgung, but not quite as we take a look at the early game. A lot of it in the river here.
It was going okay for Bro, but I think Lucid absorbing all the cooldowns here was so impactful because after this, they have no cooldowns, so they cannot really fight for this crop.
And whoever ends up killing the Scuttle Crab will get level 6, right? Gideon tried to use his cooldown to completely absorb. Lucid's able to secure the smite, which means he hits level 6. Namgu's flash is fantastically timed, but it doesn't matter because the ultimate follows here. The Realm Warp follows, and it's a disaster here for Bro. But a snap call from Lucid had an incredible start here to this first game.
Yeah, absorbing all the cooldowns at the beginning was really huge, you know. And also, even though DK had the Azure Karma, they couldn't really snowball that well in lane because, like, I think Career definitely didn't play well on the Karma because he was making so many RQs on the lane. But again, Lucid, the playmaking.
Yeah, the Cataclysm, bringing both of them in there, just forced the flash by Gideon, and that was that. But again, another river fight to transition out of that early game lead and to really push this one out. And you kind of question, we're going on a magical journey here, but no Bard.
Yeah, there's just not any setup here. Look at where Gideon and Roamer are. There's no setup where a Nico ultimate really would have set them up for success anyways. He's really just fishing for vision or trying to bait a setup here, but they just don't have enough information for this. I think Namgung having a really tough time in this first game here. Biggest stage he's ever played on, right? So you can understand some nerves here. And after the laning phase went as poorly as it did, and that exchange happened on Scuttle, I feel like maybe some nerves here, some errors of judgment.
Yeah, I don't really see the reason why you have to step up there when your jungler is finishing the blue buff. So I think that's the right moment to use the coach voice, you know? There is for a reason why we have the new system. And I think Brion definitely needs some kind of help. And then I think you can actually use your coach to help your players.
Well, they get a fresh batch of 3 new coach comms for game number 2. Will D+ clean this one up with a 2-0? Will the Brion, the Bros, be able to battle it back? Let's find out.
Thank you so much, guys, on the space. We're getting into game number 2, and if it looks anything like game number 1, we're in for a quick series. As Bro starting off very slowly here, and D plus Kia. I was saying it before, but it feels like Coach Voice was made for CV Max. When I first saw that, I'm like, yep, he's gonna love that. And we did get to hear from him. Well, we didn't, but the team did. And also, Bro got to hear from their coaching staff at the same time with Song and Duke. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough to make a difference for Bro. So let's see what they decide to choose here. They're going to go for first pick, which is what we expected.
And D Plus are going to go, I assume, for blue side. Wow.
Wow.
How are we so good at this?
That's a good question, Ox. I have no idea.
So it feels like the meta is just going to be first pick is on red side from now on. Until further notice.
Yep. You could be like DK and you can select the blue side if you want. But first pick's still going over
the red side, yeah.
You're not going to choose second pick and give over blue. Well, at least not yet. Unless you have a very specific strategy.
Okay, so bands starting out pretty much the same. Exactly the same. We'll see if they continue in that manner. Yep. Jace, next up was Rumble, and then it was Orianna. Sides haven't changed, so that's why I imagine... Well, I guess size doesn't matter. It's about pick order changing. Yeah. It feels weird. We're using all that vernacular that we're used to.
Yeah.
Okay, Akali's a change before it's Rumble, so maybe Bro want to first pick Rumble. It was Orianna here from D+. Do they care more about the Rumble? Do they care more about the Orianna?
Orianna has been permabanned so far.
Yep.
First rotation banned in all 4 games we've had so far.
They are discussing it, though.
I mean, it's got to be one or the other, or you don't ban.
Don't ban either, so trade comes through.
Yeah.
And now Bro have to decide, would they rather have the Orianna or would they rather have the Rumble? They go for Orianna, so I imagine D+ gonna prioritize the Rumble in this situation. Yeah. Rumble Zach comes in immediately. No. It did look like that'd be locked in.
It looked like that Zach got locked in first.
Yeah. Interesting.
I'm very sad.
I was thinking, like, I mean, I know you're a big Zach fan.
Yeah.
I was thinking some of the setup champs for the Rumble, like the Jarvan and the Vi, are off the table. I mean, Malphite would also be a great one, but Pantheon, very strong in terms of early pressure and provide some AD pairs well with the Rumble for that early skirmishing power. Could be support technically. We did see that earlier today, but I expect it in the jungle. It'd get toned down in the jungle. It's clear a little bit.
Yeah.
A while ago.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see if it will be Lucid or
Orianna. You know what? This was the DNF strategy last year when they were DNF, and not DNF, which they are now. Remember when they kept playing Nocturne Orianna, and they were so close to winning, and they didn't.
It's very straightforward. You know, you combine a couple ults, you get a big pick, you do an insane amount of damage.
Okay, we did see this Rumble Cassante matchup earlier today, and the Cassante kind of got cooked, but I do think that was maybe a little bit of a issue with the piloting of the champion. Definitely one of these picks where once you get that Koenig Ruka in, you can kind of mitigate a lot of the pressure from the Rumble. You pick a tank into it, you just kind of scale up and survive. But we are seeing the LeBlanc come out from Showmaker. He did play this in the season opening in the support role.
Yeah.
Obviously a bit of a signature for him. A very high pressure mid jungle. And when I look at Pantheon LeBlanc, I think level 3. And I think that Orianna, you need to live to level 6. That's why you get the power back. But also, the Nocturne Orianna combo doesn't really work on LeBlanc or Pantheon that well, because Pantheon can put up his E, LeBlanc can W. I mean, if you time it right, you can still catch LeBlanc out, but it's
not
a little,
easy.
it's awkward. It's not the easiest, right? And like if it was something like a Victor on the other side, that's free.
Yeah.
So Showmaker going for something that's a little bit harder to pin down makes sense. Rakan comes through. Definitely something that sync up well with the Orianna and the Nocturne in terms of layering that CC. And also, compared to something like, you know, Alistair pairs up well with the Orianna, but in comparison, Rakan's a lot easier at pinning down the LeBlanc, right? Once you have the quickness, you can just snap CC the LeBlanc. You can W back to where here Distortion is and take her out. Nautilus going to come through as the other ban. We did see Lucian banned from the side of Bro, so talking 80 carries a little bit more. Neither team picked anything for the bot lane as we're assuming the Pantheon is going in the jungle.
Kind of brings me back to last year where we did see this very often. Top side of the map selected unless you wanted to go for a nice little duo early on, especially later on in Fearless Drafts. As Callista also going to be taken away.
Yeah, interesting one to ban away.
Maybe they think they're playing against Bull.
Maybe. There is still things like, you know, we saw Corki earlier today at Felios. Gonna go for Bard as the early pickup. You know, the Tempered Fate, pretty good at mitigating engages, but the timing, you know, very sensitive. You could get exploded before anything happens. Jin looking at to potentially be picked up here by Teddy, provides follow-up for that long-ranged engage. And Elise comes through. But Namgung is something that has some of that early pressure. Not really great setup for the Orianna ball, but you already have the Nocturne for that. But if you land a Cocoon on the Bard, maybe you can just pop him. Bard is being talked about a lot as someone who syncs really well with the Vandal pipes. Obviously, providing those slows gives you that AoE attack speed. So it's been very popular in solo queue. And it looks like it might just be Sivir, which into a Shockwave, the Spell Shield has a good amount of value. Can be a little bit tricky with a lot of abilities flying at you with the Nocturne coming in to guarantee that you stop block the Shockwave, but I think Smash feels confident that he can stop the Shockwave from connecting on him.
Yeah, it feels good. You know, it can avoid a lot of the roots from Jin Elise. That can be very annoying to deal with, and just allows you to kind of stand your ground, especially if the Bard does go for the Vandal Pipes and you get a, you know, 2-3 items. You are really going to be doing an insane amount of damage as long as you can avoid some CC, which Sivir conveniently can do.
Yep, so the Vandal Pipes on the Bard, because he's ranged, it's 20% attack speed, not 30%, and it only lasts 4 seconds, not 8. But because you're a Bard and you're ranged, your autos apply slow with the meeps, so it's really easy to proc. Crazy easy.
Makes sense. You know, it's very reliable, right? You don't have to worry about, oh, am I going to be a Bard that can, or a Braum that can get in there and slow.
It's nice having the tank stats on Bard, because I feel like when he's squishy, you can kind of just get exploded sometimes, so being a little bit bulkier as that pick, because he still does everything he needs to do when he's a bit bulkier, and still does crazy damage for support.
And Bard can be game-changing. I am curious about career on Bard. You know, one of the new guys here, one of the debuting players in the LCK Cup. And, you know, it's not an easy champ, so certainly some pressure on him. Let's see how it does go. D plus Kia up against Brion, game number 2. All right, game number 2. And we're seeing a lot of bush control once again. This time is going to go the way of Namgung and Teddy. With that Elise to help out.
I think Roma was doing pretty well in lane last game. Interesting to see how he does against Showmaker's LeBlanc as Orianna. Orianna, a champion who can be pretty annoying to lane against, just with the constant harass. So should do well in this 1v1. My concern isn't the 1v1, it's when the Pantheon gets involved. Because if the Pantheon can get in range to stun you, that's a guaranteed tether. Alternatively, if Showmaker lands the root, that's a guaranteed follow-up from the Pantheon. So the threat on this immobile Orianna is pretty huge.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something he has to factor in. A lot of damage there from Namgung onto Career, as they're doing a good job of pushing in this bottom lane. Showmaker not scared to take these trades with Roamer, especially with the Electrocute. Trying to utilize LeBlanc's fantastic early trading, as that's the route there on a Career. He's going to have to flash away, but the damage is coming in the Ignite! Barely not enough.
I think 12 health he went to at one point. The heal and the potion's gone a long way. Does get him out of lane, but a lot of cooldowns burned for the side of Bro. I mean, even in terms of cooldowns, but flash down for Teddy could be a vulnerability that gets punished. Remember, you have a Pantheon versus a Nocturne. A lot more early ganking pressure. I think if the kill had been secured for Bro, you'd feel fine about that. But the fact that it is no kill secured, a lot of summoners expended.
This is not great for Romer. I mean, he does have the refillable, but he teleports back to the lane right in front of a LeBlanc, and Showmaker has not teleported yet. So he's essentially getting free damage here.
Yeah, any damage, Showmaker doesn't care. As long as he doesn't die, which is very hard to do on the LeBlanc because you can just distortion away, right? Which he did there. Snap back. And you just teleport back in healthy. I think Roman needs to clear out this wave and get a recall in. Reset his refillable and use the home guards to get back. I think that's what he's looking to do now. So overall won't be too bad. But obviously wasn't ideal.
Yeah. Not ideal. Means he's in lane for a little bit less, which can affect, you know, the quest. It can affect his farm, stuff like that. As Lucid is down here in the bottom lane, level 4.
They don't have a sweeper though, and there's a ward in that middle brush. So as long as they don't overstep, they should be fine.
Oh, they spotted him now. As the root is going to come in, and immediately they just back away, but they're still moving forward as Teddy, at least, who really wants to get the kill on a career. He's not going to get it. And essentially just saying, I don't have flash, there's no way for me to get out of this. I'll just step forward and try to get the kill, but he is denied.
And that's the thing with expending those summoners earlier to try and punish Career. Sets up Lucid, pass towards bot because he's playing the Pantheon. He's like, I can easily make this work. Nocturne's not really going to show up in this situation. And they're able to get that early kill. Bit of a gold influx for the Pantheon, but also remember, quest progress for Smash. And takes Teddy out the lane as well. Gideon was hovering around top, but was on a ward. Actually, no, sorry, that was Bro's ward. But she did flash there just to avoid getting caught out.
Yeah, probably for the best. Even though they're just level 4 Nocturne. We do have Lucid getting in onto Namgung as we're just kind of floating up. Gideon getting on in and really trying to make this kill happen on a Lucid. It's not going to happen. And immediately Namgung goes down as well. The tether's there onto Romer, and a spear to the face. Romer has to flash away, so immediately it felt like the world, like, I don't know, a lot of things went wrong, especially for Bro.
Guys, it's a Pantheon, right? It's a Pantheon. Don't mess with the Pantheon early on. So much damage in these skirmishes, and you think you killed him, but he has so much mitigation as well. You have a Nocturne. You know when you want to play around a Nocturne when he's level 6, and just this overstep from Bro is once again, it's like a repeat of game 1. You've put yourself so heavily in the hole now that when you hit your spikes later, it might just be too late. Worst case scenario, 2-0-1 Pantheon in the enemy team, 2 assists for Showmaker as well. This mid jungle is going to be a massive threat. And now Roma with no flash as well is going to be vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about. If he can get his flash away, he's just essentially dead meat if he moves up in the lane at all against LeBlanc Pantheon, who have so much ability and range to get on top of you, especially once Pantheon gets his ultimate, and LeBlanc is LeBlanc. So a lot of passive farming probably going to be coming through. And let's see how this all starts. They're going heavily onto Pantheon, and he just presses E.
Yeah, so the Bears comes in, the E mitigates all of it, and the execute damage from the Pantheon is insane. I think they just saw him playing aggressive, saw him low. Though, yeah, we can make that work.
It's good. And he's like, okay, but then it was like, oh, you didn't get the kill. You didn't get the kill on Ori, but he has no flash.
I think as well a difference maker may have been if Namgung still had Ignite. Oh.
All right, flash on in. This time maybe they can get the Pantheon as the Magical Journey does come through, but a follow through from Bro as 2 guys get in and they get the shutdown. As now Career in a bit of trouble, has to flash away. Smash is okay. Meanwhile, trying to get the kill here on a Romer, and Showmaker gets it and gets out. Clean solo kill under the turret.
Well played there by Showmaker. LeBlanc picks up a kill there, so now with an 800 gold lead over his opponent. I think it must feel a little bit rough as Roma. You know, your flash got burned in that earlier play, your lane opponent gets a bit of a gold advantage, and then puts you in a disadvantage in the 1v1, but Showmaker is ruthless on this pick.
Yeah. I mentioned it before, you know, Romer, he's had success in his career before LCK, but now, here at LCK Cup, you're playing your first match against Showmaker. Like, this is a guy who will make rookies look silly, and he does it here.
Yeah, the fact he gets chained again. And here the confidence from Showmaker to know he can do this with only taking one tower hit. Because he just commits at super low HP, takes one hit, snaps back before the second starts winding up. Timing was flawless there.
Yeah. And now he's almost 1,000 gold ahead in the mid lane alone. As you could see here, the biggest lead next is the jungle. Lucid once again having fun after beating them in as Pantheon in the skirmish prior. And so a lot of these objectives probably going to start going the way of DK. As we do have the root here, the Cocoon onto Career, but takes a pretty aggressive trade anyway alongside a Smash, who I think he took a turret shot, doesn't seem to care, going to throw that ult ahead. And even
one
bouncing.
of the most annoying things about Civ is when you're trying to recall and the ricochets stop you.
Yeah.
So irritating. But Smash keeping up the pressure in the bot lane. I mean, the bot 2v2, they've been doing okay, but I mean, with how much the mid jungle is bleeding, it feels like you need to be doing more than okay to kind of bail them out right now.
All right, this is what I was talking about. The Pantheon gets on top of you from so far away, and there's just nothing you can do except hug your turret.
Even if you're under turret, I think you just die there.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, they have flash as well, so it wouldn't be hard to make it work.
Yeah.
I guess maybe there's an argument if you do it under turret, Gideon gets to ult in and you die in return. Oh, no. Oh, if he'd stunned, Gideon could have ulted. Oh, unlucky.
He got the auto off. Followed him in the base.
Yeah, I think it was... I think he just wasn't there in time.
Yeah.
Now I think to start off the grubs. But Lucid's running over and Showmaker's going to TP in. You don't... Oh, he picked up... Look at the items of Showmaker against Roma. It's Ludens against Merc.
Wait, don't look, actually.
Who are we betting on? It's also 6 Dark Seal stacks against... Wait, I can't see the number. Can you see the number?
Yeah, no, I think it's invisible.
Oh, maybe it's a bug. There's
can't
no number.
possibly be zero.
There's no number for Roma. Yeah.
Oh, it's got to be something else. Yeah, we'll have to fix that one. So they're going to get 2 grubs, actually. Yes, now they're going in onto, it looks like Career, and yeah, he's just dead.
Okay, I mean, kind of a flub from D+ to just let this happen. I mean, I guess the main thing is they moved everyone up, right? So bot lane, not here. Smash is just pushing up, trying to get progress towards his quest. But you see the core item purchase. What a comparison, by the way.
Thank you, production.
In terms of quest progress, though, D+ getting a lot more out of this because Bro had to...
No, he got hit with that chains. I think he's just dead. One more Q. Oh, the auto nearly gets him, too. And
that
he's
doesn't feel
just
good,
out.
though. Like, he lives, but it doesn't feel good that you're like, ow.
Well, it's better than dying.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, we know how this went. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this play, though, I think D+ not contesting this and playing for the quest progress bot, playing silent, this is completely fine. My issue is Korea walking up and just dying for free. That was kind of unnecessary. I think giving over the grubs a little bit, completely fine. Especially because now I assume Smash is pretty sizably ahead in terms of the quest. Because, again, you get more progress when you're farming bot. You get more progress for just being bot. Teddy have to roam up mid. Oh, no.
Yep, chains are going to hit. And we got a Pantheon second chains come in. Blast through from Lucid. And it's just kind of bullying one of our debut players here tonight. And by the way, in the replay...
No, he didn't die then, did he? Oh, okay. I was thinking he only had
Classic
3
Showmaker.
deaths. Yeah, it's not going well. I love... You know what? I take personal responsibility for this. Because I hyped Roma up. I really hyped...
You did hype him up.
I did hype him up. And maybe
yes,
Lucid and Showmaker were like, oh, an opportunity to make Orcs look stupid? Don't mind if I do.
I mean, you guys are pretty close because you're the president of the Lucid fan club, right?
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
This is just brutal, honestly.
Well, looks like Lucid just ulted bot. Didn't need flash. Kind of makes sense. You don't really get to play on the map, and this is getting pretty gross. They're trying to get in on a Career this time, but they're not going to be able to do so, as Lucid also taking up a ton of damage. They finally got him, but now Showmaker just gets to do whatever he wants. So in the extended trade is going to be a couple kills that do go over to DK. And a lot of skirmishing early on in this game.
Yeah, you need. This game just feels so horrible right now. He's 2 levels up. They need time. They need a lot of time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the bottle doesn't connect, but it forces him back. Oh, and he's just, yeah. I think the barrier was a bit of a waste. I don't think it's getting you out of that situation.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, could have just saved that one. Here, though, the cleanse from Korea was pretty good, you know?
Uh-oh. Well, we all knew what was coming. Kill number 4 for Showmaker, who kind of scratches the back of his head. It's almost like Showmaker doesn't want to make Roamer look this bad, but he is.
Yeah.
And again, Oriana's been permabanned, right? Up until this point. We haven't really seen much of the power just because he got bullied so early on. You know, we know that Oriana's very strong, but not when you're falling this far behind.
He's 10 stacks already.
Yeah. Might as well.
Yeah,
It's like solo queue LeBlanc experience right now.
Look, it's a roughy toughie, you know? It's a roughy toughie.
Yeah. It's one way to put it. We do have, you know, stopping one of the routes, but not the other.
Actually, one is a stun, the other's a root.
Yeah, I know, but it like technically holds you in place. But I know we're very picky about our specific
We're so
wording.
picky, especially a game like this where it's feeling pretty doomed. You have to spend that time being picky. Smash is just blocking that.
Yeah.
What a team player.
He didn't have to. But, oh no. Oh no, Roamer.
Okay,
at least
nice.
the chains
Good
are
dodge,
gonna miss.
good dodge, solid, good trade.
He does not have his first item yet. And he won't for a very long time.
Yeah.
And he's not going to complete that quest for a little bit here. He's at 12:30 at the moment. Missed the cannon.
Yeah, because here's the thing. So you know how I said earlier, bot quest is about like the more like farm is emphasized in the bot quest.
Yeah.
Bot farm is worth more. Mid lane, there's an extra element of the quest that no other lane has.
He's dead. He's not allowed to be there.
There's an extra element of the quest. Dealing damage to champions speeds up your quest. So if you're dealing more damage to champions, you'll finish your quest faster. Do we think one of the mid laners is dealing more damage to champions than the other? I'll give you a clue.
Yes.
It's the D+ mid laner is doing more damage to champions.
Well, at least there's a lot of trading. So maybe Roamer's able to get some damage
Yeah, he's not really getting much farm though either.
Yeah.
He's kind of struggling in that regard.
And the damage doesn't matter because he's never going to kill Showmaker, but maybe it helps him get his quest a little bit faster. As Showmaker going to use the Scryer's Bloom plant there to just spot him out. And he has found Roamer again.
Yeah, this is brutal.
3 levels. Isn't this where we get, you know, like the coaching voice to come in and say, it's all right, buddy?
What are you supposed to say?
I don't know. You've had some really good
I'd come in like,
moments.
Roma, play safe mid, please.
You definitely help out the team with some humor, I guess. I'm sure that, yeah, you feel really good about that. Oh, the flash stun. Nicely done here from Career.
Maybe you just need a comedian on the line just for when everyone's stressed out.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if anything can help him feel better about this position that he has found himself in. And I'm glad.
If you don't laugh, you'll cry, right?
That's true. It's better to just have fun with it, I guess. But it's really the biggest test. Like, Showmaker is one of the mid laners you do not want to face in your first match of the LCK Cup. I will say that. Like, he will make you look silly. Specifically, even more than some of our other great mid laners, right? Showmaker's just that guy who, you think about guys like Peanut, right? What he used to do, he would always make the rookie junglers look silly. I think that Showmaker's kind of that guy in the mid lane.
See, he's not even getting much gold.
Yeah. And he's 0 and 5, so.
Oh, Showmaker.
Oh, Showmaker. Namgung,
Oh no! Yeah. Where did he go? Don't mess with him. Don't mess with him.
Oh no. Well, At least it wasn't Romer this time, am I right?
Yeah.
Namgoong's like, I'll take the, I'll die for you.
I love how it's the rookies as well. Both of them just getting... Everyone else is lit about Showmaker's LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Yeah. 18 stacks to Medjai's now.
He didn't finish his item yet. Romer. I think maybe, you know, he gets some of the plates in top lane.
Well, he needed, honestly, finishing the Merc Treads and getting the tier 3 Merc Treads with the Magic Diamond Shield, I think was a great call. So I can respect that very much.
True, yeah.
Ah, yes, the core item purchase. Yes.
Also highlights the difference in timing.
I just like how it just, like, Romer's boots, nicer boots, and nothing else.
Yeah.
He's invested everything in his sneakers.
Well, trying to get in here and help him out. There is the Bard ult, but it's late, and they kill him. Gideon gets the shutdown and the extra kill on a Bard. And just like that, tiny little glimmer of hope here for Bro.
You know, I do as the coach at this moment, I just come on the mic and just say, winnable?
We all need an Aux coach in our new meta here at the LCK Cup. So, Romer just died again in live to Lucid. But that's not important. Let's focus on how Bro
Don't
got
even
2
worry
kills.
about that, right? That's no,
we gotta replay.
No, yeah.
It's like the LCK is getting a reel of every Romer death.
Hey, the main thing is they just destroyed a ton of Showmaker's Medjai stacks, so that's a big positive.
That's actually...
And Romer has an item.
He has an item, and he's not really worth that much gold anymore because he's 0-6.
No, he actually, I saw the kill gold from Lucid. He got 350. I think the assist.
Oh.
I think the
no
play, the assist got him back to like normal kill goal value. Unfortunately.
At least Lucid is eating well. On top of it all.
The Lucid fan club is very happy.
Well, trying to collapse here on a Shiu. That is the max range cocoon as the Bard ultimate comes in once again, but with the flash, okay, and the shield is gonna get away. They don't have the follow-up damage.
Okay.
Greer's there to help out Lucid here as well.
Well played. And we actually have the McHales from Korea. Get rid of some of these stuns. No bandle pipes yet. Showmaker's looking for someone to come to the jungle. He's hunting Medjai stacks.
He's like, aha, I have found my prey. It is Romer in that. Oh no.
Yeah, he's so dead. Alive.
Well, we are going to have Lucid in a bit of trouble now as he gets pulled over the wall. Is still Pantheon and avoids a lot of the damage for quite a while as the disengage cone comes in. Still denying action here in 2026. And Showmaker comes in. Ult's going to hit Career. And that's about it. Casting taking a bunch of damage. He's trying to get out. And now Smash is tanking a bunch of hits from the Jhin ult once again. And the snipe not quite there from Teddy.
I will say that Shockwave did a pitiful amount of damage.
Yeah, it did. I mean, he's got Blackfire Torch. I mean...
And that's it.
That's it.
Oh.
Well, Lucid, or not Lucid, Shiu decides he will go forward because he's getting TP'd on. And, yeah, he might as well just clear out the wave because he's not getting away. Another
Okay.
shutdown here for Gideon.
It's some good picks. This is what you got to do. You know, when you're this far behind in the game, just ruin their KDAs. That's the goal, you know? And get some gold back in the pocket.
She was 0-1-0.
Gideon's 5-2-1, you know?
Yeah. She has not seen a lot of the action of this game.
Yeah.
It's been all everywhere but the top lane.
And honestly, if you can put casting up against Showmaker, I don't think LeBlanc is that much of a threat to him.
Yeah.
Oh. No, what?
No. It's just one of those games, isn't it?
Kill this. No, he's going back for round 2.
Namgoong's like, listen, I'll help out.
Gideon's like, I got this. I got this.
Yeah.
My Krug.
And Romer's just going to back down a level on his own jungler.
To be fair, you could totally imagine a solo queue situation where like you have the 0-6-4 mid lane and the 5-2-1 jungler, and you start doing the Krugs, the jungler says, I swear to God, if you take that camp.
Yeah. I am our team's only hope. I will stop playing.
If you touch my camp,
yeah.
I am ulting into that team 1v5 immediately. Okay, you can have your Krugs.
Yeah.
It's fine. I will get my second item at 30 minutes.
That's fine. He's basically just a Shockwave bot at this point.
Yep. Hey, at least he still has CC. That's what we always say.
Yeah.
You want to have CC if you're really far behind.
And combo with the Nocturne who's fed.
Yeah.
You know?
Your shields too. Why don't you build support items?
Well, maybe now he can. Namgung in a bit of trouble. That's the combo. It's going to go in, but they're really struggling to take him out. They finally do take down Smash after that combo, and I think the wallets are just a little bit too heavy. As Gideon getting low himself. Looks like only casting in a decent spot might be able to take out
the stun.
Lucid, but no, not quite enough. And he has help from his team, and now almost 10,000 gold in the lead. DK can just do whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, Bro doing a good job of taking down people's shutdowns and like making sure no one has a perfect KDA. But in terms of winning the game or winning team fights, that is a far greater struggle than I think any team could overcome. They do the combo, they pull him out of the Tempered Fate as well, which is pretty neat. Unfortunately, Teddy is kind of in range to auto him, which means he dies, but he is then in range of all of D+. And I love that he drags him over the wall, and then Korea puts the portal to follow him, so they all come too, and gets the stun. Pretty funny.
Yes,
you know
very funny as a...
You know what's the big tragedy in this
objective
one?
viewer, yeah.
You know what's the big tragedy?
What's that?
Is that Shiu had that banger game 1, but he's kind of not really done much game 2.
So he's probably not the Palm.
So he's probably not Palm.
I think the Palm is probably Showmaker.
Yeah.
As the combo comes in once again.
If you
trying to block here for Smash. Decent amount of damage, and now Lucid's kind of going in by himself. I mean, they have some really heavy wallets, but are they heavy enough? As Teddy alone 1v1 versus the Fed LeBlanc, not great. They're going to go for casting instead after Teddy just flashes away. Tries to ult here. Oh, no. Please, no. Oh, no. They also got Roamer there up on the top side. And now the rest of the team is kind of baited in. Gideon says, well, I might as well try. And Teddy is still on the run, and it is just massacre.
They never gave up. You know, they just kept going. Roma's KDA though has tanked.
This is a little bit of a throwback. You remember Pyrian and Papa Smithy famously saying he went reverse legendary. We actually have that here from Roamer as well as Teddy dies in live. I think Pyrian was also playing Orianna.
Oh, there you go.
So I think the double reverse legendaries come from both mid Oriannas.
Yeah.
As GA comes through, the damage is disgusting.
Guys, just end the game. Just get a
and I think they're just gonna end the game.
Let him out. Let him out.
Yeah.
Just free them.
Hit the Nexus. Okay,
no, they're still going.
Gideon says, I'm gonna try my best to delay this even further and give myself another death. As we still have the equalizer.
Roma, get on the fountain. Get on the fountain, Roma. Don't die again.
He's like,
Roma, get on the fountain. Get on the fountain.
Yeah. He wanted to do a little bit more damage. Anyway, D+T are the big favorites in this matchup. They take the 2-0 here tonight. Not a big surprise. The games themselves, though, had some very interesting tidbits if you did watch them. And that we did have to watch that game. As Roamer's going to remember his debut here at the LCK.
Yeah, well, there is one thing to say for the two rookies on Bro. It's all uphill from here.
I certainly hope so.
This was a rough start. This was a test in which D+ didn't really give them any questions. They just kind of took the book and hit them over the head with it.
Yeah.
Pretty brutal, being honest.
Well,
and
Career did a funny rookie player moment where he forgot that he had to bow to the crowd after the win.
I like the hype from Korea, though. Some good energy, some good moments in the player cams, so it was good to see. A lot of fun there. Had some great moments on the board as well. Shivu with a great game 1. Pretty quiet game 2. Well, that's not really his fault.
Yeah.
And we got to see Showmaker's LeBlanc.
We did.
There's Lucid.
L is for Lucid. Also giving them the L.
Wow.
Every single time.
Yeah.
Showmaker, let's see it. He's not going to flex on the rookie.
Yeah.
We did get to see his madness.
He did just do some crazy stuff.
It's the LeBlanc dream. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like it. He's definitely got kind of like the Lehens energy.
I'm liking the vibe from Korea so far, you know? Bit of a cheeky chappy.
Yeah, a cheeky chappy indeed. And now Group Elder. 2-0 over Group Baron. And yeah, outside of KT losing game 1 to DNS, not that close so far between our two groups.
I think kind of though the expected results in both of these specific matchups.
Yeah.
I think the DNS one obviously was a bit closer, but this one was not close. Not even slightly close. You know, I'm not sure what to add. I was thinking I would add something to that, but I'm kind of like, what more do I say? It wasn't close.
It wasn't close.
It was cool for Showmaker. It was a highlight reel for him.
Yeah.
Not so fun for Roma. But hey, he's been popping off in solo queue. We know he's got the hands on the sticks, right? Hopefully just doesn't end up against Showmaker Lucid bullying him constantly next time. We'll see what he can do in his next performance.
Well, you know, Bro does have a second mid laner as well in Fisher. So curious about if he'll be starting next time or if Romer's going to be given another chance.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a rough game, but also after a certain point in the matchup, like, what can you really do?
Yeah.
I also think, like, we're being real, this was a completely new roster for Bro. Like, 5 players replaced. You're going up against D+, who still maintained their top side, and, you know, just have to slot in the bot lane. And D+ were a very strong team last year. Obviously, you know, there were moments where they were not at the top, but like they finished the year strong in playoffs, giving good challenges to teams like T1. The start of the year was also strong in the LCK Cup. They looked like our strongest team at periods. So it was an uphill battle, and Bro are still trying to figure out how this new roster is going to fit together. So I think you just have to take this one and just be like, yeah, it wasn't a fun game. Let's learn from this. Let's improve from this.
Someone was screaming Oriana, as if he hasn't died enough.
He's died enough.
You don't need to target him anymore.
Yeah.
Well, Showmaker
did
actually
more damage than Showmaker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lucid Fan Club eating well tonight.
Feasting.
Lucid did have a really great series too. I know Showmaker that he was kind of the, you know, obviously the flashy guy here in game number 2, but I do think that Lucid was fantastic as well, especially as Jarvan. As Showmaker though, he did the big boom boom damage. He was also fantastic tonight and only died once. So.
And he also used Actualizer and was like doing the thing.
Actualized them to death.
Yes. Yes, very much so.
He also played LeBlanc, which is pretty fun.
Yeah, and not support this time.
Yeah.
Which he did on the season opener.
Did in the season opener. So, pretty quick stuff in the second series as well. It does look like DK's looking strong, but I also do want to temper some expectations.
No. I think
this is against Bro.
You should believe in D+. I think at this point we should go all in. D+ will champions.
Is it the year of DK?
Ready to call it. It's the year of D+.
This time for real.
For real.
Guys, we are done here for now. We're going to hand it over to Deer for the translation of the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation with Showmaker on the side of D+ Kia. Congratulations! And with that, D+ Kia taking the win, Elder Group takes 2 wins on the first day. How do you feel? Now, today was an opening day. Giving the Elder Group 2 wins makes me really happy, and I want to keep it up. So with today's match, with the introduction of first selection, the side selection and draft order are now split. So how did you like playing with the new format? I felt like, you know, selecting the side, you know, it always felt like taking blue side and getting the first pick was always a big advantage. And I think it really will depend and come down on how the draft goes. I think there are some moments where the side is actually more important than the first or second pick. In game 1, with Rise, you took Ghost instead of Teleport, so can you explain why? With the new update? Ghost has actually been buffed, and I couldn't really tell the good, a really big difference on, you know, how good teleport is. So that's why I took Ghost instead. Do you remember how many solo kills you got in game 2? We have to talk about it. You got 4 solo kills. And so from the moment you picked LeBlanc, did you plan on owning and taking charge of the game? You know, I wasn't really planning on playing LeBlanc. And, you know, somehow I ended up with her. And I feel like I was pretty lucky to, you know, play out such a really nice, smooth game. And it was your first match with your brand new rookie support career. It was his first LCK debut match. Was he truly not nervous at all? You know, he says that he's not nervous, but I think we can all feel that he is a little nervous, but I think he was really trying to have the most fun that he can. You know, he's such a high energy player. We can see how outgoing he is through his stream. So how big is his impact in the team? He's so bright. And I feel like sometimes he is a little overboard, but obviously he brings such good energy to the team. It's really a positive thing. And of course, Coach Voice is also a new change. So there are a lot of people looking forward to hearing the Coach Voice, and we didn't actually hear from you guys today. It's our head coach. You know, I'm sure that a lot of people are imagining my head coach being really creative about his comments. Now, in the future, when we do use it, I'm sure we will have moments where we use it, but right now, I don't feel the need for it. And since D plus Kia went undefeated in the group battle last year, you guys are under the spotlight. So moving forward, what are your goals? You know, in the future, we want to make sure that we go undefeated as well. We want to keep on winning and become a strong team and just develop into a better team over time. And that's the end of the interview with Showmaker, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dear. Yeah, it is another year of Dear with the translations and another year of Showmaker surpassing expectations that are already sky high in the LCK Cup. Remember, y'all, D plus Kia were one of the best teams at the beginning of 2025 in the LCK Cup. They start off their 2026 campaign with a demolishing of the Bros.
I mean, Showmaker was the best performing mid laner at Kespa Cup. Chovy wasn't there, but Showmaker was the best one there. He was significantly better than Faker and Zeka. He's remained in control, in form, playing against a rookie in Roamer, who's one of the best solo queue players right now. He's got like a 95% win rate, having insane stats there, but it doesn't necessarily translate into stage games when your rest of the team is playing around you. I think D+ looked good here, but we already knew based on Kespa Cup results that they should be able to demolish Bro, so I'm looking forward to some tougher opposition in the future.
Yeah, even though today's games were like really one-sided, we could feel the fresh air into the Rift because like Atakan is gone, so after the Nashor, it was really easy to just finish the game off because you can just ward down and you can just snowball really easily. So I want to see it more if you can actually turn it around because you couldn't really do it today.
Well, speaking of one-sided, that's what you would expect these palm votes to be. And instead, oh, we had some lucid...
Wait, so it was a media situation? Media Soup GG?
Oh, it was?
We were actually in the majority. I was surprised. I thought it was just going to be a 11 out of 13 with just me and Wadid because Lucid hard carried in game 1 and then game 2 was a huge part of the snowball, but glad to see that we almost got there in the end.
Yeah.
Props to Showmaker, but Lucid was the real brains behind the operation.
All right. Comment time. Let's start with one Daniel Locks Harrison. Stop! He's already dead! I think that's what it sounds like, right?
Yeah, it's the Simpsons thing.
Yeah, it's the Simpsons.
Say the line, Tigon.
Did. I know. I had to dig deep with method acting and work through my own pain there. Wolf.
Everyone saw Showmaker's Magi's, but I saw you, Lucid.
True say. He's the real carry. And he's probably by far the best Emerald jungler in the world right now. Yeah, I mean, it can't be right. Like he was just smurfing so hard, and like he was just training really hard from the silver. You know, now Emerald 1. What a surprise!
He promoted that quickly from silver to emerald.
Yeah,
this guy's got some real potential.
By the way, he was not playing in silver players. He was playing in challengers queue. So
Look at that!
Even more surprising.
Helios had the same idea there. The best Pantheon in Emerald. I think. For those of you that don't know, there was the solo queue bug here in Korea where if you played right away, for some reason, they slotted you way lower than what you were supposed to. So Lucid was one of the players that had a very, very low starting point. I think it was silver. Lucid grown into a veteran jungler there by Gogo. I really like that one.
Yeah, I agree with Gogo. I felt like he was really solid, you know, and he was like rock and steady, just snowballing really well as a veteran jungler.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that as well. Looking really, really good, and you can't help but be impressed every time. Not every time for me, but like most times, I would say.
Yeah, majority of times. Well, that's why you're not the leader of the Lucid fan club.
No, it's not me.
Yeah. I wonder who that is.
I think it was Ox, like he just left the casting desk.
Must have been. Must have been. Again, congrats to
It's okay, Digon. It's okay. It's only the first series of the year.
Congrats to D+Kia on a huge victory over Brion as we take a look at the standings after that one. As we usually say after the tough games, there's always next time, bros.
So of the 4 teams, the Bros have the weakest scoreline for now. They're the only team that was defeated 2-0 because we only had 2 series today. Look, Digon, if the pain gets worse, they don't make it out of the group. It's okay. There's a long break before we go into LCK proper. They can power up.
Ox said it could only go up from here. So
that's not true, but like
Egon, I think
that's the mindset you should adopt.
Yeah, I think you should have dyed your hair into green, not blue.
Yeah, that's what it was. I had the wrong color.
You dyed your hair? I thought you just were in the wash with the Demacia pillow.
You guys see?
That's what happened.
Guys, be aware, you can't really put in your laundry with the colored t-shirt.
All right. Okay. What a day one. Do we have our matches for tomorrow coming on up, as we do have Gen G coming on in and showing off what they've been working on, a roster that has not been changed. They're back up against
Lloyd's not starting tomorrow?
No.
I enjoyed watching Lloyd at Kespa Cup. I guess Chovy will be back from basic training alongside Ruler. So the first time we get to see Gen G post Worlds with this roster that's unchanged. The second series is actually kind of a banger. I think it's the best one we've had so far. Nongshim, power level somewhat known. BNK, haven't seen them yet with their full roster, so should be a fun one.
Yeah, I mean, BNK, BFX, they have new coaching staff who just won the best coach in 2025 in the Challenger Series. So I want to see if their playstyle got changed. And also for Nongshim, if it's a better version or worse than the 2025 Nongshim, we want to see, because they have LPL players.
That's right.
Now.
You don't want to miss it. Find out tomorrow with more LCK Cup. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching. We're so excited to kick off the 2026 season with y'all. And we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action. Bye-bye.
Feel better, Digon.